That's what Chat GPT will give you, bro. And if you ask the Earth, if Chat GPT, if the Earth is a fucking globe or a flat Earth, man, the Chat GPT is gonna globe it up, bro. It's gonna globe it up. And that's the way it was programmed to do. I got the spinning globe. That's it. If you don't understand, atmospheric refraction, time.
It made the game board fictional. It made the game board fictional. It's perfect, right? And then all the legal fiction and everything else doesn't matter after that, right? The whole game board's fictional, guys. We constructed a fictional game board based on faith that you think is science. Isn't that great? They're facts. We made your beliefs. We made you think your beliefs are facts. That was a good one. That was the best trick we ever pulled, making everyone think that they knew for sure that their faith was true when it's completely the opposite and ridiculous. I'm upside down. I'm right side up. I couldn't tell the difference. I don't know.
I don't know.
I have no idea. It could be I don't know stuff. Could be I don't know anything, and everything is the opposite of what it seems to be. That's what it probably is. Probably
everything. Wait, Dave. Did you say everything I observe is the opposite of what?
Yeah. It's like the whole reality. Every single thing that seems like it is actually the opposite of that. You stupid. Of course, it's that way. Stupid.
Yeah, it's a mirror world. You know what it seems like to me, Nutrasect? You know how, like, when people get stoned, right, and they try to say, like, the most outlandish thing and they're being profound? That's what the globe is. Like, oh my God, imagine it's a big ball.
Dude.
Oh my God, dude. I never
what if
thought of
frogs
that.
were the smartest creatures
it's
on
the bong
Earth?
again, dude.
Yeah, I think the frogs are probably smarter than people and we just don't know it.
Wait a minute, man. The frogs are gay, man. Wait a minute.
And smarter than us, too, at the same time. Gay and smart.
Gay.
Probably. That's what I was I heard that. It's probably true.
Well, I heard it on Alex Jones.
It was in a textbook, so it has to be true.
It's got to be true, man. I heard it on Alex Jones, man. Come on.
Sure, yeah? Actually, he was right about that one. He was right about that one.
I saw a Twitter post. There's this girl, she's a pretty famous YouTuber, called Chew on Head, and like it was like a clip of her, like someone handed her a tip jar. It says, Alex Jones was right again, tip jar. And you put a coin in it, the shit was full. Because the latest thing he was right about was they're taking human embryos and sticking them in animal embryos, like the DNA and shit. And obviously Alex Jones was saying that shit. Yeah, they're actually doing it. So
that's probably why the frogs are smarter than us, right? That's why they got smarter than us, probably. Makes sense. No, it totally makes sense. They put human DNA in there. Probably true, though, right? They are doing that. They're doing all kinds of crazy shit with the cross.
Yeah, dude testified for Congress from the National Institute of Health. That's what they're doing. It's not conspiracy fact again, right?
The thing is Alex Jones follows it up with something else that's like supposed to be wrong on purpose. That's his job, right? I'm going to say one right thing and three wrong things. That's how I get away.
The limited hangout, dude. That's what it is. The limited hangout, right? So we'll give you this one true thing, and then you're going to believe this other nonsense because I was right about that one thing.
Yeah. Like the whole punch bowl is a fucking, is turds. And then the one little piece of truth is the thing floating around in there. It's the opposite of what people say.
Hey, let me ask you guys about Bigfoot, bro. I mean, that was a thing. There was some film from the 70s. Back in the 70s, man. I'm not like, it's a long time ago. Anyway, I mean, that's really the only footage I ever saw of Bigfoot, man. I mean, it was pushed upon me. I remember I was young. There's this
In Search of, man.
In Search of, yeah, exactly. With the guy from Star Trek, man.
Leonard Nimoy.
Leonard Nimoy. Yeah, exactly.
Who's a little hat? I hate to tell you.
Yep.
So
little hat and a little gay.
He's a little hat.
Yep, and a little gay probably too. I think he was a little gay. He must have had a little bit of influence from the doctor. What's his the Chinese guy who was Sokyo. The admittedly like the flaming gay guy. What was his name?
Flaming. I'm so
Angry.
Mr.
No, not just
Mr.
angry
Stuco?
flaming gay guy.
angry.
Angry flaming.
Yeah,
You guys
he's bursting.
are
He's a
against us.
bursting flaming. He's a scalding hot gay man.
I'm sorry.
That's how he describes himself, really.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be
Oh my
surprised if he
God.
did.
That's crazy.
That's the kind of guy he is.
That's the kind of guy he is, bro.
Yep.
There you go.
At least he owns it.
You gotta own it,
makes me
man.
think of how retarded people are, right? So there's an actor named Leonard Nimoy. He played a logical fucking alien on a TV series that lasted like 2.5 years, and like now everybody thinks he's smart because he
Of course.
he played some role on TV, right? And now he's doing In Search Of, and he gives credibility to all these crackpot ideas because, oh my God, this is the smart guy from fucking Star Trek.
Yeah, well, he's alien. Aliens are default. Aliens, if aliens are here, that means they're smarter than us because they found us instead of us fighting them.
That's right.
So
Oh
it
my
must
God.
be. It must be that all aliens are smarter than us. And if he's an alien, even if it's just TV, it's based on reality. It's based on our future. It's based on what we know is going to be. We're all going to be up there.
You remember the opening for In Search Of? You remember the opening platter, dude? So they show like that picture of the Loch Ness Monster. They show like a picture of like a UFO.
Okay.
They show like Bigfoot. They show the pyramids, right? So like that was the show, right? Like the big, like the Loch Ness Monster. Like I didn't even believe that when I was a kid. I was like, that looks like someone like zoomed in on someone's fingers sticking out of the water. Like who are they fucking trying to fool with that shit?
You think that one might be real though? Is that the one that they've like kind of straw man and made kind of like fictional, but it's actually real? Is that one of those things? There is something like that in it, maybe.
Like the Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to say at this point, dude.
Yeah, there's been some really good, like old-looking footage of it that seems very believable. Whoever did that edit is pretty good.
Probably dead now.
You seen it?
I've heard that like it was there, but it's dead now.
Sure, but there's probably all kinds of creatures down there that are like
in search
beyond
of,
what we know.
In search of,
With Leonard Nimoy.
in search of.
In search of.
You gotta remember that era, right? That era was like $6 million Man had Bigfoot in it, right? Yeah, like Land of the Lost, like shit like that. That was like the type of like some really hippie, crazy fucking. I took a bunch of LSD crackpot shit on TV, dude.
You know,
on one side, right? On one side, and on the other side are like fucking Leave It to Beaver and fucking what was the other shit? Sanford Son and like all those things, right? Like it's really weird and mix of fucking brainwashing, bro.
You know what though? Bigfoot is like one of the most interesting when you look at all the sides of it because that they've used it, whether it's true or not, whether there is a Bigfoot or not, they're getting their mileage out of it on every side. You know, they're like if someone's either doing a really good job of convincing people that Bigfoot is real, because I know a lot of like sane people that totally think there is Bigfoot, right? Even that channel, Mind Unveiled, they do a pretty good job of convincing you a lot of these things are real, like their whole series. If you watch that, their what do they call it? Anyway, it's like the animal series. Bigfoot, maybe like the people with the dog face, the chest face people. What are those called? What are those called? The chest face people.
Well, all I know is like it's really hard to find people in very like desolate areas, even when you know they're there and you're looking for them, and they're looking for you, right? So you're both looking for each other. It's very hard to like search like very large areas and find something. You know, you're trying to find a fucking 2 foot wide human being in 100,000 square fucking miles, dude. Good luck to you.
Or it could be that by default, Bigfoot's smarter than us too. Like the fact that we haven't like proven that it exists or caught one yet, or maybe they have caught one and they just don't tell us, right? Who knows? But if Bigfoot's smart enough to stay out of sight, maybe they're smarter than us. Maybe. Just like the aliens that were smart enough to find us.
I'd be more likely to believe, as far as like the Pacific Northwest, I don't really know how rural it is. I've never really been out there.
Oh, dude, there's a place in California, right near Santa Cruz. That is like this little depot this guy hangs out in. He's got all the Bigfoot evidence in there. And there's a whole clan of people that are like, not even, it's 100% in their minds. They've seen it, they know it's there, then they've all seen it, they all have proof of it. They have like, the footprints and everything, the molds. It's either a really good fucking LARP, like really intricate. Like there's people, he's put a lot of time into like faking these pictures if they're all fake, right? Somebody's trolling them. Or it's
yeah, how come no one's caught one with like a trail camera, dude?
Have they? I bet you could find one. At least someone claiming it.
I mean, I've seen a couple, but they're like you can't actually see anything. So it's like
it is pretty bad sometimes, but it makes it look more real sometimes if it's a little blurry. You're like, oh well, if they're gonna fake it, they should have shown like more than that. So it makes it a little more believable. Whoever's doing it, whether it could be real or it's a really good troll.
I mean,
I couldn't tell you whether I think there's a Bigfoot or not right now. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I've seen some weird shit. Anyway, not gonna get into that.
Could be. It's just.
If Bigfoot had a very highly like say its sense of smell was like 100 times better than a bloodhound or something. Anywhere a human being went, it would know it went there. Like so, if it set up a trail camera, it'd be able to smell that trail camera like fucking 10 miles away. You know what I mean? It's just like, if you live in the woods, anything not from the woods, you'll be able to smell their shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
sure.
There's no electronics in the woods, right? So, like, fucking, like, electronics have a distinctive smell, like the PCB. Yeah, like a PCB has a smell to it, right? It's not like it doesn't have any smell to it. And, like, we can barely smell unless we stick our nose up to it. Doesn't mean Bigfoot can't smell it from like a mile away.
Yeah, way better environment and probably cleaner air and everything else. They could definitely smell us. Maybe they're not that smart. They could just smell really good. But regardless, I think that there might be. If I had to bet, like I might be 60-40 that Bigfoot does exist. But maybe I'm just watching the convincing stuff. It's just meeting that guy made me feel like, wow, this guy's not kidding. He really does think there is something. Or he's a really good actor, and he didn't seem like smart enough to be that good an actor. So either he's being trolled or he's found something. But they've made such a farce of it. If anyone claims it, if you try to go yell it from the rooftops, people will laugh at you. That's how they do it. They make all of these, fake ass. Like with free energy, they make a lot of free energy videos that aren't real on purpose, so that no one thinks. So people are like, "Oh yeah, so it's another fake video about free energy." That's because free energy is not real. It's not possible. It makes people write it off.
Depends on the situation, dude. So everyone believes in free energy if you say gravity, but other than that, there's no free energy.
Well, yeah.
Right. So gravity never runs out of energy, right? In their thing, like gravity never runs out of energy. It's a perpetual motion machine. It lasts forever. Like it never runs out. Like, you can add more and more shit, right? So now the gravity needs to exert more and more force to move all this other shit, but it doesn't run out. It doesn't use up anything that was there, right? It's like the gravity ran out. No one says that. No one has a problem with this perpetual motion machine.
Well, think about it, the rotation of the Earth. Like, how it's supposed to lag behind when you get to a certain altitude, actually, which is a contradiction in the way it should work the opposite way for it to keep the planes in sync and all of that. But that doesn't. It lags behind, supposedly, and it would, because you only have the friction at the surface. If the Earth were rotating for real, I don't think you'd have a block of atmosphere that's at consistency whatsoever at all, not even close, right? They say it at least lags behind at a certain altitude. Think about the perpetual power of that, just using that force on a regular basis, Or, the ionic winds are a whole other thing that people say you can get free energy from. But
you can just go high enough where there's no drag and just let the Earth spin out from underneath you. Why can't we do that?
Well, because it's not spinning. If it was actually rotating, we would be able to do that. No, I know. But that's the thing. The reason is, that is the actual reason, because they can't really fake that, or that wouldn't be if that were a thing, it would prove that we're not spinning, because that would be a problem for all aircraft and everything, right?
Yeah, but I want to know what is their cope? What is their justification? Like
They don't have
What
one.
is
That's
there?
why I only argue this. When you ask them where the extra energy comes from to, make the atmosphere speed up at that outside, to make it like the racetrack equalization of the speed they have no answer for that. They just say it does, right? Isn't that right? You'd know better than I would probably. They just say that's what it does. It has to, because that's the way it works. That's the way everything measures. There's no drag.
When you get into the rotation of Earth with these guys and like the dynamics of it, they fucking abandon ship. That's typically what happens.
Yeah.
They run away from that shit.
I do only that. Yeah, because it's ridiculous. They say it's what causes the weather patterns, right? The difference between the atmosphere's rotational speed, the tangential velocity of the atmosphere, compared to the tangential velocity of the ground, the difference is what causes the weather patterns. So our whole dynamic system is caused by this difference of the atmosphere not being in sync with the ground. And then we have to also believe at the same time the atmosphere also carries that dynamic system in a static relationship to everything in that dynamic system, to each other, and it just carries it along perfectly in sync, so much so that you can't tell the difference, even though the dynamic system that was statically brought along to be perfectly in sync was caused by the atmosphere not being perfectly in sync. So make sense of that.
You should be able to do this like an experiment, right? So according to them guys, the Earth is smoother than a billiard ball. So we should be able to take some sort of ball bearing that's super smooth. I mean, you probably can't even manufacture a ball smooth enough to replicate what they say the roughness of the Earth is. What? So we take this, right, and we stick it inside a chamber with air. Well, hold on.
How do they claim that? No terrain? Okay, go ahead.
Well, because the horizontal size versus the vertical size, the difference, the ratio, is like, tallest mountain's 5 miles, right? But it's 5 miles fucking compared to 193 million square miles. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, they just they scale it.
So the V versus the H is the ratio.
I get it.
It's like the smoothness. Anyway,
what was your point? Sorry for this.
Yeah, so we can take a ball, right? Like an iron ball, super smooth, whatever, nickel cadmium, whatever. We rotate it within a magnetic field inside a chamber, and we'll see if this super smooth ball can drag the gas around.
Of course, yeah, but they would say that no, it has to be the exact size of the Earth. But we can't really say it's the same because it's not the same, atmosphere, and we don't have to have all the exact same pressure, and all of that has to be exactly the way the Earth is. Otherwise, so it's basically unfalsifiable and it's ridiculous. It should have ended
because there is a thing where there is what is it called, laminar flow, right? So, an object rotating in a fluid will drag it along to a degree.
To a degree.
But that also depends on how rough the surface is.
Right.
And the characteristics of the fluid, and there's a lot of other stuff that no one's actually solved this mathematically yet.
The variables would be so extreme, no one would even try. You don't. I mean, I was trying to get my friend, the model builder. You know about him, the French guy, the model builder. We called him. I called him the Beast. So he's French, so he went by La Bête, which means the beast in French. Do you know who the model builder is at all? I've talked about him a few times. Oh, okay. Well, he's a guy I kind of rescued from 24/7. And I say 24/7, and I rescued him from because he was starting to mention the ether, and there was some ether police in there that night. That were like, don't let him talk about the ether. I was like, wait a minute, okay, let me talk to this guy about the ether somewhere else. And then I brought him over to Ether Cause. And he just blew our mind with the shit. He used to work for a space agency, and he realized that the moon landing was fake, as well as the ISS was fake, because he was analyzing these pictures. He was like a software developer, and he would actually supply the guy that did the blue marble paintings with pictures from what he knew were only the altitude of airplanes, right? He's like, these are airplane pictures. I know the difference. I'm stitching these. I'm stitching all these together, or sending them to somebody and analyzing all of this, and he knew all that. Still was believing in the ball even after he realized the moon landing and the ISS were fake. He just convinced himself that they just doing that for the show, but it's still a ball. And then something, what was it? It was gyroscopes on airplanes, the mechanical gyroscope that got him. And And then, everything else started falling in place after that. And he's a total flat earther, right? And he used to work for a space agency and still does like awesome work with the computer. And he did like a flight simulator that was 2 scale, right? And he did so he did the actual 2 scale model of it. He has the software, and he wouldn't give us the thing to use because it was proprietary, as well as he didn't want to get in trouble because he has access to things he shouldn't probably still. Anyway, he did a 2 scale flight simulator and was showing that very clearly, even at the height of any average airplane, you should see a lot of curvature. I mean, that just makes sense anyway, but he was showing it. Like, you would definitely see the leading edge of the sphere out in front of you and taper down to the sides. That we should see lots of curvature from every single plane flight anyone's on, which is ironic because we always laugh at people saying they saw the curvature from an airplane. But they should be able to, is the point, and they don't. We don't see it because it just splays out way too far. It wouldn't work that way in a ball. It's like obvious, and that's the end of the conversation if anyone really looks at it. Anyway, so he also did, he downloaded the ping data from every flight for 2 weeks. He had millions of ping data saved on his computer from 2 weeks of having access to the site that he ended up getting banned from, I guess. But he had all the ping data plotted out on an AE map, right? And there was a 3.5 hour difference, or it was closer to 3 hour difference that he was showing that they were reporting compared to what his ping data was saying for the southern flights. And there was only 4 different airlines that even, 4 different actual planes that did the routes down there, and they were very selective, and he could tell that there was a big difference, a 3-hour discrepancy from what they were reporting to what the ping data was actually showing, which he didn't notice in the north. Of course, it was spot on. So I got a couple of videos I'll post from him. We were doing interviews, but I don't know why I mentioned him. Why did I mention him? What were we talking about before that? We're talking about the atmosphere,
laminar flow or something.
The laminar flow. Oh yeah, the 2 scale thing. Like if you could do a 2 scale model of the laminar flow, like he did with the 2 scale light. It was like
The only thing that should matter is the smoothness. Because the only thing that should matter is the smoothness of the ball. Because what happens is the fluid gets entrained in the rotation and goes along with it, but we should be able to figure out how far away that would go, or whether it would happen at all. I don't think anything would happen. I think there'd be no laminar flow. It would just spin. I didn't think it would spin and cause turbulence. I don't think it would be any.
We would be dead. We would be dead.
You're looking for no drag and no resistance, right? From both objects?
Well, you can't have both. You can't have no resistance and no drag.
Yeah, you can. They're the same thing.
Well, the resistance is what causes the drag, I thought, right?
No. So, what laminar flow is? Is when a fluid is going through something, or it's on some solid surface, it'll stick to it a little bit, right? And if that surface
it's like a little layer.
It's like a little layer.
Surface layer. Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen all the time. It happens in some situations. It's not like a universal thing that happens. It depends on the geometry
in the world.
Yeah, it depends on the geometry or whatever it is created.
Steel. Everything just seems perfectly still because it's perfectly being dragged along, so much so we can't even tell at all.
Yeah, you ever seen a Tesla turbine?
That makes no sense.
You ever seen a Tesla turbine?
Yeah. Oh, no, actually, I don't think I have.
It's like a bunch of discs. And these discs, because it uses laminar flow as a pump. So, think of people have made these out of compact discs. So imagine a whole bunch of discs stacked, and there's a little teeny space between all the discs. And you spin this up at high RPM, and because of the large surface area of all these discs, it'll create a laminar flow, and it'll make the fluid flow. Now, it doesn't have a lot of power, but you can't clog it. So that's the good thing, right? So it can't jam or get some shit in it, right? And because this disc, it'll actually chop up they use it for sewage, right? So it'll chop up the chunky shit, literally, and fucking it'll flow through the pipe. But the thing is, that's only in some situations. They're saying a fucking sphere is creating a fucking laminar flow and dragging the fucking air around at a varying thickness, right? Thickness.
That makes no sense
And
at
it's
all. It
just
doesn't
like-
even follow the fluid dynamics. Wouldn't even work that way. I mean, like, you can't treat gases like they're a material block. You know,
Right, but,
you can't say they
Yeah, I know.
all stay together that way. This is ridiculous.
but what I was saying is you need no resistance or no drag for the thing that you want to tell. If the other thing for like a reference frame. So if you want to see if something is moving, right, and they keep saying, okay, you need something that horizontally has no drag or no resistance, but the object does have drag or resistance vertically. It's kind of locked in place vertically, superconductor. But
Yeah, so that's what I'm
horizontally-
trying to figure out, dude.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure
I'm
out.
telling
I'm
you,
giving
bro.
them a Glober. At what altitude am I out of the laminar flow? At what altitude am I not in the layer that's sticking to the earth that's spinning around with it? How high do I gotta go?
They don't have an answer for that. Of course they don't.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't force them to give me an answer.
Well, yeah, then just forcing them to make something up or run away. Yeah, that's fun. It is, because that's all they can do. Right? There's no answer for that.
So we can, like, the whole thing is, if they give you a hard number, right? So they say, 10 kilometers. Okay. So the radius of 10 kilometers, right? So if I go up to 10 kilometers in a balloon and I'm out of the laminar flow and the Earth is spinning, I should lag behind the fucking Earth by this much feet per second, or, miles per second, whatever it is. And we should see if that actually happens instead of the balloon just hovering in fucking place, which is what it actually does, right? It just sits above the fucking Earth unless there's winds blowing it around.
Right. And the thing is that they say when there's winds, that's when the atmosphere is not in sync with the Earth. That's when they actually have the winds. That's the only reason there is winds, actually, is because the atmosphere is not in sync. But if there's no wind, that's when it happens to be in perfect sync, which makes
So
perfect
there's a
sense.
laminar flow with wind in it. That's fucking so stupid.
And going in the opposite
Stupid
direction.
beyond belief, bro.
Yeah, you're gonna have like a blender with some of the fruit going the opposite direction of the flow. No, you never have that.
Yeah, that's right. The fucking dude. Yeah, and some of the fruit is like making little vortexes in the middle of it, right?
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
little vortex.
Just randomly, right? And also going the opposite direction at like a really harsh speed for no reason, right? The opposite direction completely of the flow of the river or the blender or whatever. It doesn't make it's completely the opposite of intuitive.
It's
and
ludicrous.
not even possible.
It's totally ludicrous.
It's ludicrous. I was actually, that's what I was going to mention Model Builder for too. I was saying, well, if you did the flight simulator, can you do one that would work with the atmosphere and how much the atmosphere would have to push the plane at what speed, or if the pilot's actually making the corrections to keep up with the spin of the Earth as the tangential velocity increases towards the equator, then what would be what would he actually have to go through with these calculations of how to be in sync with the Earth backwards when he's landing facing westward, the Earth is spinning, twice fast as where he started from. He couldn't even do, he's like that. I tried to do it. It was just very complicated, too complicated. He talks with a very thick French accent that most people can't understand. So since I've talked to him more than most people, I usually act as his interpreter. I'll post some of the videos where he's going off about this. The fact that he used to work for a space agency is cool too.
So
I mean, I do want to say this. You have to be very wary of people making graphic representations of anything, because
he was
it's not as simple. There's a reason video games don't look real life. It's because it's like perspective is an idealized model of vision, but it's not how we actually see. It's idealized, right? That's why it's always going to look a little bit fucking off. Always, no matter what. And because there's a whole bunch of factors, right? Like, so when they make like some 3D graphics program, they're doing like a simulated projection onto a projection plane, but the size of that plane that they're doing, like, it's called a view frustum, right? So imagine like you had a pyramid, right? A four-sided pyramid, and the top of it was cut off. The top part you took the pyramid, you laid it sideways, you cut the top up. That's your viewport. That's your window. Now the size of that window will change the way the image of the scene, which is beyond the window, is created. So that's what's called the near plane, and then you have the far plane, which would be the limit of what the 3D engine renders as far as distance from the camera. The point is, changing these are like how you project them isn't always straightforward, and a lot of times, like in video games, they just do hacks. They're not simulations, right? They're making a game. It's just like, hey man, this doesn't look right. Let's just fucking do this fucking stupid hack in code and make it look better. It doesn't have to fucking represent the real world. Like a lot of times, like a lot of these graphics programs like BizGuns, these are not graphics simulators. They're not simulators. They're computer programs that's supposed to represent some 3D world, maybe, but they're not simulators at all. They're nothing like a simulator. You know, there's a difference between, I'm going to make a computer program that seems like Grand Theft Auto, looks like cars, looks like buildings, looks like hookers, right? Yeah, but it's not a simulator of hookers, cars, and buildings, right? It's not a simulator.
It's not to scale. Yeah, it's not to scale. It couldn't.
Yeah, and the view's not to scale. Then you got field of view. Like, yeah, it looks good enough to play a video game and have fun, but it's not a simulator.
Right. Well, yeah, he did. What he put together was pretty impressive. Just because he was, he wasn't trying to be like all selling us anything or trying to make a name for himself, or he's just a guy I dragged into EtherCause and over to Earth Awakenings to tell what his thing. He ended up like disappearing on us, and we were kind of worried. We were like, "Oh shit!" Alan was funny about it. He's like, "Oh, that's it. Peace. Rest in peace." Like he didn't respond to either of us for so long. We were convinced that they must have got him for his GPS.
I did see the ping, Dave. I think you sent it to me.
I just sent it to you.
Yeah, I think you sent that to me a while back.
Yeah, that guy is funny, man. If you can stand to listen to him. Actually, I had uploaded something with the closed captioning on, so you could understand it a little better. I think I have one of those on my channel with him. He was a great guy. He ended up actually contacting me, though. Actually, he sent me something about LIGO that I was going to run by you. I'll DM that to you as well, since you saw what I just sent you.
Okay.
Because he said it's a slam dunk, and he actually disappeared because he was having problems with his, I think, fiance or wife or girlfriend or something. But the flat Earth thing kind of came between them, and
oh boy,
that kind of thing. Yeah,
women.
Yeah. She was on board up until I don't know, went too far.
How about till her friends found out?
Something like that.
Probably her friends found out. Your husband's a flat earther. You got to leave him. Marry him and take all the you fucking know how they do it.
He said all their friends were on his side. I don't know. It became that kind of thing, I think.
Look, single women keep women single. That's their job, right? They don't want to be the only one without a fucking husband or a boyfriend.
Yeah, he messaged me and then disappeared again, and he said he's trying to get his life back together. So maybe he's trying to get back together with her still. All right, here, I'll send you. He said this is something with that.
He's in France too, dude. The women there are
another
fucking
level.
horse. Oh, you know that paternity tests are illegal in France? Illegal.
Oh, really? They just want
to. It's against the law.
Because they want
women to have more babies.
Okay, interesting.
Oh, bitch says you're the father. You're the father, dude. You can't even dispute it. Fucked up, dude.
That's funny.
Because they're whores.
Wow, you can't dispute
it. The reasoning was it'll destroy a lot of families. Those aren't families, dude. What are you talking about? That's not a family.
Wait a minute. That makes no sense. So women can just say it's somebody without ever having to prove it, and then that's their responsibility?
I mean, maybe you can go to court and the court can order it, but you can't do it on your own surreptitiously. You can't be like, oh, I don't think that kid's mine. I'm gonna take a fucking, a swab of his cheek and go to the DNA testing place and see if he's mine. I think that's what's illegal. I don't know. I think in extraordinary circumstances, obviously you can challenge paternity or something. Because otherwise, every chick would say, fucking, Elon Musk is the father. I mean, that's what I would do.
Right. Exactly.
That fucking Chad over there, he ain't the father. Elon Musk's the father. I need to pay for this kid's college.
Yeah. It does work that way with some things, though. You can, take over someone's like lien. You could put a lien on someone's house without them even knowing it. Shit. Yeah, I sent you the link,
yeah.
and then here's a screenshot of what he said about it. Oh wait, wrong order. Here, I'll put him in order. Smart dude though. Yeah, I think he's the real deal. And we were actually worried that he might have been taken out for his ping data that he downloaded, showed on AE map. The whole AE map thing then comes back into play, I guess. It's just that's the thing. You know what? The thing about the transform. Somebody was trying to talk. Was that me? I'm not here. Am I cutting out? Is that you?
No, I think my shit cut out for a second.
Yeah, I did. What were you saying?
Well, I mean, if they took him out, it wouldn't be for that, right? They wouldn't be like, yeah, we're taking you out for downloading the ping data. There'd be something else so stupid. You fucking said mean words on Facebook. You're freaking going to jail.
Yeah, they would do it for something that, even if it was for another reason, they would try to get him on some other thing. Yeah, but that wasn't the case anyway. That was just funny more than anything that we were like worried. But the fact that he used to work for a space agency makes him kind of threatening and hated by ballers for sure. Because he's not stupid. But it was funny because his language barrier does get in the way with what people think he says. And then he was using like the kek, like instead of LOL, he was using the kek. You know how people do that, I guess, on 4chan? He thought that was like, it seems weird on Discord. People don't do that. Huh?
Is this the one that was like he was making like model rockets or something?
No. Mm-mm.
Fuck, dude.
No.
Who was that? There was a kid from France. He was doing all sorts of stuff. He was. Okay. Who? What?
October Sky. It was a beautiful film. Shown to
that's not what I'm talking about, even remotely.
Yeah, that is
the movie review.
Maybe it was based on those same kids. Who knows? No, I don't know what you're talking about. French kid that was making model rockets.
Yeah, and he was like, I want to be in the French space agency and shit. And he was in college, like kid to me, because he's like fucking 19 or 20, right? That's a fucking kid, dude.
Right.
Like, so he was almost done with school. He's trying to get into fucking the French space agency. This is like maybe 4 or 5 years back. Maybe it's the same person as what I'm thinking. Like, maybe he got in.
No. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, that doesn't seem like he didn't mention that. At least. Yeah, probably is. But yeah, check out his stuff about the plane data. We want to actually. I messaged him recently to try to see if we could get the data, like some kind of print form of it that he actually came up with. Even though you could watch the video and he puts it on screen, just because of this whole AE map thing that's been in the conversation. But that is damning. If he doesn't try to say
do, elevation, like you're getting elevation away from an AE map. What are you claiming?
No, I'm not claiming anything. I was talking about our friend.
Oh, I bet you weren't.
Is a flat earther that used to work for a space agency, and he's French, and he did like some downloading of ping data from all the flights for 2 weeks and plotted it out on an AE map and showed that they were actually reporting a 3-hour difference of what the ping data was showing compared to what they were actually flying. So it would be like incriminating information to, if you could substantiate.
No, it's not really, because the AE map, the Gleason's map, this was developed in after World War One.
Yeah, it's just a transform.
Due to its ability to predict and depict.
Yep, I agree.
Direct flights.
I'm agreeing with that.
So it's just a map used for a specific purpose that was very beneficial, at the tail end of World War One and in the beginning of World War Two.
Nice. Yep.
So is it something that you believe in? So do you believe in that map anymore? Or do you just understand that it's just a map?
Do you know who you're talking to right now? Do you know who I'm talking to? You're talking to right now? You have any idea what I just said?
Okay. As long as you're okay.
I'm on the same page with you, bro. The AE map though is the most frustrating thing about that, and the way people reference it, because it's just a transform of the spherical graticule that they created. You know,
I thought you were okay. Why are you frustrated by something that was just so simple that we just?
Guys. Can I interject?
You're just in
really
attack
quick?
mode and you don't know who you're talking to.
Can I interject? Can I interject really quick? Indio,
go ahead.
The guy I was listening to you guys, I couldn't sleep. The guy that he's talking about, his name was the Model Builder on 24/7. He had all of those charts where you could see, he drew lines of where the flight paths were, and also where they're pinged in the ocean. Like there's.
Just post to the videos too. They're in the chat.
If you look into look in 24/7, I bet you'll find him under the Model Builder, and you can look at all of those things that he posted on there.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'm posting videos in the chat right now.
Well, we'll be more boring, Flatsy, so you can go to sleep.
Flatsy, you were talking to him that night. I think when I rescued him because he was talking about the ether. I think.
Yeah, well, he was. We were talking about it a little bit, but I was just trying to warn him that people were all about that stuff in this arena, and he was assuring me that he wasn't going to get caught up in all that. But anyways, he was very interesting to talk to, and I do remember him. He was. He had a lot of experience.
Very strong accent, hard to understand a little bit.
Yeah, I talked to him for a couple of weeks, so I got to the point.
Cool. Isn't he great?
Yeah, he is good.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys ended up hitting it off. He's cool as fuck. And too bad he's not around anymore. He promises to come back. He's messaged me that he's definitely going to come back at some point, but he's trying to fix his life again. Or trying to.
I bet he is. Can you put some of that pertinent information, like screen cap it? I don't want to look at the linky. Oh, just screen cap some of the information.
You mean flight data stuff? That would be kind of time consuming. Why would you require me to do that? Why are you being like that towards me?
Yeah, do that.
Why are you being all weird?
Do that.
Dude, you're the bro, dude. We've talked before. Fucking A. Stop it.
We are. I'm just saying, just do that.
No, please don't require me to do something when I'm looking for the video on my channel that has some of those other stuff in here that I didn't expect to end up doing.
Okay.
Just don't put me out, bro. I'm not trying to
put it up right now. No, put it up right now.
Why do you think I'm working for you? You think your attitude towards me, you want to appease me?
Oh, so you're the dealer that's going to hold him back. This guy's too persistent. I got him addicted.
That's what I am. You called it, dude. You got it. You're so good at it.
And you're a Hold'ems.
I'm a Hold'ems. You're right. I'll take that.
You're a Hold'em Back'ems.
I'm a Hold'em Back'ems right now, right, Mr. Hold'em Back'ems?
You're funny, man.
You are too, bro. I've gotten a lot of laughs out of your shit. Earlier tonight, you were cracking me up. That fucking dude came in. That was hilarious. You're like, so he was coming in like, oh, you guys, it's obvious reality, and you learn it in school. And he's like, you're like, so if you're so proud of your education, why are you here trying to get information from us? The fuck do you need that for? That was funny. Here's another one. This dude, the Model Builder, is cool as fuck. Love that. He totally embraced. I call him the Beast because he's so fucking. He's such a threat if he could ever substantiate everything he's found. But the fact that he used to work for a space agency and he's a total flat earther is awesome. And he made a little interferometer in his house. He made this laser beam setup. Smart dude. It's good to have that kind of guy as a resource if he'll return my DM sometime. Fuck.
Yeah, the LIGO thing, people need to read the documentation. That's all I need to say. Is they need to read how they reach their conclusions. Now, it isn't straightforward. There's so much noise that they're capturing data, right? But there's noise in this data, shitloads, because they're measuring a very small displacement. So you have things like thermal noise, right? Just the temperature of the object itself causes a vibration that's 11 orders of magnitude larger than the displacement they're trying to measure. Okay, they're trying to measure something that they say is 1/1000th of a proton radius in size. Think about that for a second. 1/1000th of a proton radius.
Wow.
They're trying to measure a motion that's that small. They can't do it. So I'll post in the chat. So there's a CERN physicist who went over their technique, like one of their techniques they do to get this quote unquote data. They use something called templates. So because they didn't detect anything for like 4 years, right, and they'd spent billions of dollars, they were like, we need something. So we're going to like, okay, if we did see a gravitational wave, what would it look like? So they made these waveforms, right? They made a bunch of they made a bunch of templates of waveforms of what a gravitational wave would look like, and then they waited to see one of those waveforms in the noise, and then we're like, look, we detected a gravitational wave. So literally what they did.
It's sharpshooting fallacy. What's that called?
Yeah, Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Right?
Yeah, Texas. Something different. What is it? Texas sharpshooter. Yeah.
What made them think that they knew what it would look like?
Well, because they got a model, bro.
Wow, what they've got to base it on something. They've got to have some sort of like at least.
Well, they did
some
like
sort of
neutron. They did like neutron star sucked into a black hole. The one they quote unquote detected was the two black hole ring down, right? So that was like two black holes spiral into each other. But they came up with like 800 different ones, right? 800 different scenarios, which would be strong enough to have a gravitational wave that was intense enough to detect. So they came up with 800 of them. And then waited to see one of them in the noise.
Got rid of the outliers and just said, "That's it. That's what we needed right there."
But it's not even. Straight. I saw it in the noise, right? There was a bunch of noise, and then we saw this. All that noise is post-processed, right? So they're running it through filters and a bunch of shit, and then like they look at some end fucking thing that's been mathematically massaged through like 25 different algorithms, and you're like, wow, well, we detected one. Wow, we're fucking heroes. Give us more money.
Not something else. Like, how do they know there's not something else that can give the same result?
Or it's just noise. Because random noise is going to generate every possible waveform itself, right? Eventually you're going to see everything. Right? It's probability, right? Eventually you're going to see every possible iteration of every waveform, period. You're just gonna. And then when you run it through algorithms, you're giving the noise structure that otherwise would not exist.
Kind of like the oceans are more than likely the cosmic microwave background radiation.
Yes, they gave that structure which did not exist too. See, if you have something that's truly random, the only way it stays random is if you add it to another thing that's truly random or multiply it by a thing that's truly random. But when you add an algorithm to it, the algorithm itself is a structure. And like you can take the random noise and throw it through the algorithm in whatever mathematical treatment you gave it, right? So let's say it's a random temperature, and I run it through some algorithm. It's not going to spit out the algorithm as a random temperature. It's going to be random in a way, but the mathematical algorithm itself, whatever it is, 2 + 2, right? It's going to have that structure to a degree. So if they do a whole bunch of filtering and all that stuff, they're trying to take away noise. So so you got a lot of background noise, and you're looking for a signal in a background noise, right? So let's say you're freaking standing next to a jumbo jet and it revs its engines and you start freaking yodeling. Your yodel is in that noise somewhere. How do you get it out? Right?
You're speaking.
You got to filter out all that other shit, right? You got to filter out all the other waveforms of the jumbo jet engine.
Yeah, but you're
And
speaking my
maybe you
love
can
language,
retrieve.
Leo.
Well, yeah, maybe you can retrieve the yodeling, but chances are you're not going to be able to if the signal to noise ratio, the signal being your voice, the noise being the jumbo jet engine, if there's a certain ratio, you can never retrieve the original unless you know what the source was in the first place. So if you had a perfect model of the jumbo jet noise, right, you could say, hey, this is what we recorded After Effects with this dude yodeling. Oh, there's this extra shit in there. We can extract the extra shit even though we have all this noise. It's because you know what the source was in the first place. You have what's called a priori knowledge of the source. So you can get a higher signal to noise ratio and extract the signal. But if you don't know what the source is, you can't do that. There's a limit, and it's probably like 10,000 to 1.
Well, Flatsy is the source.
Flatsy is the source.
Of the yodeling, yeah.
Of the yodeling.
Hey, India, have you read the CREN paper on the gravity waves? Have you read that one? The scientific paper.
So, wait, what do you mean?
So I'll get it up. So they wrote a scientific paper when they come out and they said they'd found gravity waves. So they wrote this scientific paper. They're 600 and something pages long. It's like a book. And basically what they observed natural phenomena that they based it upon was their model. And then, thank you. And then what they did is then they just eliminated all of your noise that you were talking about to come up with the exact replica of what their model was in background noise. And then they call that their independent variable. I'll try trace up the paper. Look, I'll try to trace up the paper and highlight the pages. But yeah, it's pulling the wool over people's eyes big time.
Yeah, dude, it was a complete scam. Like they should investigate that for fraud. Quite honestly, it's that bad. Like, I know people do like scientific stuff, but LIGO costs so much money, and then they were at the ending of their funding. They had like 6 months of funding left, and then they get a detection, and then they did a press conference. Dude, this press conference is hilarious. The press conference didn't have reporters at it. It had scientists that worked for LIGO pretending to be reporters asking the questions. I'm fucking, dude, no lie, dude. So they had a press conference in a little conference room with a little podium making their announcement. We detected gravitational waves. There was no reporters in the conference room. It was other scientists that worked on LIGO asking the questions, right? It was a completely concocted bullshit, right? And after they concocted this bullshit, you see in of course, I don't know if you guys know this, but 80% of the stories that are in the media aren't generated by that media organization. They're generated externally by them calling, hey, run a story on this, run a story on that. So LIGO fucking probably called around or emailed and said, hey, we just did this gravitational wave detection, because they get their funding from Congress. So they need PR in order to keep the freaking gravy train flowing. Right? So they get their detection, alleged detection, and all of a sudden there's interviews, and they're like, if you read the stuff at the time, they're saying like, this is going to open up a whole new field of physics. This is a whole new, now there's going to be like a university degree in gravitational waves. I got a PhD in gravitational waves. Like, that type of bullshit is what we're saying at the time, right? So they're anticipating, they want everyone in academia to get along because it's a whole new line of funding, right? Now the governments of the world are going to fund gravitational wave research. There's billions of dollars. You're in academia, and you're some gold level associate professor. Write a couple papers on gravitational waves. You can jump on this gravy train of grants and go forward. It's disgusting. It's like one of the most disgusting parts I've ever seen in, if you want to call it the scientific community, academia, whatever name you want to give it. It's one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. Period. End of story. How it all happened, from beginning to end. the cost, the funding, like the insertion of fucking bullshit into the fucking fake waveforms, the templates, the fucking fake press conference, the fucking media blitz, then going before Congress and getting another $4 billion. It's just horseshit. The entire thing stinks to holy hell. It should all be investigated. It's garbage.
Yeah, it's just like the same people that run NASA that did some kind of black ops farce that is forced into your realm of media truth. That happens all the time. It's crazy the way they can do that. They could just say that's what it is, and it doesn't matter how pseudoscientific it is. Actually, the worse the better, because it's just it makes it's kind of like a wink and a nod to the thinking man. A lot of that shit, like the space stuff too.
People
right?
need to start like these press conferences where they announce something, right? Some new scientific discovery. The researchers they do an announcement. They get on the podium. Blah blah blah. Start paying attention to who the reporters are. A lot of times these aren't even reporters. They're people that are in the fucking working group of the research that they're announcing was a success. They're the people asking the questions because they feel the reporters don't. This is their rationale. The reporters don't ask the right questions. So we're going to ask the questions and then the press will report on that instead of because the reporter might go, great, you could discover gravitational waves. How does this feed the hungry? Right? They're going to say something like that, and you don't want to have to answer that question. And why you should get $4 billion when there's starving people in the world, right? So, we're going to ask the questions.
Right, we're going to ask questions that lead to the answers we already have prepared. Yeah, of course.
And then the other factor.
The mob.
The average Joe don't give a flying fuck, dude. If I go to a truck stop, right? And just poll people that come through the truck stop. Hey, what about gravitational waves? None of them give a fuck.
Well, the reporters are just happy they're given a script. I mean, if they had to think of their own questions, it'd be a lot harder. They get paid the same, right? It's such a confidence game. It's like a confidence, and this is the complete pile of shit I'm going to give you. But the confidence I give it to you in is all that matters.
It's corruption. I don't even. It's like they believe their own lies, right? They know they're full of shit. I think who came up with LIGO was a guy named Max Tegmark, and so he's a physicist. It's going to be that other fucking moron too. There's a couple I don't know. They're famous in physics. They're not famous in the normal world with normal people. That's why I know about them. It's like Tegmark and fucking Susskind. If I was Susskind. So they're famous in the general relativity black hole fucking bullshit and cosmology and all that trash.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So they need public funding. So they have to lobby Congress. And then their congressmen, they want it built in their district. It's pork barrel politics using corrupted science but the pork barrel politics says, oh, this is going to create jobs in my district. If I create jobs in my district,
you think it's a money? Think it's a money laundering scheme as well?
Well, yeah, there's going to be kickbacks and all that shit that goes. It's politics. Of course, that happens. Nothing happens without a kickback, man. Nothing happens in government. Right. If there ain't a kickback, dude, the shit's not happening. But the point is that it's there's this big trough of money, and you got to think a way you can get it. Right, and they don't these are what I would consider, and I don't know why no one's clued on this. The pandemic. The only thing to say about the pandemic: people stopped going to work and the country didn't fall apart. That means their fucking jobs are not necessary. Why has nobody clued in on that? If 3/4 of your country don't go to work and your country don't fall apart, 3/4 of the people don't have jobs that are necessary to survive.
Well,
they're doing make work.
They forced the people to use the internet, and the internet saved everything. Right? They forced the old people to learn the basics to order their food or get something online instead of going to the store.
Yeah, but those people, their jobs that they were using Zoom calls to do, if their job disappeared, nothing would happen. No one would even notice. You're getting a check. Right. I was actually, this is really weird because I was talking to my son today. He said. He has a bunch of friends. My oldest son, he didn't go to university. But all his friends did. All the people he went to high school with, they did. And they have these jobs where they do absolutely fucking nothing and make a lot of money. So during COVID, he worked, right? And they just sat home, right? Doing Zoom calls, doing absolutely nothing all day, fucking playing video games, getting six-figure salaries, right? These people, like, they don't, like, they're not doing anything productive for society. They're just make work. It's just make work. But they have, like, from the perspective of the government, from the viewpoint of the government and government officials, what other choice do they have? Right? They have to do these make work projects, right? They know that this creates nothing useful for society.
Yep.
Other than it gives people a fucking job, gives them a fucking salary, so they don't grab the torches and fucking pitchforks and burn down the fucking Capitol. Yep. Right? So, like, you know what I mean? And I don't mind. It's the devil's workshop. Just keep these fuckers busy so they don't kill me.
Yep. There's just like this infinite amount of money that goes into these, you know, prime companies that are just like out there making commercials for Super Bowl, and you know that they're not paying. I mean, there's no way that a commercial could cost that much that makes like that many people go and buy the product, really. You know, like,
here's the funny thing. You heard that State Department dude, right? The State Department dude that was on earlier?
Yeah.
He was on when I first came on. You heard him?
That was hilarious, yeah.
Yeah. So he said something which triggered me to come in here, was like, oh, we wouldn't have made progress without the government. This is what this dude thinks is progress. A bunch of government make work programs, fucking people doing fucking jobs that aren't necessary and getting paid for them. That's human progress to this guy.
Yep. And the AI, he said too, right?
Oh yeah, dude. He just like, you got to be a troll.
We went to the moon. We must have went to the moon, and everything they say is real because there's progress going on, and if there's not progress, then none of that's real, right?
But you can't define what progress is. That's the thing. What do you consider progress? You got an iPhone,
You're using your cell phone right now, huh? You don't think space travel's real? Well, what about your cell phone?
Yeah. Well, why do you think all the old classics? Why do you think all the old classic science fiction novelists are PhDs in astronomy, astrophysics, theoretical physics, etc.? Because they got out of university and the only option is to teach or find a job that doesn't relate to your field of expertise. Because there's nobody wants to hire you for anything. So you write books.
Yeah, well, you write books, or you work for some pseudoscience company that says they're doing something that they're not really doing. That's one of the things that got me to, like, when I first started figuring shit out, is the guys that were talking about going to work and like having some success at what they were trying to do for their whole goal, and they're like, oh shit, you can't actually like do anything for real because then we don't get funding for next year. If we actually solve the problem we're working on, then we don't get funding because it's already solved. So put that away. You did a good job, but we can't let them know that we actually did what we're supposed to do, or we wouldn't get funding. Like, whoa, that is the way it works, isn't it?
Yeah, Sabine Hoffenfelder said recently that, like, she sort of did an expose on the life of a theoretical physicist coming out of uni, and that's basically why she's a fucking YouTuber, because nobody wanted to hire her for anything that was related to her.
She wasn't a maid. So. Yeah, she wasn't in the club, right? If you're not in the club,
she wanted to do fundamental physics, right? The foundations of physics, right? Really basic, bare bones shit. Right. Well, I'll give you an example. Why are there fundamental constants? Right. So those are like foundational questions. Not like whether there's a fucking black hole ring down in the middle of the fucking universe or something. Those aren't fundamental questions. We're talking like foundations of physics. She wanted to do that, and there's really no jobs for that. Because,
I see.
Because the government don't care about that because that don't make headlines, right?
Right. It's too actually real that they can't work with anything that's real because then they can't make up whatever they want about it. That's the whole thing. The globe is the fictional game board, And because of that, they can own space and say whatever they want about space because they know no one can get there. That's the fucking greatest fucking scam ever. No one's ever going to be able to verify any of this. We could say whatever we want about space and universes and going distances and having a little white dot on a screen and then interpreting it as this like fantastic planet that we just discovered. And it's amazing. It's amazing and it's shameless. It's so shameless that it's beautiful almost. I hope they're using that money and they're just taking all the NASA funding and burning it to keep the hyperinflation from happening or something. Who knows? Maybe, right? Some kind of thing about that. Maybe they're doing something good with it.
So I also think about quantum physics. So we got quantum physics, and it has a contradiction, a logical problem in it, right? So it violates the law of identity by having something in a superposition where it's two things at the same time. So that violates the law of identity. Yep. They just basically said, fucking 110 years ago, we don't even give a fuck. We're just going to keep going with this. That's like a fundamental physics question, right? So nobody's funding us to figure out how is this violating the law of identity? Because there's no fucking money in that shit.
Right.
Even though you think that would be important, right?
They don't have to acknowledge. They don't have to acknowledge any of that kind of stuff. No, because that's.
Oh yeah, they say shut up and calculate, right? That's what they say. Shut up and calculate.
Well, relativity, that's the crux of the biscuit right there. If you're just saying you can have the law of non-contradiction mean nothing because it's just a matter of reference frame. Yeah, this reference frame is totally valid, and every reference frame is valid, and every what does Zanuck say? Every measurement is valid from every reference frame, all the time, always, or something.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what it is.
But that totally violates the law of conservation of momentum and everything else. I mean, in every way, it violates every law because you can't have the Earth moving up towards the person that's falling from a plane on both sides of the ball without it expanding, right? It's going to expand. You can't have the Earth moving up, even though that's what special relativity requires, because all reference frames are valid, right? It makes no sense, and it totally debunks itself.
If you think about it, though, what is the major? I just came to this realization today. I don't know why it took me 50 years. The main problem with relativity that makes it just fucking a mental abortion and quantum mechanics is the time variable. They're all trying to compensate for their inability for fucking time to work out for them, as a variable. So that's what they're trying to fix in general relativity, the time problem, right?
Well, they had to make time variable. They had to make time variable.
They have to make time variable. And in quantum mechanics, time don't exist.
Right.
So, at the macro scale, they just say, "What is use a fucked up clock?" And at the micro scale, we're throwing clocks away.
Yeah, it's perfect. You can make whatever you want. If it doesn't exist, but it does exist at the same time, then you can say whatever you want because it's already violated every law of common sense and everything else. But yeah, the relativity thing is I call them relativitardation. Relativitards makes people retarded, completely retarded. I just posted a video recently, the epitome of relativitardation. Did you watch that? The guy was talking to Alan at EtherCause. I'll post it in the chat. Hey, Indio, did you catch the thing with Dr. Mike about the celestial theodolite on Globebusters and on EtherCause? And actually, Taboo Conspiracy did something on it. Bruhif was freaking out. Did you catch that? You're still here, Indio? Indio, did you dip? Or whoever else is here, I'll put it in the chat.
No, I'm here, man. I my headphones died. I just switch up.
Oh, right on. Did you hear what I said? Or I asked?
Yeah, I saw the Celestial Theodolite chat live when it was presented.
What did you think?
Well, I mean, I said what I thought that night, like in the chat.
I didn't hear you.
So I think Stellarium is not accurate, and that he should use a different piece of software.
Right.
I'm not saying he's wrong or anything like that. Stellarium might get the same result as a different piece of software, but like as far as like defending it, the Globerts, and it's already happened, right? Rufus already did it. They drag it into an argument about fucking the accuracy of Stellarium.
Right, and they're using it, right? They're using it to the one point that Ruhif does make is that they're using it to validate it as well as saying that it's not accurate. But yeah, he's just in denial. Actually, there was a whole thing. Did you hear him with Pizio?
Hold on. Back at him, dude. What do you mean validating? Like, they're using Stellarium to do what? To say it's wrong and right at the same time? I don't get how he was
claiming. That's what he was claiming. He's like, well, you're using Stellarium, so why are you using Stellarium? You're saying it's inaccurate. You can't use it. He was just being ridiculous because he knew it was. But then he was admitting that if unless that he said that only whatever Dr. Mike came up with is has to be wrong because of equipment, but the equipment has to be faulty. Otherwise, it is he's basically saying it screws the globe if unless his equipment's fucked up. So he was admitting that, it seemed.
Look, like if I was him, I wouldn't have made that argument. My argument would have been it's one data point, but then he'd have to throw out all his observations, and he's not going to do that, right? So you'd have to throw out his little theodolite video that's just one data point, right? Because he has a video where he used the theodolite and took the measurement of a mountain, right?
Well, he's gonna send a professional whatever, some guy that knows what he's doing with the theodolite. He's gonna send him out to Mike's house. Did you hear that? Yeah. It's like, so he must be worried. Anyway, it is just one data point, but it's cool that guy totally became flat earther, like full on, because of this.
I mean, I don't know if this would push me into the flat earth camp, but
it's one of the. He says also he was talking with the Ether Cause people, and once it's kind of like just like anything else, one thing kind of like tips you over and then everything else falls as well.
Yeah. You know what would be cool, right? Is to get, if you could do this, you have to use like an altimeter or something. Is try to use that same mountain, right? Pikes Peak. One from his house, one from, say, the halfway point. And do two simultaneous measurements from the top get the angle to the top of the mountain. And you'd be able to figure out, like, but there's always a problem, like, if you go back 6 hours, I doubt you'd get the same measurement result, right? So you have this problem that shit's always moving around, right? Like, because of the weather conditions.
Yeah, and its relation to the mountain's going to be different, until next year.
And then the fact is, you are looking up to a gradient, and they know this not from like crazy fucking geodetic surveying, right? So they did a whole bunch of surveys in California. I think it was like Mount Shasta and like a couple others. And they got the elevation of the mountain by doing leapfrog surveying, right? So they're not assuming the Earth's the globe. They're just trying to get the height of the mountain, like its prominence. So they leapfrog survey, right? They sight in the rod, right? Get that height. Then they go to that location. They sight in another rod, right? And they leapfrog, like making stairs up the side of a mountain. Horizontal. Go to the next state, like horizontal. They get a whole bunch of horizontals. right?
Yeah, nobody cares, you nasty nigger Jew. Okay, stop being a faggot.
Nasty
You bounce
niggers
swinging
can't be Jews, and Jews can't be niggers. It's
the fuck
against
on out of
Judaism.
here. Yeah,
Yeah,
you can totally be a
yeah,
fucking
you have to
nigger
ban
and a
off
Jew.
the server. So good luck.
Wow.
Good luck with the rest of your life.
Wow. What a stupid troll this guy did, man. That was like dumb. Not even funny. Go ahead, Indio.
Yeah, so, but the thing is, they also did it going back the other way. They did it coming down, and they didn't get the same number. Right? So think about that for a second. And it's because when you're going up, like, so if you're looking up to the gradient versus when you're looking down through the gradient, right? They're going up like basically a 45-degree angle. So you know there's going to be some degree of refraction because flat Earth or not flat Earth, there is a gradient, right? If you're looking up at a 45-degree angle. What they found out is that the refraction error is not equal, right? So there's a different amount of refraction looking up, looking down. And there's less looking up and more looking down. And I tried to point this out to Ruhiv over in the Discord, and he pretended like he didn't hear me and didn't say it, even though I know he knows about it. And the reason I know he knows about it is I brought it up to him many times before, a couple of years ago, talking about San Jacinto, right? I actually have a thing about it. The publication from the U.S. Geological Survey talking about this thing called unequal refraction error, meaning if you survey going up a mountain versus survey going down a mountain, you're not going to get the same height.
Yeah, differential leveling, right?
Yeah, differential leveling, but you're going up versus down, right? So you're going. Okay, so these guys say light curves down into the more dense gradient, but if you're looking up, right, that line of sight is not the same as a line of sight if you're. So I have something underneath me. I look at that, right? The light comes off that and goes up into a lesser density. So it's going to quote unquote bend down less. Whereas if I'm going the other way, it's going to bend down more. So we could take the exact same path of surveying, but then when we look at the measurements and we sum them all up, they're not going to sum the same number because you're going to have it. That's why I said it's an unequal refraction error, right?
Right.
So I explained this to Ruhiv. He tried to pretend it didn't happen. And I brought up a bunch of other stuff, and Ruhiv just like, he's got his little fucking thing that he's going to talk about, and he'll never talk about anything else. Yeah. Even though if you bring up all these things, which...
I don't ask him to or beg him to just believe that there is a God or use a scripture. No, I just start with our main point, which is just debunking his own entire universe. That universe that can exist with the coincidence. Let's just take it away from him. I just start with that. Show him that he have just a bunch of beliefs, and his entire word and ideology and atheistic ideology is just based on those beliefs.
Yeah, and those beliefs are just they're like I said, their foundation is the same thing. It's scientific empiricism and materialism. That's what they think. That's what they think it. That's the foundation of everything. Materialism. Even the Christians, though, that's what I'm trying to say is that even the Christians that defend Christianity, their worldview is based upon materialism. It's not based upon the supernatural, the spiritual world, or the realm of God, or anything like that. They think that like flat Earth, they would never defend it because they don't want to be called science deniers. They don't want to be called, backwards people that like are denying everything since the Enlightenment, right? That's like a stigma. I don't know about in the Muslim world if that's a stigma, but in the Western world, it is a stigma to place religion over science.
And it's in Islam too. And I was raised as a Muslim. I live in Morocco, so it's a Muslim country mainly. And I was raised as a Muslim, and I left that thing after I just understood everything. So flat Earth, and I started questioning the religion. The thing that I was afraid to question first time, to just say, "Oh, that thing is nonsense." I could start a critical question religion, and I left the mainstream Islam because it's just based, yeah, like you said, on materialism. They don't have any spirituality. They have to have some physical person to be an intermediate between them and God. They can't have that personal spiritual way that you can have with your creator, but it's like something that you must be on the group. You must follow the group. If you don't, you are a disbeliever and you will go to hell. The exact same thing that you will find with the Christians. You must do this. You must believe that that person is God or something like that. So there is some things that you'll have to do to be considered, or you will go to hell. Jewish as the same exact thing. Just bunch of materialists.
In the vegan chat, I brought up photos from space, and at first they were pretty like, "Oh, flat earther," because they just looked at my rolls, after talking. And I'm like, "Yeah, I do a vegetarian vegan diet," and they're like, "What's the flat earth stuff?" And I'm like, "Well, think of it this way, right? Like photographs from space that shows the Earth is a ball, right?" And they're like, "Well, yeah." Haven't seen the same photos that show the absolute ecological destruction of factory farms? And they're like, "Oh, yeah, yeah." I go, "No one cares, do they?" And they're like, "Oh, like," there's more to the conversation than that, but I kind of like ramped it up. I'm like, these photos are completely vacuous. No one even gives a shit. All they say is like, "Oh, it's a globe," and they stop. They just stop right there. And then I talked about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and photographs of space and did all this other stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I just don't believe. I said, if these photos were real, it would have had some better impact by now. Like I gave them kind of a little watered down version of overview effect. And two, I also framed it where minority groups, like in the past, atheists, vegans, or whatever, they are flat earthers. They were all like aligned. We all worked together as voice power in numbers and spoke truth to power, telling how things should be. Now they've got us fighting amongst ourselves. Like you'll have an atheist, a vegan, and a flat earther in a room together, and they're all arguing amongst each other, and the people in power are just laughing, just sitting back, kicking, having the getting the kick out of it.
I am permanently banned from some main atheist Discord, Arab Discord. I think 3 main Arab Discords for atheists, and they banned me permanently. I never disrespected anyone. I just challenged their belief. The only thing I did. They hate me to the bones. Just recently, I was not permanently, but just for 2 days, I think, banned from here. The channel called Shariha. It's a Muslim channel. If you go up, if you scroll up, you will find a channel where percentage is now. And when I got to the channel, they just did read my name, and they started saying that I am a blasphemous or something like that. And the mods of the channel, they didn't talk to me at all. So I just was kicked instantly.
Okay, so hey, let me read this. Like I said, dude, like empirical materialist atheist science is subservient to even logic. Okay, so let me read this to you. What someone sent me on X. What I said was, someone said basically implied I'm wrong because I'm a flat earther. I pointed out it was a genetic fallacy, and this is what they said. Hey, you dumbass, you and your dumb friends. How many times do we have to explain this to you? We are dealing with science, not philosophy debates. Science is based on data and measurements and mathematically calculated predictions about the future. Why do we have to explain this all the time? You can't use logical arguments in the physics context. How all retarded, or is it just you who slipped through the cracks? Now think about it. You can't use logic in the physics context. That's crazy talk, man. That's literally batshit crazy. You can't even have a conversation without logic. You can't even talk. Like none of the words you typed down, they wouldn't make any sense. Math, like physics uses mathematics. Mathematics uses deductive logic. What do you mean you can't use logical arguments in a physics context? Because they don't understand logic. They don't want logic applied to their what they think is physics, and what they think is physics is some fucking story, some quote unquote explanation of some natural phenomenon that they prefer. Right? And these guys all the time. Oh, explain this on a flat Earth. Why would I? Because I can give you. If I could give you an equivalent explanation, we'd still be nowhere. Because now you have two explanations that do the exact same thing. Now, how do you know which one's real? You're still in the same place. You haven't solved anything. You come up with a third explanation. Now you have three. And which one is the right one? They're all the same, right? Like, explanations are useless. They don't mean anything.
Yeah, thank you, Indio. I sometimes used to joke with the Globers when they talk about gravity and what makes the things fall. I just say the infinitely small, invisible tooth fairy. It's just that. So,
You got to add this on to the end. You hold on. When you say that, hold on, Necros. When you say that, you have to add this on to the end. And I have the same evidence that you have for your explanation. Nothing.
No, I can even use Cavendish. Do you want to see? Here, I can put some lead balls next to each other in a torsion balance, and you will be able to see them attracted to each other because of that tooth fairy, invisible tooth fairy.
That's pretty good.
It triggers them so hard, and they can't say anything. They will just start to insult you and say nonsense. You didn't even do anything bad. You just use the same exact method that they are using.
Well, because we all know, right? Their globe worldview really is a religion, and the explanation is like the same as like in a holy book, right? Holy book will like explain why something is, And like, if they don't have the same thing, they like they need that foundation. They need explanations for everything to feel better. Otherwise, there's the unknown. I think that's what these people fear the most is not knowing something. They want to be able to say, yes, I have an explanation for that. I know that. I can feel secure. And I don't have to be afraid that something's going on that I don't understand. It gives them like a false sense of security, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. They can't know. They can't say I don't know or we don't know or even no one knows. It's for me. It's so easy to just say it in front of them. No one knows. If they ask me about the moon, I don't know, and you don't know. Also, prove me wrong. You just believe what you think it is, but you don't know.
Evolution wouldn't allow to let them know.
I mean, you want to see them bug out, man? Just say, because when they ask you, if they say, well, why do things fall? And you say, I don't know. Nobody knows. And they're like, what do you mean nobody knows? I'm like, nobody knows. Nobody knows why things fall. No one's ever done that experiment. If you think there's an experiment that can determine why something falls, the cause, please present it to me. And they go fucking mental, dude. Nobody knows why something falls. The natural cause of that, nobody knows. People think they know it, but they don't actually know it because they can't do the experiment from which they would know it. Not yet. Maybe someday someone will figure it out, but as of right now, nobody knows, and they hate that because the gravity thing, that is literally like it's the cornerstone of the entire physics, atheist science worldview because it's the cornerstone of Newton and gravity and planets and all that shit, right? So when you take that brick out and say, hey, nobody actually has even really figured this out yet, you just think so. And once they realize that that's true, it's painful for them. It's mentally painful.
Uh, I think it's not just gravity. There is many things they are made like that. The creator, it was in his intention. I don't know. It's just a pure speculation. But there is many things that they are meant to be just like that. A question that will just remain not answered during the entire life of the human race. Like the moon, what is the moon? What is the sun? How those motherfuckers work? Where is that container? What is made of? Is there an edge or no edge to the earth? And like you said, that vector and what makes that downward or upward vector for the rising and falling things. So those questions will just remain non-answered during the entire life of humanity.
Yeah, I mean, what if it's just a what if it's just a property of nature and it is like there is no cause beyond it. Nothing's causing it. It's just the way reality was created with this natural phenomenon, and it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Like some things, it's just like why does temperature exist? Like there's like no cause to temperature. Temperature is just like a property of gases or and matter. There's nothing really like causing it. You can make it change. You can by doing different things, but it doesn't like it's just a fundamental thing. There's no digging deeper than it.
Yeah, for me personally, just personally, I don't use that in general discussions or debates against the globers. So the vector, I have scientific explanation with observation, hypothesis, and test with manipulating the independent variable and making things fall and rise. And sideways too, if you want, using electrostatics. That's one thing. And I also agree that this reality can be made on a three-dimensional base, like you have on any three-dimensional software. The 3D axis with every one of them having two sides, left and right, front and back, frontward and backward, up and down. And there is a real axis which is the up and down. That's what the things that have that natural thing and on them. The less dense go up and more dense go down, following that natural vector in the three-dimensional reality we are living in. And that up and that x-axis is not just up in the top and the bottom. No, it will be just complete opposite or dichotomy, up and down.
Yeah, that's too simple for them. It has to be a bunch of equations on a chalkboard or something. I don't know. Well, some of these guys are just like
Yeah,
some things. It's just the way it is, right? If I take an electron and shoot it through a magnetic field, it's going to veer to the left, right? It's going to veer in a certain direction in the magnetic field. Well, why don't it go in the other direction? Why does it take the direction? Why does it follow what's called the right hand rule? Why don't it go? Why isn't there a left hand rule where it just goes the other way? It's just the way it is. There's no cause to it, right? It's just the property of nature that exists.
Yeah, correct. Like I told you, if I want to use electrostatics as the cause of the vector scientifically, I can do that with with an observation, a hypothesis, and manipulating the independent variable, which is the electrostatics, and I can make things fall up by just making two Gaussian surfaces, the negative one in the top and the positive one in the bottom. And if I turn the current, I can make different material fall up toward that negative surface which is in the top. Human hair, I can make wood stick to the upward plate, so fall from the positive plate toward the negative plate. I can make those things levitate using the electrostatic current. By manipulating that, I can manipulate the rise and fall and the vector where the objects can go.
Ever seen couple things? So bumblebees, according to the theory of gravity, they shouldn't be able to fly because their wings are too small and their bodies are too large. So what they think is that the bumblebee is like vibrating and basically creating like a low pressure air pocket around itself, like because you know how bumblebees have like little hairs on them, that is vibrating at such a speed that like it's creating like a low pressure air pocket that gives it buoyancy so that it can fly around. And so check this out: there's also these spiders that will float right from one tree to another. And what they do is they put out a strand of silk that's like 10 feet long, and they just jump off the tree and they're suspended from this web of silk, this basically a rope of silk that they're hanging from, and that they can like fly across the sky. And they thought it was catching wind currents, and they found out through experiment that the silk actually creates a static charge. There's a voltage from one end to the other, and they're actually their silk is repelling the earth electrostatically.
Yeah, I understand.
I feel it right now. It's really windy.
Like you can make a balloon levitate above aluminum foil.
You can make a balloon stick to your ceiling just by having little kids play with them. One will actually stick to your ceiling. I did it the other day.
Yeah, like I told you, funnier than that, you can make it levitate. Just fly and stay away from your hand if you just take aluminum foil and wrap it around your hand or make a circle with that aluminum foil. So it just keep repelling that balloon, and you will just make it fly anywhere you want. Kids are playing with that in schools. I will share a nice video with you in the side chat. Those are kids playing with the electrostatics. Is it anti-gravity? No. Those assholes were understanding how it works. If they forgot, I don't know how it's happening. Here. Mike. For me, that is gravity at test. The real one. I don't argue using those things with the glow tart. They don't understand simple things, so those are. Here, a sarcastic title: anti-gravity test. You want to call it like that?
How does the water work on a ball? They won't demonstrate at all how the water works on a ball.
Like, okay, everything you said is false because X, Y, Z, P, D, Q. He'll never talk about any of those things. He'll just keep repeating the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, and he'll invoke extreme refraction if he has to, so there's no reason to talk to that guy ever.
Yeah.
Extreme refraction.
Certainly.
Okay, whatever. You see your own ass. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to talk to you. Doesn't investigate anything else but try to reify the globe through refraction. Yet says he'd go to an insane asylum if he were ever to realize he's wrong. But he doesn't investigate anything.
Well, it's because a few years back he made a ray tracer and was like, oh, I'm going to do this ray trace. I'm going to make all these predictions of what should be on the globe. And proceeded to go find cherry pick data.
Yep.
And feed it into his fucking ray tracer. But you bring up something like your ray tracer's trash because what wavelength are you using? Because refraction depends on wavelength. And like, what wavelength are you using? Oh, he won't say. Because he's using like this generalized refraction model which applies to nothing. Right? It's as bad as like using 7.6R. There's no basis for it. It's just like some model someone concocted in their fucking head that's disconnected from reality.
Yep. But do you think he's smart enough to realize that? And he's just arguing to try to, like...
He knows.
Reify? He knows.
I have no doubt. I mean, he could have cogged this. It's not because of lack of comprehension.
But it's almost worse for some of these guys that have been in the argument this long and
but the thing is,
know how to avoid things. If they're avoiding things, then it's like you're either in such cog dis and stupid because that's like really lame.
But who publicly debates? When people publicly debate, and I think they know they're wrong, then I'm like, you're a propagandist, dude.
Yeah.
Because you're just trying to fool people that don't know any better. Right, because you got to admit, a lot of people, like I talking about refraction, they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. The average person doesn't know anything about it. Someone just jumping in this topic, like you might know a little bit about. Yeah, that's what makes mirages or like something very simplistic. So when Rufus says, "I have a ray tracer," they go, "Fucking look at this guy, dude. This guy knows what he's talking about."
Yeah, it's a
And
confidence.
then they take what he says as holy writ, even though he's lying by omission. He's leaving out significant details which would affect his result, and he's using like a simplified model, even though to a layman it looks like a complex model, but no, it's actually simplified. But the layman don't know. But he does know it's simplified.
Exactly.
But he doesn't say
if it's
that.
tactical and strategized that way, that he knows better than you can't just say, "Oh, he thinks that's real."
Model. Yeah, so he doesn't go, I made this ray trace. It's a very simplified model for refraction based upon an idealized spherically symmetric gradient. He doesn't say that, but that's what it is.
But then he'll say, so are you trying to claim that simplifying something makes it wrong?
Yeah, I'll claim that. Yeah, it makes it wrong. It makes it wrong like a donkey clock. It could be right twice a day.
Well, it's good enough for him. That's all he wants. He will not look into anything but that.
What is the purpose of simplification of a model?
For the math to be easier on the layman.
No, then why do it at all? No, seriously, then why do it at all? The purpose of simplification of a model is purely what do they call it? Pedagogical. So you kind of going through it's almost like practicing, right? So you know how you play t-ball? T-ball's not baseball. But you're kind of playing baseball. It's like a simplified model of baseball, like home run derby. It's not as complicated as baseball.
Right.
But you still play, right? So that one day when you play baseball, you'll be able to actually do it.
You know you're going to hit the ball every
time. In baseball, right? So I play t-ball. Maybe I'll be good at baseball too. Let me go try baseball. So that's what these simplified models are for. You're like, I can do a simplified model. Maybe I can take physics in university and do the more complicated models. Maybe I can do that, right? So they're just the purpose is purely human. It has nothing to do with physics, right? It's not trying to model the world. It's not trying to be a hypothesis. It's not trying to match experimental results. It's not trying to do anything like that. It's a divorce from science. It's purely exercise for human beings. It's not for figuring out what the natural world is. Because the model is so simplified. Well, yeah, because the model is so simplified, it can't predict anything.
Right.
I mean, what would it predict? Like, would you take Rufus' model and like, oh yeah, I'm going to go down to fucking Boston Harbor and I'm going to look at a boat? You think fucking the Rufus model before I go do the observation? I'm going to wait till the boat's 10 miles away. The boat's this big. I'm going to be at this height. Rufus model, and this is the weather. I plugged in the Rufus model, and this is what I should see. And then I'm going to go down to the seaport, and I'm going to see that? You think I'm going to see what Rufus model says I'm going to see? Fucking of course not.
Well, he'll show you exactly. It's perfectly within the error of measurement. Just make that large enough, and then make the refraction unfalsifiable, because you can see your own ass, and there you go. You win every time that way. Does
anybody bring up the fact that he's making post-dictions?
Oh, all the time.
And what does he say?
He'll just, you can say that. You can classify it that way if you want, but it's reality. So of course it's going to be accurate.
What's reality? That it's a post-diction?
Oh, jeez, this guy, I don't even talk to him anymore. I always just bring up planes and he runs away.
You're not addressing what I'm talking about. Like most globe earthers generally agree with, NASA's, the schoolroom globe, et cetera. But if I were to have 10 flat earthers in the room and I gave them some arts and crafts, I don't think they would all build the same flat earth.
Yeah, you would have to identify what vantage point you're talking from, because I can go outside and look at it from the ground.
Yeah, it's kind of an issue too, because if you're using your classroom globe, they say, yeah, the Earth looks flat. It's so big. It's really, really, really big. Like, it's so big, and you're so small that it looks flat. And then they'd be like, well, the Earth isn't flat. But it looks flat, but it's not flat. It runs them into a contradiction, which is why they kind of suffer and why they get mad at the flat earther rather than address their own contradiction.
I feel like we're talking past each other. Or do we at least agree? Like first, let's go back. When you're trying to debate somebody on a subject, you should at least know how to argue the other side. And, I think I could put forth a decent flat earth theory, or at least regurgitate some of these ideas. But the inverse of that is, do you believe that even flat earthers agree on what the on what the Earth looks like? Yeah, sure, it depends on your vantage point. But when I ask you to do an arts and crafts with 10 other flat earthers, I'm not asking you to build me the outside world from your window. I'm asking you to give me, that kind of schoolroom globe, but your version of it. Do you think that even 10 flat earthers would agree on what that final product would look like?
No.
Yeah, you just would not paper mache it into a ball. Just kind of lay it out flat. Just like what they'll do, like in school, they'll say, hey, here's the ball. Now we're going to ignore that, and here's the map, and then pull down the Mercator projection.
But, I mean, okay, trying to keep this train of thought going. When I Google image search flat Earth, there's like 25 different random.
That's not an argument.
This isn't fair to your guys' case.
No, it does. It really does, because you could bring 25 globalists in here and ask them, hey, how far away is, like, say, Africa if they're in America, and see how many of them even get it close. Even in the ballpark. But
to be fair, most of us would go jump on Google Maps, and we're in agreement that that's probably the most accurate thing that we could reference. But what would a flat earther reference if I asked the same question?
They put down their noodle and they just use their Google. Without their Google, they really don't have anything to show at all, which is very difficult to debate someone or have a discussion with someone when the very best you'll ever get from them, the absolute best, is a very poor read of a Google it. The very worst is a complete thermonuclear meltdown as some content that they added that you don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
I've seen that happen. You're totally right. But thinking about, like, okay, I want to open the eyes of as many people as possible. shouldn't the flat earthers get together and kind of give me some kind of noodle brain?
Shouldn't the Globers get together and agree on whether the Earth is a sphere, a spheroid, an ellipsoid, a geoid, or a fucking pear?
What? My point that I was trying to get at was like, if you ask me Chicago to Africa, how long is it? Chances are I might just go jump on Google Maps and tell you a really close, to reality miles distance as a crow flies, and it makes it simple for 99.9% of the population. Why isn't there such a thing for flat earthers? If I were a flat earther, I understand that, you zoom out enough in Google Maps and it becomes a globe Earth. Why not have a competitor to this?
It's not the argument. It's not the crux of anything that we say. We're not claiming to know that. That's why.
See, this is the part where you've got people... Hung, listen. Hey. You've got people at the executive branch, the highest level of the U.S. federal government. Sarah Palin, you might be too young to remember this. She was asked about
I can see Russia from Alaska.
Yeah, stuff like that. And she also said that Africa was a country, not a continent. So you're looking like you could bring Sarah Palin, that last dude came in here, and you would get all kinds of crazy shit, all based on a very fundamental lack of knowledge in their own idea. And that's what we're battling against. We were trying to debate, like, hey, what's the Earth? And they don't even know what they're advocating for. They're just advocating for a not flat. And you're like, what does the word flat mean? And they think the word flat means like a pizza or like a disc. Isn't that a cylinder? Isn't that what you describe a cylinder as a disc?
All right. And they're like, fuck yeah. And I'm usually pretty good about not interrupting.
No, go ahead.
But my argument kind of came full circle, and I just want to call it out real fast. And it wasn't you. I forget who said it, but it was basically like, we don't claim to know. We just know that what's being taught to us is demonstrably false, and I'm putting words in his mouth. But my point is like, at the beginning of this conversation, it was like, how can you argue against us if you don't even know? But I think that's basically what the flat earthers are coming from, which is they don't even know. They're not making any positive claims. They're just defending what is already out there, like, I can see this mountaintop from this mountaintop. It only makes sense. Am I making sense? Like the argument started with like, hey, you can't argue against us if you don't even know what the hell we're all about. But it was just told to me right then and there, hey, we don't even know what it looks like. We're not making any positive claims. We are just, pointing out the contradictions in, current day logic.
What it looks like in its entirety. That's not what the claim is.
That's the problem for the globe side. They hopped on the model. They said, hey, our worldview isn't a world anymore. It's actually this paper mache cardboard thing that you see in a grade school classroom. They did that. They offered up their worldview in a model that you could say, hey, let's check it out. Does that model work? It doesn't work. And then they say, well, where's your model? Well, no, I'm not going to present a model because that's a reification fallacy. That's fallacious reasoning and fallacious logic, and I'm pointing out that you shouldn't have done it either. Because now that
go deeper into that reification fallacy. What? And maybe, yeah, I think a lot, fallacies are easy to fall into, but like I want that.
Oh, if I got a map, is that map the map, or is that map actually the terrain?
It's just a map.
There we go. Yeah. Some people will think that map isn't the map anymore. It's actually the terrain. It's a perfect representation of the terrain. And all maps are wrong. Every single one of them. Which is interesting because the globalists will demonstrate themselves. They'll give you like an AE projection, slap a flat Earth sticker on it, and then tell you it's wrong. And you're like, dude, do you realize that that's a globe projection from the top down using a mathematical equation? And they'll be like, yeah. And it's wrong? And they're like, yeah. Okay, well, what's wrong? The math or the globe? And they're like, oh, no, flat Earth is wrong. Okay, so why is it? So if you slap a flat Earth sticker on it, it's wrong. But if I peel that flat Earth sticker off, then it's right. And that's when they show the contradiction again. They shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have used a reification fallacy for their logic, because now their logic was fallacious. It was fallacious when they applied it to flat Earth, and it's just as fallacious when they apply it to their globe, which is why they got two different results for the same data set.
Reification, when an abstraction like a map is treated as if it were concrete, real or physical entity, when an idea is treated as if it had a real existence. I think that's hard for me to think about, because it's like yeah, nobody would argue with you if I took a map of Colorado, just the state of Colorado. Obviously they're not taking into account Pikes Peak and the elevation gains, because this is just a flat map on my desk. But if I go look at the scale at the bottom and I say 100 miles, and then from town A to town B, and I go drive my truck, maybe I take that scale and I use it on the highway, to be fair to myself, and then I go take my truck and it's within like a mile or two difference. I think that I would hold that map to reality. It would be about as real as I could hope for, right?
No, it'll be off.
Yeah, like I said, maybe a mile or two, right?
No,
Google Maps isn't off at all. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it'd be compounding errors.
Sure. Because we all agree that it's not perfect. But it's damn close to reality. And close enough that when I go fill up my tank, I don't get surprised by needing to fill up a second time if I know, it's a 300-mile trip and I have a 400-mile tank of gas. I guess like for all purposes, I can still use that map as my reality without any contradictions necessarily happening. Or, that error is so marginal that it doesn't really matter. Whereas, like, I would much prefer to see a flat Earth map that is more accurate, that I could say, hey guys, this road trip, yeah, it says 16 hours, 1,000 miles. But if you use this map, it's actually 15 hours, 55 minutes, and 1,200 miles. This map is more accurate. Whether I'm flying a plane or driving a car, you'd want to. I still have that desire to like.
All maps are flat.
He's using a beach ball as a map.
Yeah,
you never navigated on a sphere, dude. That goes against physics. You cannot navigate on a sphere.
Why can't you navigate on a sphere?
Because if you go to the realist level, you navigate on water, right? So you go to the real water, and then you grab a real sphere, and you add those two together. The water doesn't stick to the outside of a spinning sphere. You know this. Now you want to look at a cartoon and say, hey, in this cartoon, I can color the water blue color, crayon color on the circle or the sphere that you think is a sphere on the cartoon. And now you think that you're navigating and you're doing things on that cartoon and you're like a character on a cartoon. And you think, hey, yeah, I can do stuff on this cartoon. Therefore, it's happening in reality. So now you're navigating in reality where spheres and water don't work like you believe it does. And now in your mind, you believe something is happening, but it's not reality. You think the cartoon is actually happening, but it's just happening in your imagination. You're filling the blanks. You think you're navigating across places and you're in the bottom or the side of a sphere or of a spinning sphere, But that's just you making that up in your mind, believing it.
If I changed your argument from water to like air or clouds or something to that effect,
that will go against your argument. That will go against you because you can only have the air, the gas pressure that you're breathing when you expand your lungs. The requirement for that will be containment because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert. Listen, gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container, and that will debunk the globe.
Okay, but I guess without getting into that piece, I guess I wanted to.
For you to
come on, guys, hear me out. I wanted to change your example from water sticking
don't change
on a
the
spinning
example,
sphere to air or like clouds because I can go
Show us
use my
clouds sticking
telescope.
to a ball in a vacuum.
Oh God, come on, guys.
Show us air sticking to a ball.
I can go and observe this by pulling out my telescope and looking at Jupiter.
You're not listening.
In a vacuum, not in your telescope. There's no balls in your telescope holding gas. Stop lying.
But I can observe the
you
ball
go in a
that is
lab.
holding gas.
Can you go in a lab and demonstrate that, stupid? Then look at that with your telescope.
Let him make the claim because which he has, but he does not see that. He just sees a colorful circle. He does not see
light.
that.
I'll go get a flashlight. Maybe I'll have gases floating around me, and I'll be in space too by shining a flashlight at you from a distance. You won't even know I'm there. Isn't that weird, spectroscopy?
Oh my God, bro! Just keep him on the ground because he hasn't figured the ground yet. And now
I am on the ground. I'm a human with a flashlight. I'm on the ground.
Yeah, keep him on the ground.
Yes, and he still doesn't know what I am with a flashlight. That's all I'm saying. Forget the sky.
Aren't you guys just talking about gas pressure? I was just listening on YouTube.
Yeah.
Is there that much of a time delay? I'm like, what the fuck? I come in here and I hear fucking spinning water ball.
We all
Do you want to
jumping
hear
on
this
it,
guy
but
make up stuff about gas pressure that doesn't exist on a ball? I don't.
Okay, you can't use liquid as analogous to gas because they don't have the same degrees of freedom. They're not analogous. They're nowhere near the same. So it's not a swap it out type of thing.
Yeah. And you don't see a gas ball when you look at Jupiter. You have a story that goes along with it about what you see, right? And you believe it.
And I can see it, to be fair.
See what?
We all
Jupiter and its clouds.
A twinkly light, liar.
How do you can see that they're clouds?
Yes, and I can see those clouds moving.
Okay, tell me the visuals that led you to the conclusion they're clouds.
They look like clouds. They
Look like clouds.
spin like
I've never
clouds.
seen a cloud that ever looked like that.
Indio, I'd like to know
What is that?
telescope this guy
What's the
has.
that
If
that
he
you're
can
referring
actually
to?
see these
Yeah.
clouds.
So
What kind of
even
telescope do you
NASA
have?
admits. So NASA wanted to design this thing called an aragoscope. So they would put it in space. They would use edge diffraction to make a telescope. It would be 1.3 kilometers wide. Now, in their white paper documents, it even says Jupiter's not resolvable. That means there's no telescope on Earth where you can resolve features of Jupiter to any degree to evaluate them, right? You can see Jupiter, and it can be in focus, but there's no like really resolvable features.
Come on, you can see the big red dot on Jupiter.
Yeah, but it's not resolvable. You're confusing shit
what do you
that
mean by
CGI
resolvable?
picture. It's not resolvable in detail, meaning features. So you can
So
see
just to be
gross.
clear,
You
I
can see
the
gross.
big red dot moving.
Yeah, you can see
correct?
gross. No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Oh God, how long? How long
You
does it
literally
take to
take a
make one
picture of
rotation?
Jupiter.
Yeah.
You literally take a picture of Jupiter today, and then you go take a picture of Jupiter tomorrow, and you can see that the big red dot is different.
Yeah. So.
But you say it's not resolvable, and like this
Meaning,
was my
I was
point
talking
is that
about-
I can see this happening in other worlds.
Hold on.
So it gives evidence to that idea that.
Okay, hold on. It doesn't give any evidence of anything. Okay, so you're looking at gross features. You cannot see from those gross features that they're clouds. When I say not resolvable, is you can't see fluffy clouds. Okay. You can see gross features, differences in color. That's all you're seeing is differences in color. Maybe differences in form because the red
What
dot
makes
is a
up those
circle.
colors?
You tell me.
My understanding is that it's the gas that exists on Jupiter. And what are clouds?
And how can you tell that by looking at it? Do you really think that you can
the
tell
same
the
fluid
composition
dynamic
of
principles that we'd expect.
No, it doesn't. Oh God, dude!
I mean,
you're just making
that's
shit.
that's my understanding. But like, just
Post it in the
taking
chat.
it down
Post
to the
the fluid
elementary level.
dynamic. No, just post those fluid dynamic principles in the fucking chat, dude. These guys just make shit up, dude. This is why it's fucking annoying to talk to you guys. You just make shit up.
I can stare at a blurry red dot on this circle.
Tell me, what fucking magical fucking visual technique can you look at something and tell its material composition from?
Okay, let me change because I don't think I'm going to get
saying,
anywhere on
I
this.
looked at it. Now I know what it's made out of
let me
because I looked at it.
So you know that rover that recently landed on the moon that like fell over or something? I was just watching a YouTube video of like you can tell what time they took the photo, of it, laying on its side because you can see the clouds on Earth, and then you can you can look at the weather data on Earth and see those same cloud formations. So I guess.
Yeah, I want to.
This is another example of being able to
post that in the chat. Post that in the chat, dude. Yeah, post it in the chat. Because the pictures I saw, and no, I don't know they landed a robot on moon. I know there was a news story where people were claiming they did that.
Oh God, you got to meet me halfway at least.
Is that well? What do I know? What do I actually know? I know that there was a news story that people claim they did that. Do I know anything beyond that?
No. And how could you prove anything beyond that, other gentlemen?
They had a video of a bunch of people in a control room cheering at a screen that had a fucking CGI fucking lunar lander on it. And when I say CGI, it was obvious CGI. It was a little fucking goddamn low texture fucking 3D graphic.
So, just trying to respond to as much as I can with as much honesty as I can. I guess at least one data point of like confirmation that you can do in your own backyard is have a radio telescope. They're not expensive. You can DIY it with an old dish satellite TV.
What's that going to show you?
Radio. But hold on. You can track that lunar rover, and they did. Amateur astronomers, no budget. They tracked this lunar rover, and they were actually able to tell us, not related to the mission at all. They're able to tell us how fast this lunar rover was going across the surface of.
So the video you posted, did you not pay it? Yeah, did you not pay attention to the video you posted? It says it matched it to a simulated view. It says simulated view using
of what?
I'll take a screenshot, dude.
Of the weather, right?
A simulation of the weather, not the actual weather.
Ooh, this guy thinks simulations are real.
Don't forget, dude. He wants you to meet him halfway, so you gotta accept them.
Yeah, it looks like a perfect match of the simulation to me, dude. Even if this wasn't a simulation, there's no way to see if that matches.
I mean, I think we can see just from this screenshot that
we can't.
It's a pretty damn close match.
Okay, tell me objectively what you picked out of this. Yeah, tell me objectively what you picked out of this where they match. Something we can objectively measure.
Objectively measure?
Yeah, objectively measure, not like it seems the same to me.
Well, I think this goes back to my original point.
You're going to tell me how black people look alike?
Clouds.
You're going to tell me how Chinese people look alike too? Do all Chinese people look alike?
Hell no.
All Earth freaking pictures look alike, right? Yeah, fuck, dude, stop. It's a simulation anyway. It didn't match. You just made that shit up again. Or you didn't pay attention.
The fake picture matches his other fake picture. So he's convinced. Brother, why can't you just go to the observatory and zoom in on whatever RTARD rover you think's rolling around on the moon?
I want
to see the moon with your eyes.
I want to ask you a question. Do you feel comfortable with your entire worldview are the claims of strangers on an idiot box saying, we did this, we did that, believe us, please.
Yes, he does. He loves it so hard.
Like how can you like live your life thinking your ultimate reality is some shit that someone said on TV, someone you don't know said, this is what we're doing. And you're just like, okay, I trust you, and just fucking, I'm just gonna believe you.
I
Like,
think taking this question seriously.
We can't.
No, this is a serious question. I'm not trying to be. This is a serious question. Why would you your existential worldview of what you think reality is based upon claims of strangers made through a fucking screen?
Yeah, I
it's
think
like the ShamWow guy. He's going to sell you a better one tomorrow.
ShamWow.
Yeah, it's like
Isn't he in
ShamWow.
prison?
I went to the moon.
Isn't he in prison though? Didn't he get busted trying to like? Never mind. We're not going to go there.
But I'm just saying.
Let him answer the question though. I want him to answer the question. Like,
I think that on its face, I'm not satisfied with that, and I want to try to confirm this as much as I, whatever the truth claim is, I'd want to be able to try to verify it myself. But I think that part of the reason why we've come so far as a species is because we have specialization.
What does that mean? I hate when you guys say that. It's bullshit. What do you mean when you say come so far as a species? What the fuck does that even mean?
Well, I drove here in a car today that had a combustion engine that I really don't understand how it works, but it does work, and I trust those engineers.
How is that coming far? How is that coming far? What does that even mean?
Well, I think my parents' generation would kill to have a car like mine, right?
So what? What does that mean for anything?
Well, that means
just a bunch of preferences. Who cares, dude?
I'm better off trusting instead of trying to verify.
Better off trusting.
You're not even letting me finish.
No. You're saying absurdity after absurdity, dude. Like, it's hard to listen to you because you're better off trusting. How'd that work during the pandemic?
Trusting who?
Look, dude, in reality, right? These concepts you have in your head of what doctors know, scientists know, blah, blah, those are mental constructs. You don't use any of them in your day-to-day life. Right? You're not fucking going, the engineer, I trust that he built the fucking car. I'm going to hop in it. If your car doesn't work, you're like, goddamn engineers, they don't know any fucking science. You're like, look, you're putting these idealized things and just like sprinkling it on everything. Unjustified. There's no justification for it. You use your car because your parents said, you saw the car. So you're like, hey, this is a quicker way to travel. I don't want to get tired fucking walking. I'm going to buy one too. And that's why you bought one, not because there's a bunch of scientists or fucking engineers. And then you use it. And then when it doesn't work, you go, fuck, it doesn't work. Okay, I'm going to take it to the mechanic and fix it. You're not like, I should have trusted those engineers because they know all this science. Dude, you're spinning a yarn.
Yeah, and why did it go from technology and science and nature's free from technology and science that cost you money when the very epitome of technology and science was supposed to be smarter people doing it cheaper? Get real, man.
But I'm going to point out that that's your comparison of what they're claiming versus I drove a car around and they used to be in horses and buggies. Okay? There's a big difference because they're claiming to be in a place where everything, the laws of physics are completely different. Your experience that you would have, say you went to the moon, right? Would anything be the same?
No, you would not be able to trust your car and buggy and your horse on the moon. No, physics wouldn't work.
It's all different. When you drop something, it's different. You spit into the air. Everything, biologically, everything would fucking work different because, gravity and all the things that, your body is acclimated to adjusting for. All that shit would change. You'd probably have explosive fucking diarrhea, shit in your eyes. Like, you'd be all fucked up if you went to the environment that they say exists. Right? But you just accept it. Oh, go ahead, Renakos.
A personal experience. I had more than 7 months of rest and insurance refund just because I could lie. I understood what is the problem there. So I could lie to the doctor and tell him that I have mental issues. So he gave me drugs and he gave me rest. And that I can't drive for that period of rest. So I was refunded from the insurance for everything I paid up, and every day that I couldn't go to my work for 7 months, just because, trust the doctor, and even the other doctors.
Doctor's literally the worst thing to be trusted.
Because those even the other doctors, it was, I think, 5 other doctors, different doctors that work with the insurance that will have to do another visit to me and see what's wrong with me, to see if I'm just lying or something like that, and they couldn't find anything to just so I was sick for them because I could act like sick man.
Okay, so listen, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, we trust certain things. This is different. It's different, dude. It's completely different. What they're saying is the truth. You can't test it. Untestable. It's unverifiable. We can't test it. And the consequences of the claim, right? Say their claim is true. What are the consequences? Now you're in a uncaring, you're infinite speck in a gigantic fucking vacuum created by a Big Bang nothing, right? So the existential consequences are vast. The claim is fucking extreme, contrary to all human experience, and it's contrary to experience reality. Right? It's not the same thing. Saying, hey, we used to travel at 20 miles an hour, now we travel at 40 miles an hour, that's not really that extraordinary.
Not at all, smart fart.
And I wanted to tell him that when he gave that analogy with the car, and he just don't understand how the car works, but he trusts the experts. No, you don't want. The car is available for you to verify. Space is not. It's not the same exact thing. Now I can show you a 12-year-old kid. He can tear apart a motor from a car and assemble it again. And he's not an engineer. You won't be able to tell me that a 12 or 15-year-old guy is an engineer. No, he's not. But he just decided to investigate.
Is the guy going to reply to anything that is being said?
I'm listening. I'm letting him talk.
You can respond if you want.
It's 3 people.
So yeah, I think the thing that didn't resonate with me is the fact that you're under the belief that we cannot verify a lot of the stuff that's happening in space. Whereas
How do
I
you
would
verify
ask. So, yeah, see, you can't even get a word in edgewise. I think everything that's within our power to verify has been verified, and if it was not, we would know about it. For example, I'm trying to think of like stuff that we can run in our backyard, but I have a telescope, and I can visually see that Jupiter has a big red dot. I don't have to listen to the
stuff is not
fake photo.
verifying
Yeah,
anything.
okay.
Look, nobody disagrees that Jupiter has a big red dot. We agree on everything that you see descriptively. We see the same thing. We all see the same thing. We're not arguing with that. We're arguing with the conclusions you reach about those things is unjustified.
Sure. And
okay? There's no justification empirically for you thinking Jupiter's made of gas. The only reason you think they're made of gas is because somebody whispered in your ear, they're made of gas.
Yep.
The thought never would have crossed your mind if someone didn't say it to you. No matter how many times you look through a fucking telescope.
You would have never even said the word Jupiter if nobody even said there's Jupiter up there.
And even if you look, let's say you're looking at some phenomena that is related to gases, even if that's the case, and you're looking with some type of equipment and you say, look, I'm looking at gas, whatever, you come to that conclusion. That doesn't mean you live in a spinning water ball through the vacuum of space.
Yeah. I haven't put forth any of these conclusions, or I've at least tried not to. I'm just more trying to like find examples that we can all relate on, that we can all see with our own eyes, or verify in other ways. I'm trying to think
We see
of other ways
twinkly
to verify
lights.
besides seeing. But I think that even without knowing the name is Jupiter, I think the fact remains is that seeing it is at least one shred of evidence to the fact that Jupiter exists. Jupiter is at least circular in shape, stuff like that.
Yeah, but
It
there
gives
is a
evidence
difference
to those
between the
claims.
phenomena. There is the observable phenomena that everybody can look at. We can all look to the sky and observe this. I can look with my eyes. You can look with a telescope. The other guy can use a camera, phone, or binoculars. We can all look at the phenomena. Nobody disagree with the phenomena that we're observing. But now you're gonna believe that phenomena is whatever cartoon you draw on paper, and you're gonna replace the observation with the belief and say, this is what it is. This is what the phenomena that I'm observing is, this ball of gas in the vacuum of space. And the observable phenomena and your erroneous conclusion are two different things. They're not the same.
But to be fair, in the same sense, I can observe the phenomena. But then a scientist
saying
might
you
tell me
observe.
this phenomena happens because Jupiter is supermassive and blah blah blah. I can observe the phenomena of my car engine making a bunch of noise and gas coming out. Let me finish. I'm not going to take long. I can observe the phenomena of my gas engine working, having 10,000 times an explosion, but I don't have to necessarily prove, or I don't have that desire to learn about the tensile strength of steel to prove what I already see with my own eyes, which is the engine is working and it's not
Jupiter,
exploding.
what would you know about it? If you look at a twinkly light, pair of headlights off a car driving at you as far away as Jupiter, would you say you know what the motor is inside of it now? Or would you still be dumbfounded and look at pretty twinkly lights and have no clue what the hell you're looking at, like we're trying to tell you?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Since you brought up the
I feel like
car and you said
I
you
wouldn't
don't
be able to
understand the
determine
car,
the
you don't
engine,
know how it works.
but
So
I
if the
would be able
car
to
is,
tell you how
if
fast it's
Jupiter is a
going.
car, you're sunk, right? I say Jupiter's a car with a real motor in it.
Tell you
Now you're
something, if
stupid.
Jupiter is
Okay.
gas, definitely is not inside an ever-expanding vacuum.
Well,
Can't
this is
be.
another false equivalence, comparing something you have access to, okay, with something you don't. Now, but listen, and I have to use this analogy way too much. Now, imagine you can't touch your car and you have no idea of how the internal combustion engine works, and you can just look at it, and let's pretend it's transparent. You can look at it and you can make predictions about how it works without knowing anything about actually how it works, right? You can make a kinematic model of how it works with no knowledge of the dynamics behind it. We do this all the time. Everything, all the orbital predictions, those are all kinematic models. They're not dynamic models. So the point is like, if I was in a house and I could see out a peephole, right? And like I can't get, everything's blacked out. I only see out the peephole. And I look at the clock, it's 8, and I look and I see a bus go by through the peephole. And I look at 8:30, a bus goes by. And then I look at, 9 o'clock, a bus goes by. I can predict when the next bus goes by, and I don't have to know anything about a bus. I don't have to know if it's made of gas. I don't have to know if it's made of metal. I don't have to know how the internal combustion works, whether bus drivers exist, what the purpose of a bus is.
Whether it's orbiting or just driving straight.
I don't need to know
at you.
anything. So, like, you're confusing, and a lot of people do this, they confuse the description with the explanation. Now, we concede your description, you see X, Y, Z, but you've integrated the explanation into the description without even realizing you've done it. And a lot of people do this.
I think I do this because when I integrate the explanation into what I observe, it's never contradicting. And if it were contradicting, I would of course change my opinion. And maybe what I'm observing is a falsehood, and eyes play trick on you, whatever.
No.
Contradiction.
See, you're saying that it's the description that would be the falsehood. No, it's the explanation that would be. So you're trying to preserve the explanation at all costs, and you're willing to say that if the explanation doesn't match the description, I'll abandon the description.
No. I'm sorry. It works both ways as far as I'm concerned.
No, there is no crossover, dude. Because science is empirical. It isn't based on explanation.
Explanation's not working for anybody.
If we find a contradiction in like the equation for gravity, but the apple still falls from the tree and hits the earth.
If we find a problem,
that description still remains true, but the explanation doesn't, and vice versa.
Equations aren't explanations. Equations are descriptions.
I would look for the exception to your stupid rule. If you said, "Hey, Democ, all these things have to go down," I'd say my fart went up in the water. You're a liar. The helium balloon goes up, heat goes up, anything in there with a negative potential goes up. Don't be so stupid, dude. Stop acting like you thinking a fucking drunk guy or a high dude back in the day who fell out of
fucking math isn't a force. That's fucking funny, Aethergrass. Dude, right. It's fucking funny. Math isn't a force.
It's not.
I know that, dude, but that's funny as fuck, dude.
Well, I told them that. They don't listen. 0 is not a force. 5 is not a force. I told them that a long time ago. They don't listen.
So what if NASA and or whoever, some astronomers come out in 10 years or 100 years ago, everything we thought about the composition of Jupiter was fucking wrong. What happens to what you think you were observing? You looked through your telescope and you saw Jupiter do XYZ, and you thought XYZ, the reason for that is PDQ. And then they say, well, it's not PDQ, it's fucking double elemental P. And you're like, what were you observing the whole time then? Was that wrong? What was wrong? The explanation was wrong.
Exactly.
So explanations don't mean anything, right? They're just like filler that we tell ourselves to make ourselves feel better as human beings. But the only thing that's actually true is the description.
So I'm trying to follow.
I know it hurts,
so like if I see an apple fall from a tree and hit the earth, but it's actually, later. Well, hold on. Later, it's been told that that's not actually gravity that's affecting this apple falling straight down from the tree and hitting the earth. It's actually us moving through space, and the acceleration of us moving through space made the apple fall from the tree to the earth.
I'd say stop making up stupid ass
It would still explain why I saw the apple fall and hit the earth.
Yeah, that's right. You'd have 2 wrong explanations. Congratulations. You achieved
right. It's not going to help.
I think that's like a good example of like what you're saying.
No, you guys should stop making shit up. Newton should stop making shit up. Fuck, man.
Hey, then be specific.
Okay. I'll give you the crux of the problem. Is like, this is a long way around to go to affirming the consequent. So this is what you're doing. Okay? You're doing a classic affirming the consequent. When I eat pizza, I get full. I am full, therefore I ate pizza. Now, when I eat pizza, I feel full. That is descriptively accurate. When you go to, I feel full, therefore I ate pizza, that is an explanation of why you're full. But you could have eaten chicken. Or drinking too much water.
Now apply that to my example.
Okay. I see the red dot on Jupiter, therefore it's gas.
Apple fall from the tree, please.
Oh, the apple fall from the tree. Well, you tried to put the causal mechanism in there. That's unjustified. What was the causal mechanism? How did you determine? Now, how did you determine? You said it was caused by gravity. Okay, what's that?
No, that's my point. I'm not even making these claims. You were asking, like, what if they change their mind? What if everything we see in the world is different than what it actually is? The fact remains is I saw the apple fall from the tree and hit the earth.
Yes,
but if it's being explained by something different.
No, it's gravity. Hold on. Gravity is descriptive. You're confusing things. Mathematical models that make predictions are descriptions. They're not explanations.
How you know that Superman can be hurt by kryptonite?
Okay, if I use little g to predict how fast the apple falls from the tree and the time at which it will hit the ground, that's descriptive. That's not an explanation. When I say, hey, what caused that? Oh, the mass of the apple and the mass of the earth attracted each other, and they smashed together, and that was the cause. That's an explanation, right? The thing is, we have empirical evidence of the 9.8 meters per second squared. We don't have any empirical evidence of the apple attracted the earth and the earth attracted the apple and they smashed together. There's no empirical evidence of that.
Or of the apple falling to the center of the earth. Snoopy.
Gravity is like the worst example you can use because it is the worst. The worst. And I'm not saying this lightly. The worst scientific concept, so-called scientific concept there is, because people often conflate the cause with the effect.
I've heard everything you said.
Everything's gravity.
I haven't heard how this applies to being hungry after pizza and full.
Because affirming the consequent.
Please apply your analogy. That's all I asked.
To gravity? Because there could be other possible reasons.
Oh, God.
Could be magnetism that they had no clue that existed.
I see something. Look, dude, you said, what caused the apple to fall? You said gravity. But gravity is something falling. How can that be the cause and the effect at the same time?
I feel like I need to you told me I'm confused. Then you talked to me about how I eat pizza and I'm no longer hungry and I'm full. Therefore, I'm full. I must have
gravity was a bad example.
I'm asking you to please.
Yes, therefore the apple.
Please apply this analogy to my apple falling from a tree.
Hold on, bro.
If I may,
this has been going on for like 5 minutes.
Okay, are you listening? I said your gravity example was bad. I did the affirming the consequent in regards to your claims about Jupiter being a gas. I wasn't talking about gravity specifically because that gravity as a concept is ill-formed and you can't apply anything to it because you can't differentiate the cause from the effect.
You have to admit that you're being dishonest.
Okay, if I ask you, if you say to me, okay, but you say to me, gravity exists, and I go, okay, what's gravity? And you say drop something. Is that the cause of the effect?
The effect.
Okay. And then I go, hey, what caused the apple to fall? And you go, gravity. Now you just said it's also the cause. But you also said gravity was the effect.
Indio, can we give him an if-then statement about...
It doesn't, the affirming the consequent don't apply to that because nothing applies to that. It's just illogical on its face.
So Tic Tacs, the description of gravity, or at least the causal mechanism, as far as Newton is concerned, was mass attracting mass. Of course, that wasn't really his, but are you claiming that, or would you like the description or the affirming the consequent form with that?
No. I think we've gotten off track. I'm not even making any claims about gravity or not. I'm trying to make. Can I finish the sentence without you interrupting? I'm trying to give examples or trying to find examples that we can all agree on when we observe the universe around us. What is truth, what is not, and then okay, what if who we should listen to an authority and who we shouldn't, and when do we change our minds, etc. So I'm not making any positive claims about what gravity is or how it exists. I'm just trying to find examples that we can all agree upon. For example, I don't know the tensile strength of steel, but yet I trust that my engine having 1 million explosions in it isn't going to explode in my face. And in the same sense, I don't understand the fluid dynamics of the clouds on Jupiter, but yet when I observe it through a telescope, I can clearly see these are cloud-like objects rotating around Jupiter, and I can see the change over time.
You're just talking. Everything you said is bullshit. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Great argument.
Float on a grain of sand in a vacuum.
I'm going to go into detail of how it was bullshit. I already told you. First of all, I'm going to go through everything you said. I already told you how we can agree on things. We already agree. We agree on everything descriptively. Okay? We all agree that we see the same things. And I already told you, equating the tensile steel with fucking strength, which you can fucking actually physically manipulate, with staring at an unresolvable fucking circle in the sky and saying its composition is not the same thing. I thought we
agreed. It is resolvable. I can see the moons circling Jupiter. I can see the big red dot on Jupiter. What more resolution do you want from your own backyard?
Resolution required to see clouds.
Oh, so the big
features
red
of
dot
clouds.
doesn't qualify as a cloud to you?
No. Why would it?
What
A
is
red
it?
dot. What tells me I see a red dot? Why would that be a cloud?
Yeah, why is the red dot?
You feel
Is a
strong
red dot
enough
a
to make
cloud?
the
Tell
claim
us
that it's
why
a red
is a
dot.
cloud. Tell us why a red
But
dot's a
that's-
cloud.
Why is the red
Great
dot in
question.
the exact same position 24 years later?
It's not.
How come it disappeared for a while?
Great question.
Really?
So,
NASA
let's be clear.
has two
Let's be
photos
clear.
20 years
Story
apart where it's the
So
exact
here's some
same.
story time.
So no. I'm not even. I'm
Yeah,
trying
no,
to
it's
ask
gonna be
you.
story time.
You have enough confidence in your faculties to agree that there's a red dot on Jupiter, correct?
We can see it.
Oh, great. So you have enough resolution to be able to see the red dot on Jupiter.
Yeah,
so
that's
how
right.
much more resolution do you need
To see clouds?
to make positive
To see
claims
clouds,
about
you
Jupiter?
probably, according to NASA, you need a 1.3.
I'm asking you.
According to NASA, right? Because the most important astronomy equation in astronomy is the diffraction, is the Rayleigh criterion, which is the diffraction limit. We can calculate how big a telescope has to be for Jupiter to be resolvable. And according to the equation I saw from NASA, it's 1.3 kilometers.
So am I not looking at Jupiter through my telescope? Because I
Not
certainly don't have a 1.3 kilometer.
Are you retarded? I'm going to say it again. It's not resolved.
What about it is not resolved?
That you cannot see features.
Okay, so is the big red dot a feature or not a feature?
What
It's
the
not,
fuck is
it's
a big
not
red
it's
dot?
not a feature of the surface. It's a difference in color, right? But it's not texture, right? Is it? Do you see the texture of the red dot?
When I take a picture of Jupiter
see the
today, and I
you see
take
the
a picture
texture
of
of the
Jupiter
red dot.
a month from
How
now,
thick is the
and I
red
see a
dot?
difference in the big red dot,
dodging.
is that
Do you
not
see-
big enough resolution
No,
to
you're
make claims?
dodging. You're dodging, dude. Do you see texture?
Define texture. I think I can.
Motherfucker, dude. Define texture.
I certainly
Really?
don't see 3D in my telescope. So if that's what you mean by texture, no. But I certainly
Texture,
can.
meaning
I
you
can
see-
certainly make out the shapes of objects.
Okay, let me
like
ask you.
the big red dot on Jupiter.
We'll try this another way. An object? What makes you think it's an object?
Maybe I'm being loose with language here.
Okay, so really simple. What's the smallest resolvable feature on Jupiter? You can give it in angles or absolute sizes. I don't care which. Smallest. Is it 100 kilometers? Is it 500 kilometers? It's 1,000 kilometers?
One of its moons. So I don't know.
That's not on Jupiter, though. So
I mean, it's near it. It's close enough.
Can you resolve features on that moon?
Not from my backyard telescope. No.
Why not? What would be the smallest feature on one of those moons you could resolve? How about if they had a mountain on a mountain that was 100 miles high on Jupiter's moons? Could you resolve that?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, no. The answer is no. And there's no difference for the surface of Jupiter. That's what I mean by. That's what I mean by. Hold on. Get to the point. That's what I mean by unresolvable. You cannot actually resolve features. And because you can't resolve features, you can't resolve that they're clouds. Okay? You're just inferring it, dude. Unjustifiably.
Great. Why is it unjustified?
What if Jupiter's a fucking liquid?
What if it's just a light?
Okay. So my claim
molten lava.
There's clouds on Jupiter is unjustified because
Yeah, that's right.
What if it's a fucking liquid?
Yeah, that's what affirming the
Is
consequence
that really the argument?
Yeah.
Not what if it's a liquid. It's you can't prove that it's a cloud.
You can't prove it's not a liquid. You can't prove it's not a light.
What was your choice between cloud and liquid? How did you make that arbitrary choice? How did you pick?
I think just the things that were told to me. This is something that
And what did I say?
totally admit to.
Okay, that's what I said.
I think that
And
measuring if
They
it's
could be
clouds
right.
or not from my backyard telescope is effectively impossible. But I
Now
think
you're going to
there's
concede everything I
evidence-
said. You just spent fucking 30 minutes arguing me and just conceded every fucking thing I said. Dude, you wonder why we're yelling at you and interrupting you?
I think
Jesus
that's
Christ.
the annoying bit. It's that I'm
That
over
you
here
just
telling you,
conceded
hey,
everything I
I
said?
can
Yeah.
see this big ass cloud from my backyard telescope.
It's still a cloud.
Version of the big red dot.
You just
on
like
Jupiter.
looped right back
I
to the
can
thing.
see this with my own eyes. It's a shred of evidence to give proof to the claim that, hey, maybe Jupiter is a big gas ball and these are the big massive storm that's happening. So I can see this, and I think it gives evidence to the claim. But your retort
no, you just conceded that you can't tell if it's a cloud or a liquid. You already conceded that, and you just looped right back like a fucking NPC who ran out of town and came back in, and all the scripts fucking repeated. You can't tell it's a cloud visually, period. And you fucking know it. You just won't let go of your gotcha, as if it ever was a gotcha. You're just fucking delusional at this point. Look, you can't tell if it's a cloud. You can't tell if it's a liquid. You can't tell if it's molten lava. You can't tell if it's fucking a bunch of marbles or fucking sea turtles or any other goddamn thing. You can't tell. Someone told you a story. This is what it is, and you're sticking to the story and in here defending it as if it's yours. You can't tell visually if they're clouds. You can't tell visually if they're clouds.
If I told you right now I'm speaking to you in Chinese, but I implanted a chip in your brain when you were a baby that translates Chinese.
Yeah, you're muted. We're not doing that, dude. We're not doing that. You gonna tell me about the fucking Pied Piper instead of addressing the fucking substance of the issue? Nothing you said is fucking analogous to what I'm talking about. Fucking you fucks are so dishonest, dude. You literally conceded everything I said. And you're just going to make the same argument after you already conceded everything. You said, I couldn't tell from my backyard with my telescope, which is what I said. Unresolvable. You can't tell if they're gas clouds or what the fuck the composition is. You couldn't do it anyway, even if you had a fucking gigantic telescope. You can't tell by just looking at them. What do they say how they do it? Oh, we use reflective spectroscopy to see what the composition is. From 93 million miles away, we can see shit 3 parts per billion, which is better than a mass chromatic spectrometer on Earth when you actually have a sample of the fucking thing you're analyzing. Somehow they can do it from 93 million miles away better than they can do on Earth. Now, you can believe that shit if you want, okay? It's on you. But the thing is, it's a fact that you can't tell the composition of Jupiter by looking at it out of the telescope in your fucking backyard. And the idea that you can is fucking insane. Look, how about this? I go to your house. I'm going to bring a piece of fabric. You're going to take your fucking telescope and you're going to fucking zoom in on the fabric and you're going to tell me what kind of fucking fabric that is. Think you can do that? Yeah, that's what I thought. You're not going to be able to tell if it's cotton, rayon, xeon, fucking silk, whatever. You're not going to be able to tell with your fucking telescope. Especially if it's unresolved. Dude, like, let me ask you this, just an honest question. Do you think in 500 years from now, all the shit you believe about planets, stars, black holes, galaxies, all that shit, you think in 500 years, they're going to be like, yeah, they figured that out in 1980? And they're still using that 500 years from now in fucking 25? They're like, those motherfuckers, dude, at the end of the fucking 20th century, they were fucking smart. They had it all figured out. We're still using the shit that they came up with 500 years before. You really think
I didn't realize you unmuted me. I think the thing that I respect about it, because we could certainly be wrong. I think the past 500 years can prove that. But I think the thing that I respect about it is that the people today have enough balls to make positive claims instead of taking the easy way out of saying, oh, I can't prove anything, therefore I can think what I want to think.
No, you're not. Have you ever listened? No, seriously. Have you ever watched a scientific conference, like an astronomy conference, between scientists, like how they talk, how they present their information and their data to each other? Have you ever watched anything like that? I'm just curious, dude. This isn't like a gotcha.
I think I'm getting a little bit tired of I'm
asking you a question.
The questions that you don't care for an answer for. So just tell me what your point is.
I'm addressing your bullshit. Okay, that you respect them
Start
because they
addressing
make
and stop
positive
asking
claims.
random
They don't
questions.
make positive. They make positive claims to fucking morons in the public, but to each other they don't make those positive claims. When they go to a conference and they talk about what they did in their work, they equivocate and they use fucking weasel words and they use fucking way different verbiage than they use to what they tell the public. The public is one audience, right? The public is the people that are funding them, and they need to make positive claims with a lot of confidence so they keep getting money. But when they talk amongst each other, because they're analyzing each other's work and it's competitive, they have to couch their words in ambiguity. Oh, our data is consistent with this model of the universe, assuming blah, 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 blah. Now, we this isn't a conclusion. We need to do more research to figure out other data sets and figure out if what we think is consistent with this other model. They talk to each other different than they talk to the public. So when you say things like they make positive claims, no, if they make positive claims to people they think can't call them on their bullshit, but to each other, who can't call each other on each other's bullshit, they use weasel words. Okay? You have an idea of science, like you have an idea, like an idealized notion of how scientists are and what science is doing, because you don't do any science and you don't follow science and you're not actually into science, you're into fucking pop science, which is a totally different fucking thing. So if you actually look at what they do amongst each other, conferences, astronomy conferences, podcasts they have, fucking panels they have where they talk amongst each other, fucking forums too where they have to debate each other in public. The way they talk is different than the way they fucking talk on TV.
Exactly, and occasionally they're honest. With some of them come out and are honest. They have moments of honesty, like nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. It's all leaps of logic and guesswork, or we're 99% dumb, or hey, you know what? We're just using philosophy to cherry pick our models. You know,
or we made the worst prediction in the history of physics.
Right, yeah, it's the biggest
You realize that astronomy has made the worst prediction in the history of physics. It was wrong by 10 to 127 fucking power, dude. 10 followed by 127 zeros. That's how wrong they were.
Yeah.
Look, I've heard astronomers on panels say, listen, all of astronomy just needs to be thrown out. And everybody in the field, this is what he was saying on a panel with other astronomers, and there was two physicists. You say, hey, based upon the supernova data, based upon the fucking Cepheid variable data, based upon the CMB, he fucking bounced. Don't slander my religion, you heretics. Can you believe that? He fucking just dropped, dude, like that.
Yeah. Why do they always bounce right when you're making a point to them? They just can't stand like that. We're coming to a point that they absolutely cannot face up to.
Dude, I ain't kidding either. Dude, I could probably find the stream too. It's probably on. It was Sabine Hassenfeld, a fucking two astronomers, and they were like debating like is like. Because there's a problem. The CMB doesn't agree with some data set and the supernova data set, and that don't agree with the Cepheid variable data set. They all contradict each other. They all give different distances. They all give different Hubble constants. It's all fucked up. And this dude says, we need to throw out the whole fucking thing. And he said, everybody knows it's wrong, but they don't want to start over.
Exactly.
So they just keep doing it.
Yeah, that's astonishing because several years ago, a bunch of cosmologists and astrophysics and people like that were all on this, basically a mainstream movie about the quantum. It was called something like We Know Little or something like that. I forgot. Someone else could probably remember exactly what that's called. Oh, What the Bleep Do We Know is what it's called. I just remembered. And What the Bleep Do We Know? They're stating in that film they go from one cosmologist to another, and mostly they're saying we have a crisis in cosmology. And they go into
You just
talk
type
about,
it in Google, bro.
Yeah,
type
they
it
go
in
into-
Google. I bet you get a million hits if you type in crisis in cosmology.
Yeah,
I bet
they
you get a
go
million
in-
at least.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go. I cut you off, man.
No, it's all right. In this film, they go into, basically they talk in really common sense layman terms about the double slit and what they discovered, and this is a good movie to watch if somebody's not familiar with the double slit, what they were actually doing in there. I mean, there's some kind of storyline with this woman in it, and it's kind of corny, but some of it, the statements that they make, these prominent cosmologists and physicists, they're basically saying we're dumbfounded. There's a crisis in cosmology. And this is 15 years ago this movie was put out. So they've known it. Yeah, Michio Kaku was one of them in that movie. – 2004, 21 years ago, that movie was put out. They were saying we know very little about how this reality is actually put together. As far as they could tell, the observer has a really big part to play in what we actually observe. But as we know what we've discovered about Earth itself, there are some things that are objectively true. These are verifiable things. Like us flat earthers, we're not just out here on a limb saying, well, we think this is what's happening. No, we wouldn't say it at all if it were not verifiable, repeatable, observable, measurable, and falsifiable.
The guy said,
We
at
wouldn't be
least
saying these things, folks.
he said, at least in the last 500 years, they've had the balls to make claims instead of saying, well, I don't know, so therefore I can just believe whatever I want, right? And he was trying, he snuck that in as if that's what we're doing. I wanted to say something at the time, but I didn't want to overtalk Indio. That's what he was fucking doing, man. He was making out like that we're saying we can't know, so therefore we're just going to say it's whatever we choose it to be. That's not what we're doing. That's what they're doing. It was pure projection. We're saying we don't know, and we're not going to make claim. We're not going to say what we believe it is, or we can speculate, right? We can have little guesses and postulate and go, oh yeah, maybe based on this and that, it could be this or that. But we're not going to make positive fucking claims, man.
Yeah,
And we're not going to say,
how did they support their positive claim? Oh, we're the authorities. What? Right? He's like, oh, you say make positive claims. Yeah, and then they support it by just saying, we're the authorities. They can't actually support it logically, empirically, scientifically, or in any freaking way.
yeah, exactly. For galaxies to be what they think they are, they need to account for fucking 97% of missing matter in their fucking imaginary universe.
Yeah, and then the energy is imaginary too. So it's the universe made of matter and energy, and most of it, we just made it the fuck up.
Right, yeah, it's probably an accumulation of missing matter and missing energy. Yeah, exactly.
I think dark energy is only 97%. Right, it's 97% dark energy that they can't detect, and then 73% dark matter that they can't detect.
Yeah, dark gravity to go along with the dark matter that they can't see or sense or measure.
Hey, I just came up with a great idea. this is the new one they're going to come up with, dark curvature. It's there, but you just can't detect it.
Really? They've already prefaced it. Right here, folks. You heard it here first. Yeah, so listen to how they describe in Wikipedia this movie. What the bleep do we know is a 2004 American pseudoscientific film that posits a spiritual connection between quantum physics and consciousness as part of a belief system known as quantum mysticism. Amazing. Pretty interesting. I'll put the Wikipedia link in the chat. In case
That's
anybody-
messed up characterization, though. That's pretty messed up.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, did you guys hear about the guy that the CEO of Wikipedia, the dude that runs the shit, asked Elon Musk with his little Doge thing to look through all the government docs and see what the government is funding for people to edit Wikipedia from within the government?
Wow. You know what else I saw on my feed?
Yeah, he's
now?
gonna get killed.
This is kind of an off topic from what you just said, but defunding of Wikipedia, is that what you said?
No, the government, so government actors, right, people working for the government actively edit Wikipedia, right, to spin the government narrative. And he asked Elon Musk to find out who in the government is doing that, right, and how much they're being paid. So like the CIA, right, NSA, freaking DOD, they all edit Wikipedia.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I think that's a rabbit hole.
Yeah, like I said, he's going to get killed, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, here's the other thing I saw across my feed. They're looking into actually our president actually requested to audit Fort Knox in Kentucky to find out about the gold. And apparently the Fed is begging him. Now, this is what I heard. I don't know how much merit there is to these allegations that he asked them, but apparently the Feds begged him to not do this. Why would they beg him to not audit Fort Knox?
Well, I actually saw this meme that like the government has ordered $16 million of gold spray paint.
Gold spray paint. Holy crap.
Then you got to spray paint a bunch of bricks before they open the vault.
Wow. Yeah, maybe they should spray paint the geometric horizon gold so we can see that too.
No, they'll just do what the Chinese did, make fake tungsten gold-plated bricks.
Yeah, exactly. I hope they plan on actually doing testing to make sure it's gold, like scrape that paint off of there.
Now they got to drill into it, man. It's the only way to find out. They got to drill into the shit.
I hope they've been watching it since they made the announcement.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, I know. Give them a heads up. We're going to come look.
And one.
I mean, guaranteed there's an underground tunnel towards it as well. Not guaranteed, but I'm fairly sure.
Yeah, the one thing most people don't know is that the Vatican secretly is hoarding 25% of the world's gold supply.
That's not very surprising since they own all of it and all of the real estate.
Well, yeah, but 25% of the world's gold is on their clothing, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, well,
not very Christian-like.
I'm not so sure about that. Have you ever heard of the Taos Caves in Ecuador or Father Crespi? The Mayans and the Incas and the Aztecs, they had millions of tons of gold. Of course, the Spanish raided, pillaged, and plundered a lot of that they could find. But I believe a lot of that was hidden in tunnels and caves and underground sanctuaries. And a lot of those are covered up by jungle now.
Yeah, I heard there was a lot of gold-plated stuff.
Yeah, so apparently in 1969, I think it was Neil Armstrong, went to this cave.
Was it in the summer of 1969?
Yeah, in July.
I think it was supposedly after he supposedly went to the place they call the moon, which wasn't a place they went to. We know that. But why would they have an astronaut? Why would an astronaut and several famous people, well-known people, were sent and went to this cave, which is not an easy place to get to. Atahualpas.
Yeah, nice grill.
Things in history that they absolutely don't want us knowing about. For instance, how old the Americas and people in the Americas actually are.
That's true. There are a lot of weird locations with very bizarre stories or complete, like, kind of cover up. They'll guide the whole populace away from certain locations. Don't go over there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you want to investigate or even possibly excavate, it's either this is sacred ground or no, that belongs to government, man.
Yeah, or they just make up some shit to protect it, like freaking a unique version, a unique type of boll weevil, or freaking three-eyed frog or something, you know.
They come up with a new Pokemon.
A new Pokemon, they got to protect it.
Yeah, dude. There's always some kind of excuse. Which I understand certain things, but damn, there's no coincidence there when all of these things are very interesting locations with archaeological discoveries that we're not allowed to go and poke around, including the Grand Canyon. But I digress. Is it Sunday already? I guess it's always Sunday when it's sunny on a plane. No, we quit.
I see what you did there. That was great.
We kind of have our own version of Stonehenge over here, and the official story for Stonehenge is also really weird.
Yeah, definitely. So is the version of the ancient Egyptians. Like it's been actually shown by people that are in the profession that they went and tested over in Egypt, and they found that it's made out of geopolymer. It's concrete. So it's not ancient. It's not megalithic. But here in the Americas, we have truly megalithic structures all over the Americas. The largest pyramid ever found on Earth is in Mexico. I'll get the name of that one. I forget the name, but where they think the shit. I always forget these names, but
Is it the one that has a pyramid on top of a pyramid and under the pyramid it's like a water spring?
Yeah, a lot of the pyramids have springs that are near them or inside of them, but
there's one in Mexico that has an old pyramid, and then on top of that one has another pyramid. The old pyramid is like under the ground. Then on top of it has another structure, and then on top of that structure has like a Catholic cathedral, like a cathedral of like a church.
Yeah, you're
and
talking about
below all that is a water spring that people go to.
Yeah, you're talking about Cholula.
That made me hungry. That made me hungry when you said that.
The locals, the local tradition that is the Tower of Babel, or if not the original one, a replica of the Tower of Babel, and that's what the local people, the indigenous people of that area, still call it that.
When you said Cholula, I was thinking Chalupa.
Cholula.
Now I'm gonna go have some Mexican tacos or something. A lot of the old world has been dug from below the ground. And
Absolutely.
There's a lot that's still underground.
Yep. Here's a link to that. This guy Carameo Ahua is one of the best orators. He's in Costa Rica, but he's got hundreds of videos going back about 8 years on ancient America and all kinds of things. How the Native Americans were turned into the African Americans, when most of them are probably Aboriginal Americans. They were here in the first place. There were bronze-colored, copper-colored tribes. A lot of these tribes, like Cherokee, some of the Apache, the Iroquois, they were black tribes. My family may even have some of that. And those were secrets. Those were kept as secrets by families, especially if you were light enough skinned that you could pass for white, like my father. Very odd. So I've done a lot of digging into this. Yeah, so Cholula, they think it's the gardens
That
of
happened in
Beli.
the Caribbean. That happened in tradition that people have to lie. A lot of families had to lie from where they came from because they were being murdered.
Yeah. And there were very few of the slaves from the conquest onward were brought from Africa. Most of them were brought from South America, Mexico, and the Caribbean. And they took these American indigenous Indians to the plantations in North America, and then they took them over to Europe, and they used those slaves in all the other colonies that they had, even in Africa. There were more than likely, there were more slaves brought from the Americas to Africa than the other way around. Mostly they were not brought from Africa. That's a lie. It's one of the biggest lies ever told.
Yeah, people still call themselves African American.
Yeah, most of them are all American. And they had to say that they were African American so they could take away their birthright on this land. They had to do that. They had to lie about it because they came in here, raped, pillaged, and plundered, and murdered, genocide of those people, claiming they were savages when there was more infrastructure here in the Americas, especially in Mexico and South America, than Europe had at the same time. Europe was in freaking dark ages still, even in the 1500s.
That wasn't from them. That was from the Tartarians.
People were making like the Mayans. They were making perfume, soap, had running water. Like they had all the infrastructure. They had super highways from one city to the other, going underneath Amazonian rivers that they've discovered.
How many stories are there of the old wars that it's just massacres, just massacring people? It's just kind of crazy. Like, oh, we went over there and we wanted to make peace, but we had to shoot everybody.
Yeah, they murdered lots and lots of people.
Well, lots of people were murdered on every chunk of land, and every chunk of land was taken from somebody at some point.
That's true.
Yeah, that sounds like the Globe story. Everybody was murdering everybody all of the time.
Well, no, but every land was taken from somebody at some point.
That could, if you think about it, before that story came true, like you're saying, there's something to that actually happened. But before that, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like, if you look at the whole constructs of civilizations and how everything was established, it couldn't have happened if everybody was murdering everybody for land.
Okay, so would you agree or disagree that almost all land in the entire planet was taken from somebody?
Disagree. There's no planet.
Yeah, not a planet.
Okay, change the vernacular of that particular word.
Yeah, that may be like recent history, but that wasn't the case. That hasn't been the whole of history.
Hey, listen up, guys. Sorry to interrupt, dude. So there's a dude, Danny Timer 107, streaming on Rumble. He's in our chill chat over in the other server, talking to the couple guys streaming. Just want to let you know if you want to tend fucking watch the stream, whatever. Just giving you a heads up. I'm bouncing over there. You can keep dealing with Fridge here.
The point I'm ultimately trying to make is why do we always focus in on one particular land with these one particular peoples when the entire land mass that we live on has always been taken from somebody by somebody else? Why always zoom in on one particular place?
No, yeah, it's been taken up by the most of history. The land has been taken by your predecessors, your children, your family. You get old, and then your children keep everything you owned. That used to be the case. But this recent history about everybody murdering everybody to take the land, that cannot be the case forever and ever. Maybe the reason the world wars, yeah. Why they send all the young men, millions of people to other lands to fight other young men.
To cull populations and make populations more malleable.
Well, imagine if the landlords send you and your children to fight foreign lands. They and their families kept the land, and then they sent you to die. And you die, your family died, your children died in wars. Meanwhile, they kept the land. The people that send you to war. Yeah, go fight your neighbors, bro. Get their land. Then you die.
The reason I focus a lot on, especially lately in my life, the reason I focus personally on history of the Americas is because this. In what they call the old world, which is not the old world, that's actually the new world over there. This is the old world. So the reason I focus on America is because this. They've given us a story about what they call the old world, like Mesopotamia, Babylonia, Europe, and Asia, and all of that over there. They've given us this idea or history that they've sold to us without our permission. And think about this. They've left out half of the entire Earth's history by leaving the history of America out, which was the oldest land above the primordial waters, was the origin of all mammals. We're here in the Americas. The Laurentian terrain up in Canada was the oldest rocks above the water. The longest amount of time for humans and other things to change and survive and learn how to live was here in North and South America. So they've left out half of our history, and that's not okay for me. That's why I personally focus on America.
Hey, Tony, yeah, there's something to that, but how will anybody know that it was here that everything originated? Like, I mean, there's history on top of you said the new world is that's the new world, but
No, the old world is not actually the old world. It's like the middle world is what he's kind of saying.
Yeah, I know what he's trying to say, but how do we peel the layers below of the onion and say this is the older layer, and then there's a layer below and a layer below? How do we know how many layers are below?
Yeah,
and say this is the older layer.
Now listen. Part of it is geology, and I don't mean they're fake carbon-14 dating, which is wrong most of the time and has so many variables. You could have literally tens of thousands of years off with carbon-14 dating. And the way they actually date things when they usually go in like that and date those things, as far as layers go, they're using things that are not even the age of certain things. They're using biological material, plant life, bones and things like that. But a lot of it is just from areas like that were near where these buildings are. But what I focus on mainly is this. Partly it's entomology. It's the languages that they found here in the Americas. They found Proto-Hebrew, Phoenician, ancient forms of Celtic, ancient forms of Swedish, Norwegian, Saxon languages in America, inscribed in petroglyphs. They found all of these things in America. So they found these languages.
If you go to the Caribbean, many of the old people go to caves in the Caribbean islands, and they find a bunch of different languages that are from the old world, from very old languages.
So you got to figure.
Real quick, would the Tartarians fit into your ideology?
Well, they may actually fit into that. I mean, I've heard of writings that were from, like, say, the mid 1800s and earlier, even, where they talk about the Tartarians. They actually talk about.
But the Tartarians wasn't the whole world. Like some people was the Tartarians the whole of the world? But that was just maybe a huge section of the civilization. But it wasn't like not everything was Tartaria.
No, there may have been influences on the Americas of Tartarians, but there's not a lot of evidence. A lot of the evidence that where they came from and in old maps and so forth are from Northern Europe, Northern Soviet Union, and China, and those places all through Asia. So some people have stated that there may have actually been Tartarians here in the Americas. Now, I know some things I've seen from drawings from the 1700s and 1600s of America. They have drawings of cities of the indigenous people where they're showing buildings like all built out. This is before we were even here long enough to build buildings. So apparently there were maybe buildings here before that. Maybe they were. I'll be finished in a sec. Maybe they were antediluvian buildings. Maybe they were here before the actual flood.
Oh yeah, definitely. Bro, when you take into account the amount of all of those rocks, all of the canals, even the canals, when you see the canals above the ground, the rocks, but you see what's below the ground, when you take into account all of that, there's something that doesn't add up about how, no, we just came from Europe and we started building all of this stuff. It just doesn't add up. This stuff is way older.
Well,
it's almost
you would think
like generations took over. It was like people just took over the already constructed. Like today, you inherit a building. You didn't make the building, and some of these buildings probably there's not even how old these buildings are and have changed hands for how many generations, and people just change the stories about how the building came to. And say, oh, my grandfather built it, but in reality, they don't even know who built it.
Well, sure. And based on the amount of people that settled in North America at the time, and the amount of, like I said, the amount of people, the amount of material, and the amount of time that they had to build these things, if you were to then look back at something like Europe, where a lot of these settlers came from, based on how much progress and building and extravagant architecture that they built in North America, all of Europe should just be an extraordinary metropolis based on how much they built with such few people and materials in North America.
Yeah. It should be like, while America was being constructed, Europe should have been advancing way ahead of. Yeah. Because the idea was oh, America is just like these people covering themselves with leaves, these wild people that don't know anything, and we're gonna bring like the new age to them or whatever, and technology and construction and all of that. It's just none of that adds up. Yeah, like you're saying, if they were building all of these huge structures that we see here in America, and then Europe should be like you're saying, like a super advanced metropolis.
Even if you don't want to say super advanced, it would be a exponentially more infrastructure, bare minimum.
What's the official excuse or reason for why there's so many fucking half buried buildings, like with windows, like submerged in dirt, like halfway up the fucking window, just like at the level of a road, right? Or a door, or even a whole room underneath the fucking, that they now use as a basement, right? Has doors and
Yeah,
windows.
many are half buried. Yeah, but many structures are completely buried under the ground.
Right, but what's their reason? What do they say about that? What's the mainstream's excuse for that? What do they say?
Grandma and Grandpa renovated, clearly.
Okay.
I mean, just a basement. You make a basement underground, and then you make a foundation, and then you build the rest on top of the foundation. And sometimes the foundation is under the soil or whatever. But the magnitude of these places is it's crazy.
It's a lot of what could be like because I suspect that cultures come along, find structurally sound frameworks or even like fully existing like fucking buildings and stuff, and go, hey, we're going to use that. But not only that, we're going to put our spin on it. We're going to carve into it, or we're going to add to it, or whatever, and put their own cultural spin on the architecture and stuff. Like I think that might have happened. Like they suspect that the Sphinx, right, didn't originally have a fucking pharaoh's head carved onto it. That it was probably some pharaoh came along and went and found that with a lion's head and went, no, don't like that. Put my face up there. Right? Like so that probably does happen. That probably has happened in the past. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
We starting speculation Sunday a bit early. It's Sunday for me. I mean, no, it's not. What the fuck? It's Saturday for me. I'm a day ahead of myself.
That's fine. When we don't have Glovers, we can talk about a few things. Just the scale of these old structures. And sometimes you go under the structures and they get like more megalithic underground.
Oh, look, like way back as a teen, when I found out about like pyramids in South America, and I had no idea there was more. Shut up. Sorry. Yeah, I had no idea there was more around the world, right? But when I found out about that, I was told that those two cultures had no contact with each other, and it was likely unrelated. I went, bullshit. I call bullshit, man. How can they? That's bullshit, man. How?
Look at all the different cultures that have, say, Roman columns. What we know of as Roman columns. Look at how many cultures have, like even China is full of them.
Oh, do you know that point that you just mentioned, Roman columns, right? Why are people because we watch the movies and when we watch Rome and the Romans, we see all this architecture, but then you see all of this stuff all across the world, and people say, yeah, look, we're here in America and those columns are Roman, but this is in America, not Rome. Why would they call them Roman columns, right? When maybe
they were
those
inspired by the Romans.
But that's the thing. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was. Maybe they're not Roman columns. Maybe
Perhaps.
the Romans didn't make them.
Perhaps it was the Tartarians, and that's when the Roman Catholic Church and the Romans took over that architecture, and you started having mass libraries and information destroyed, leading to what some people call like the Dark Ages, or before that, because they wanted
Dark
to eliminate them from history.
And other people say that maybe like 1,000 years were added to the dates or something like that. Have you heard this? That there's many structures that have like numbers and like 1,000 years were added to the story. When you say in the Dark Ages, so you think that has to do with that? The Dark Ages.
It could be, and just to hide the kind of stuff, like I'd have to look back into the story, but from what I recall, I believe they changed the face of the clock of the world's oldest clock. How it had like 3 different dimensions of like rotation, including like the sun's orbit, the moon's orbit, the star's orbit, and then the time itself. And I believe they eventually just changed it with a regular clock face.
Now that you say the clocks, here in where I'm at, there's one of those old clocks, but instead of one, it has its face. It has the 4 sides. It has 4 clocks around, and it's one of these old towers. And they say the building that this tower is on, it used to be the biggest building in the world for a long time. But the clock is like 4-sided. You can see the clock from north, south, east, west. Because it has 4 clocks, 4 faces. Another intriguing thing that I saw not too long ago, it was the amount of bells, the old bells that were taken down and destroyed and melted. The old bells from the old world. Melted, destroyed. Probably millions of bells that used to be on every town. Huge bells that are also found underground too, buried.
Well, they had multiple usages. Like you could use it to tell the time. You could use it to indicate a meeting, a town meeting. You could use it to indicate danger, as a warning to townsfolk, enemy approaching or whatever. It was pretty useful.
People say that these frequencies of the bells also had like a cleansing effect of some sort, this vibration of the bell.
Well, that makes sense, because would calm the children down before, a speech at a ceremony or something.
It's like a big shut the fuck up. See
Yeah, you don't have to yell.
Yeah, the old Catholic Church here, they used to have a bell, and someone would actually go and ring it. Like I think up to about maybe less than 10 years ago, and then they replaced it with a like an electronic one like that. Still makes
Bro, try to find. I saw just like a short video. I mean, it was like 15 minutes, and we're talking. One of the topics was the bells, but they showed like photographs of people just taking down the bells, and these bells were in all sizes, but the amount of bells everywhere, and they were being taken down all across the land, taking down the bells. That's intriguing, actually, to me. were taking down the bells and melting them for war and other things. Crazy. Maybe those bells, maybe the demons don't like the sound of the bells. Some type of cleansing effect. The parasites don't like the bells.
Yeah, Asians had bells too, didn't they? But they also had the gongs. Yeah, I love the gongs. Hit the fucking gong.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds, notes, resonance. It's been explored throughout history. I think it was in Fingerprints of the Gods. What's his name? Hancock talks about a story that he got from somewhere. I don't know. I can't remember now. But when Native Americans were asked about a certain old ruin, how it was built, they had this story about these dwarves, actually, not giants, dwarves, and they would have these horns, and they'd walk along and they'd sound these horns, and the big bits of stone would levitate, and they'd just walk along and move the big stones with sound. Right. This was a story that was told by Native Americans, right, concerning these old ruins, how they were constructed. Yeah, well, I found fascinating, but how you can't fucking believe it. Like, you can't say it's not evidence of anything, but it's an interesting tale.
The dwarves. There used to be stories about dwarves in the Caribbean too. Lord of the Rings. Okay. Go ahead, Glow Believers. Ask any questions. You can direct your questions to T-Dub.
Thanks for nominating me.
Yep. He's an upside downer that doesn't believe he's upside down.
Well, I feel like I'm the right way up.
Yeah, you're the correct way up.
Yeah. My experience is relative to horizontal and vertical. Like wherever I go, that doesn't change.
Come on, Glovers, don't be shy. Ask questions. Who joined? Who just joined?
Is it Piet Snot?
Yes. Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
You got any questions about the topic?
Do you really believe that the Earth is flat?
Well, that will be a description based on observations and measurements.
Mm-hmm.
Because, as you know, water doesn't bend and attach itself to the outside of a spinning ball in reality. So when you measure water and use water to establish a horizontal, and horizontals are not curving.
Yes, but you don't believe that it is curved.
That will be the belief. The belief will be that it is curved. People believe that. Some people.
Yes,
not
I
everyone.
do.
But that's the issue, though. You believe it, but without any actual.
I don't think I only believe because this law of the physical laws that the flat Earth cannot exist because the gravity. That's what I think.
You believe that reality is not real because of a word?
It's not only a word. Gravity. You know what gravity means. I think. I hope.
Do you know what it means? Because I don't think you do.
Because every physical body attracts each other.
Remember, when you say gravity, you're talking about a word that means something on a fantasy, on a book, right? But does that
it's not
idea
fantasy, I
written?
Why everything falls down? Do you think? How do you
Everything
call
falls down?
that? Yes. Yes. Take something in your hand and leave it. It falls to the ground. How does it come?
Like a helium balloon?
Like water, helium, gases?
No.
How's it fall down?
A consistent thing. Something
So
like.
not everything falls down. Not everything.
Things or lighter than air will not fall down. For example, a balloon
Things
with
do
helium.
fall down. Things do fall down, but that doesn't mean. Okay, so things fall down. If you grab water, the real water, and you grab a sphere, and you put the water on the sphere, does the water stick to the sphere?
The Earth is
or
not.
does it fall down?
Wake up! Y'all fucking
Hey,
American.
you're interrupting.
Y'all live
Hey,
in.
shut up.
Man, what the fuck?
Hey, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's rude,
The
man.
Earth is not flat, bro. Wake up.
That's rude to come in and just interrupt.
Y'all.
That's what I think. That the Earth is
Why,
not
man?
flat. I'm all
The
trying.
Earth is not flat. Wake up.
Wait your turn,
Y'all
Slimy.
adults, man. Wake up.
Shut up! You're interrupting. You
opinion,
fool.
but you have to try to have an opinion, even if it is wrong opinion. But he really believes that the Earth is flat, but I don't.
No,
So
we don't.
I listen to the arguments.
Hold on.
That
We don't
that
believe.
the Earth is flat, but the second thing that I could hear that this gravity does not exist.
I want to stop you because for one, I need to stop you because none of us in here that I know of believe the Earth is flat. I know the Earth is flat 100%. Get that number is very important. Absolutely
know
affirmative, 100%. I know for a fact the Earth is flat, measurably flat, observably.
You don't have to repeat and listen. But
Okay,
explain.
so let me
explain. How do you know that?
Because it's measurable, observable, testable, and falsifiable.
How can you measure that?
Well, you have known distances from shore over water. We see horizons further than 10 miles at 1 foot above the sea level. So we know with that one observation of a 10-mile horizon, that is way too far when the horizon of your geometric horizon of a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles should be at 1.225 miles. It can be no further, because if it was further, that means it would be dropping below your line of sight with a bulge of water in between you and the observed point. So we know it's flat. That's not the only observations. We have more. So let me ask you this one thing. Do you have evidence that Earth is a sphere? And what evidence would that be?
I have no evidence that the Earth is a sphere, but I have the evidence if you're on the south, for example, from East Australian, I see move the sun, but it's not the sun that moves, because it is the Earth was spinning, and the sun go in the Australian from the left to the right, and I live in Europe, and the sun going. In Australia, the sun go from the right to the left, and here in Europe, the sun go from the left to the right. So how can you explain that phenomenon?
Does that mean that the Earth is split in two as a ball and is spinning different directions?
No. It's not. For me, I really believe, and I'm almost sure that the Earth is a spinning ball. So how can you explain when you see to the sun, and you are, for example, in Europe or in Canada or on the north side of the Earth, you can see that the sun moves from the left to the right, but it's not the sun who moves, but it is because the Earth is spinning. Just like you're sitting in a train. If the train starts, it is not the station that moved, but it is the train that moved. So, and if you on the south in Australian, or for example in South African, you see the sun moves in the opposite way. How can you explain that?
I can explain it quite easily, but I would ask, how do you explain it on your globe?
There is not enough other possibility to explain that.
Okay, so I asked you in the very beginning, do you have evidence that the Earth is a sphere? Let me ask you this in reference to that, because the Earth being a sphere is the foundational claim that the globe Earth makes, that Earth is a ball. So, do you know of any time in history that anybody has directly measured the surface of Earth and shown it to be curving, or in other words, drop over distance? Do you know when that was measured and what method?
Yes, Isaac Newton.
Do you know for sure how he would have made a measurement of the surface of Earth, or was he looking up at the sky?
He was looking this time, and you asked, are you sure that has an atmosphere? So I breathe everything.
Okay, that's fine. Wait a minute. I got to stop you, because you answered. That's good. So he was looking up at the sky, not the surface of Earth. So he could not possibly have been making a measurement of curvature of the surface of Earth if he was looking up at the sky, correct?
There is a way of mathematics to measure.
Okay, I didn't ask you about mathematics or calculations, so I need to stop you again. Calculations and mathematics are not measurements. Do you understand the difference?
Do you know trigonometry?
Do you understand the difference between calculations and measurement? We'll get past that first.
Yes, but you can measure a corner. Forgive me, my English is not very well, but you can measure a corner, for example, from 30 degrees or 90 degrees or 45 degrees. You can
Okay,
measure
I need to stop you because I asked you how it was actually measured, not how, if you did this, it could be done. So, can you admit or concede to the fact that you do not know of anyone in history that's directly measured the surface of Earth to be curving? Is that true?
It's not easy to measure a distance
Okay,
from
so
150
you
million
either do so you
kilometers.
either do know or you don't know which one.
Repeat your question.
Okay, I asked you how, when, and where somebody has directly measured the surface of Earth to be curving.
Yes, they did it also with a small button, and on the same time, I see that the shadow was different. I think how many miles away? I don't remember in the history. People
Okay,
did
so
it.
do you know
They
this
have
for a fact?
calculated.
Do you know this for a fact, or are you just like guessing at how it was done?
I cannot know it because we were not alive in that
Okay,
time.
so it sounds like you
It's
don't know
history.
exactly how this was done, and I'll tell you what you're trying to think of is Eratosthenes in 200 BC, who assumed the Earth was a globe because he had a religious belief that Earth was a sphere. He went out from Alexandria, supposedly to Cyrene, which is 500 miles, or Stadia, approximately 500 miles, and measured the angle of shadows.
Yes.
Not the surface of Earth. He was measuring angles of shadows. And I'll tell you right now, if he's measuring angles of shadows, he had to be measuring the angles of shadows based on a horizontal baseline. That's the only way you can measure angles, is from baseline of horizontal.
Yes, but if the Earth was flat, the shadow should be exactly the same, but it
Okay,
wasn't.
so I could show you exactly how this can be replicated on a flat surface and a curved surface. And if somebody has that meme or that image, we could show you that this can be done on a flat surface as well as a curved surface and get the same results. So
I have
if
another
this can be done, so hold on. So if this can be done on both curved and flat surfaces, it doesn't prove anything. And that, by the way, that shadow sticks and shadows and wells and shadows, that's not measuring the surface of Earth directly to show drop over distance on the surface. So I'm just going to assume that you don't know how that was done in history. We'll move on from there. So now, do you have any other proof that Earth measured at any time to be curving
I
or drop
ask you,
over distance?
do you have any proof that the Earth is flat? Can you prove that?
Well, hold on, because I'm going on what you said. So your second statement was that you're somewhere and you assume the Earth is spinning. Do you have any evidence that the Earth was spinning or a direct measurement of the motion of Earth?
Because I can see that the image of the sun go from the left
And what
to
do you
the
see?
right.
What do you actually see the sun doing during the day?
I see in the morning it is in the east, and in the evening it is in the west. So
Exactly.
that's what I can
So
see.
I'm gonna get two birds with one stone. So the sun moves from east to west, no matter where you are on Earth. Doesn't
Yes,
matter if
that's
you're
right.
in the south
Yes.
or in the north. It's still moving from east to west. The only difference is, from your first statement, is which direction are you facing? Because if you're facing south, it goes from left to right. If you're facing from the south to the north, it looks like it's going right to left.
Yes, it's the opposite.
Yeah, so
In
it
the
depends
south,
on
it
which
goes
way
from
you're.
the-
It's like traffic on a road. If you're on one side of the road, it's going one way. On
that's
the other
right,
side, it's going the other direction. So this is a subjective matter of relative direction based on which direction you're looking. So that solved that problem. Now, Did you say you know of when Earth's motion was detected? Because while you're watching the sun move across the sky, which you admitted, do you feel any motion while you're watching the sun moving across the sky?
No, because once I'm moving, you cannot feel the difference. If you're sitting on a train with 100 or 120 kilometers an hour, do you feel any movement if there is not?
Okay, so we're not on a train. Now take the roof off the fucking
it is
train.
an example.
Take
It is
the
a
roof off.
moving.
We're not on a train. Take the roof, remove the roof off the train.
Yes.
Then you would sure as hell feel motion. So now let me ask you this. We're not on a train, so I'm going to overrule that. That does not apply. It's a non sequitur. So do you feel during your daily life, do you feel every other motion that your head makes, tilted left to right, forward, spinning around in a circle, or falling down in a mud puddle? Do you feel those motions?
No, because
you don't feel yourself if you're falling or if you're riding a bicycle? No. Answer the question. Do you feel every other motion? No. Just answer the question I asked. Do you feel every other motion?
No, but I will explain, but you don't want to listen.
Hold on.
You don't want to listen.
You don't feel every other motion, like when you tilt your head left to right, or spin around, or jump up and down, or fall down on a hill? You don't feel those?
I feel that, yes.
Exactly. That's my point.
But if
That's why I wanted to state that point. Wait a second. I'm almost done. So you just admitted that you feel every other motion while you're here on the earth. You feel those motions, even small, minute movements of your head. Or if you're standing still, you know you're standing still. If you're moving in any direction by any means, like in an elevator, you know you're going up or down. You know you're going from side to side, or you know if you're on a bicycle that you're moving. So you sense every other motion. That's because your inner ear has what's called a vestibular system, and it has liquid in there. It's called endolymph, and it sits level like the water on Earth is level. It sits horizontal on top. When you tilt your head, you have nerves that are site-specific nerves in certain directions. You have circular tubes called forget what they're called, but you have circular tubes in your inner ear, and they're basically directed at 90 degrees from each other. So you can sense every single motion in any direction, or even from standing still to moving your head to the side. You sense anything but the inertial. So you know when you're sitting still, you know when you're moving in all directions by any means. So you're watching the sun, you don't sense any motion. So I'm asking you, by what method was Earth's motion detected? By what means or method was used, or what technology was used to measure this anytime in history? Who did it?
You only listen to yourself.
No, bro, we're not looking for excuses why you don't feel it. We want evidence that it is the case that Earth is in motion.
I would give you an example, but you don't want to listen to.
Yeah, we don't want examples of being on a moving object and not being able to realize that it's moving.
There's nothing to do against stubbornness. Sorry.
We want
your example.
We want evidence that the Earth is actually in motion to begin with, before you can apply the analogy of a moving thing. Just because you can't feel motion on a certain thing that's in motion doesn't mean that you are on a moving object.
Just like I said, you only want to listen to yourself.
Just provide the evidence.
You don't listen to some argument. You only listen to yourself, and you're stubborn.
Give us your argument then. We'll shut up. Give us your argument.
When I give you an example, you interrupt me. So, may I?
No, go ahead. Go. Yes,
okay.
Go.
That example, when you are on a train, and you see moving the station, is the station moving, or is it you who are moving in the train? In the train, I mean, not on the roof, in the train.
It's me moving, yeah.
No, it's me moving. The train, you are moving, so
Yeah,
but
in a
do
train,
you
yes.
feel any moving if the speed
Sometimes.
is constant?
Sometimes.
Do you
No.
feel that?
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah, you feel nothing. If the train is going straight, you don't feel anything. You can sleep.
I have felt, yes, you do, the entire time. 100%. And I have no idea what this dude's talking about because I've ridden on a train before, and you most certainly do feel motion when it is in
Feel
motion.
little wobbles back and forth, side to side,
It's
little
your
changes.
imagination. I don't believe that.
Absolutely, 100%. So
But
I
you're
don't
not
know what this dude's
understanding.
on.
But Pi, Pierre, this is what you're not understanding. You're making that analogous to Earth. But for that to be analogous, you need to demonstrate that Earth is in motion. Because when you're in a non-moving object, it also feels the same. So how are you going to tell the difference between being on a moving object and not realizing it's moving, and being on an object that's not moving and just feeling like it's the same? So you
May I
can't use
complete my example?
You can't use that as evidence because it's
Why?
not evidence.
Why do you interrupt me?
Because
I was
it's not
explaining.
evidence. Yes, I know. We understand. We haven't heard this.
Why are you so stubborn? Why don't you? Why
Because,
don't you want to listen?
I'm trying
to
to
complete
tell you why.
my argument.
I'm trying to tell you why.
Yes, but if you continue, I leave.
I'm trying to tell you why we don't need
You
to hear
should
it.
try to tell me, but you don't listen. You only listen to your own.
We have heard it. No, we've heard what you're saying a million times, and I'm trying to tell you.
No, you have not heard what I mean.
It's not evidence that the Earth is moving.
Yes, if you are stubborn, I cannot convince. Stubborn people are not to convince.
All right. So
if you only listen to yourself and you are sure that you're right.
No, bro. No,
try to think out of your box. Try that
that's
once.
Not what's happening. Pierre, that's not what's happening here. You're telling us that the Earth could be moving. Could be. Because we see things in the sky moving. Okay, so that's...
I am sure that the Earth moves. But I have not the time to compare. You only listen to yourself.
How are you sure? How are you sure?
When I try to explain that, you interrupt me.
You explain
I need the time to explain. So don't interrupt me.
Okay, all right, go on then. I'll shut up. Let you go. Go.
So, when the Earth is spinning on the same speed, you cannot feel that you move. If the Earth should stop at once, it's just like the train who stops immediately. Then you feel the movement because you move in that train because the train stops. And if the Earth should stop, theoretically by moving, then you go on a big speed of 40,000 kilometers a day. That is measurable. And if you don't want to accept, if you don't want to compare this example by a moving Earth or by a moving train, then it is stubbornness. And stubbornness, I can nothing do against stubbornness.
No, it's not stubbornness, because what happens when you're not moving?
Everything is moving always.
Okay, so when you're in your car and you haven't started it yet, it's not going anywhere, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Right,
and if
so
you
it's
have
not
a speed,
moving. It's not moving. Does it feel like when you're in? No, I allowed you to finish. When you're in your vehicle and it's not running and you haven't got your foot on the accelerator and you're just sitting there in your car, does it feel like it's moving?
No.
No.
Because
okay, so you have two examples where you have a thing that isn't moving and you don't feel like it's moving, and you have an example where it is moving and you don't feel like it's moving. So how are you going to tell the difference between the two?
Because a movement is always in relation with another place. And if two physical objects move on the same speed, It's just like they move not. But if the two bodies move in a different in the opposite way, then you see the difference. But if you drive exactly on the same speed, you don't feel that, you don't see that. If two cars or two trains on two rails on the same speed beside each other, you can see, you can communicate, you can make signs, because you see not a difference, because they have exactly the same speed. And if I'm sitting to the earth, to the spinning earth, this earth and myself, I have the exact same speed. So I cannot feel I cannot feel that movement.
Yes, just like you can't feel the movement when something isn't moving. Okay, you're looking at the stars and you're seeing, or the
Yeah,
sun,
but
and
the movement
you're
is always in relation with something.
yes, we understand. So you're sitting. Okay, you're seeing the sun or the stars or the moon move in the sky. Okay, and you're saying that's because I'm the one moving. Those things aren't the thing that's moving. I'm on the thing that's moving,
Yes, now
making it
you're
look
also
like
moving on the same speed.
right, making it look like those things are moving. But how do you know that's the case? Because it could be that those things are actually moving. Just like when you stand still and you watch an aeroplane go over you, you don't think, oh, that aeroplane isn't moving. I'm moving, making it look like the aeroplane is moving.
No, the airplane is moving in
Right.
relation
How
with
do you
the
how do
earth.
you know? Right. Okay, so how do you know that the sun isn't moving in relation to the earth?
The sun is moving in the big space, because the sun is only a star.
Right. But when you see it go from the east to the west every day, how do you know it's not the sun that's moving?
Because the corners. How do you explain the difference in the seasons?
No, I don't need to explain anything. You need to
Yes, you
explain
have
how you.
to. Yes, you have
No,
to.
no, I
If
do
you want to
not.
convince me, then you have to explain. Yes.
No, I do not. You need to explain how you know that it's not the sun moving, that it's the earth that's moving, just like the aeroplane. Right? Remember the aeroplane? The aeroplane is moving relative to the earth, being still. Okay, how do you know that it's not the sun that's moving relative to the earth standing still? Go ahead and explain how you know that it's not the sun that's moving.
Because the sun goes up and goes down, and in the night I cannot see anymore the sun. How do you explain that on a flat earth?
That could still be the sun that's moving. That doesn't explain how it's the earth that's moving.
And it's on the other side, and it passed. You mean?
That could still, even in your worldview, that could still be the sun that is doing the moving. No, you don't need to ask me a question. You need to explain how you know that the sun isn't moving relative to the earth.
Because if the
doesn't
sun,
know, bro.
Oh,
and he needs to admit that.
You're in your own idea fix. I don't know the English word, and you are stubborn, and you don't. You refuse
I
to
think
think
it's
about
you
it.
that is the stubborn one.
Yes, that's what you think. That's what you believe. That I'm stubborn.
I go out and I'm standing still, right? And I watch the sun go over me.
Yes,
Okay?
you
Goes
are
from
still
east to west.
in relation of me. You are not moving, and you are on your place, and I'm on my place. Just like you are on the other end of the train, and the distance stay the same. So we doesn't move
You're
in
begging the
relation of each
question.
other.
You're begging the question that Earth is in motion. You need to prove that the Earth is in motion, and that explains how the sun appears to move.
You have to prove about the seasons, and if the
No,
flat
I don't
earth.
have to explain anything. I didn't make a claim about seasons. I don't have to explain seasons.
Okay. Have
If
a
you want
nice
to try.
night. Have a nice day.
Oh, okay. All right then. See you, mate. Yeah, of course, Chris. I'm in total agreement. Like, you know, the whole time that you're on a train, that you and the train are in motion. But I was granting him that just for the argument's sake, you know, to like, so we could try and move the conversation forward. But he obviously doesn't seem to think that there's any possibility that if you're experiencing non-motion, that you're not in motion. I mean, that's absolutely fucking retarded. I don't know how to get through to people like that. It's just he was pure projecting onto me, saying that I'm stubborn, that we're all stubborn. We're not listening to his excuse, right? Why won't you just accept my excuse? Stomping his feet. Like, no, not after the excuse. I want the evidence.
Dude, it just had me, my eyes rolling in the back of my head because whether he knows it or not, he was telling war. He was telling part of his religious doctrine, the Einstein train story. And none of us needed to hear that. It's funny because he was botching his own lore and then trying to make that an argument for the globe. Weird. It just had me frustrated because I'm remembering back to we had a very long train ride that we were on a while back, and I could feel every single motion of that train, and it made me feel sick as crap. I was nauseous the whole damn time. It made me seasick.
Yeah, I used to get car sick too, and it wasn't exclusive to like going up and down or round bends. We could have just been traveling straight at a constant speed, and I would feel motion sickness. I learned in the end that I'd have to look out the window constantly in order for that sensation to pass. Like if I looked down, tried to read or anything in a vehicle, Didn't matter what the vehicle was doing at the time. If it was in motion, I'd get motion sickness.
You can definitely tell the difference between walking forward versus backwards. Like if you're walking one direction versus the other, it is very much noticeable. But yeah, that just had me cringing.
Sorry about that, Sonny. You didn't even get to the third point because he just would not concede on that second one, man. Fucking sorry about that.
All right, so next time someone fucking comes in with that, I'm going to ask them, okay, all right, let's take your analogy. All right, we're going to blindfold you and put you on the train, right? And you're going to go to sleep and you're going to wake up, right? When you wake up, you can't tell that if you're moving, right? All right. Okay, is the train moving or is it parked stationary at the platform? Tell me. Which one? Because if he says, I don't know, I can't tell, then that is not a fucking evidence for it being in motion, is it? Just like the Earth. Oh my fucking God, how do you... How? Either it was a language barrier or that guy was just fucking thick. Thick as a fucking brick.
To tell everybody a children's story.
You see what you're doing, Professor Phil? If you're listening, which you probably are, because you're fucking obsessed with us. You and your kind are teaching people that not feeling that you like you're moving is evidence that you're moving. That's what you've got people believing. You're proud of yourself.
He doesn't know if his hair's growing or he's shrinking.
So what happened to that guy? He had to go because of the moving train. Shit.
Yeah, sorry, Sonny. Like, he wouldn't concede on the second point, so you didn't even get an opportunity to get to the third. Like, I just wanted him to concede on, say, I don't know if it's moving or not. I can't
Yeah.
tell. That's all I needed him to say.
No, I was actually glad you stepped in at that time. It's perfectly fine. I actually like that we collaborate like that. So I don't ever get my feelings involved with this. So if someone steps in and they, like along the same lines I'm going, then I'm fine, because I think that's where we actually shine here. We have others in here like yourself that can, present the same thing in a different light or a different perspective. But I got a test for people who think they can't feel motion. Get on a bus. While you're on the bus, let's say the bus is on a pretty straight road, going at a constant speed. Get up out of your seat. Try to run forward. Then run back. Now, while the bus is going around a turn, stand up and try to do the same thing. While it's turning a corner, run back and then forth. Tell me if you don't feel this, because if you don't feel that, something's wrong with you. Seriously wrong. Seriously.
Yeah, exactly. There's a reason those seats, at the corner of those seats, have have the little metal bar. There's it. So you can grab onto them and steady yourself while the bus is moving. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
When you are in the car, you don't feel, or when you are in the. I've been in the car, I've been in the train, I've been in the plane. I mean, you feel that, man. I don't know where they have this experience that when you are in a constant speed in the train, you don't feel it. Where that happened, when that happened.
Exactly.
Like 5 mile acceleration in my car, I can feel it. And yet we are rotating, I don't know, 1,037 miles per hour and constant acceleration because we're changing vector and we're not feeling it. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. It's like a speeding train going around a corner, or, the bus, like I was mentioning. But I was trying to get him to concede that he could feel every other motion in his daily life. And he wouldn't even concede to that. He had to try to make excuses.
That'd be funny if he went to the fairgrounds and then like a chunky person sat on the other side of the spinning thing and he's like, I want to report a squeezing. Sir, are you moving towards them? No. Are they moving towards you? No. Then how are they squeezing you? They are squeezing me because they're sitting still so hard. Like, what the f is going on? I wouldn't even want to listen to that call.
Yeah, their so-called explanations become ever more ridiculous as time goes on. When they're pressed to this question, they just they spiral, and you hear it in their language how they spiral into if you were on an orange, what the hell? We're talking about looking up at the sun, and they're talking about if you were on a train. Come on, man. Non sequitur.
When their hair grows, they say they're shrinking.
Right?
Yeah, I was like, your hair's growing. They said, no, I'm shrinking. I said, oh, okay, I guess. I said, are your toenails growing or your feet getting smaller? What the?
Yeah, like when they measure you as you're growing up, they measure you, they make a mark on the wall or whatever. Let's say they did that in your home or whatever, they marked the wall, and then the next year you're at a higher level on the wall. So is the wall growing?
Yeah, the wall's shrinking. Yeah,
shrinking.
It's getting smaller. House is getting smaller. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, if you put it in that way, it's really like the same argument they're trying to make.
Right. Something that you could never actually experience happening is the thing happening. Right.
Yeah. He was trying to reverse the burden where he was saying, well, if you're sitting at a train yard, a station, he was trying to make a different, like, he was trying to switch it up. But if you're standing at a train station and the train's moving, do you think you're moving? I think the answer is pretty indubitably no. And vice versa.
right.
If you're on the train, do you think the Earth's moving and the train's sitting still? No, I don't think so.
Do you actually think the train feels the same sitting still like that as it does while it's moving? Hell no.
That's cray-cray.
So to summarize, right, his evidence for Earth motion is that you can't tell if you're moving or not.
Right. That's always their evidence, is that you can't tell the evidence. Our evidence for proof is that we can't prove it. I gotta beat my head off of something real quick. Hold on. Okay. All right. Matt, we're back. They'll say, we know this is happening because we can't demonstrate it to you. I swear I wish I was back in the day when they started this shit. I'd have went to the person, I'd have been like, bro, are you all right? We must be on a water ball. I'm like, no, we're not, buddy. It's okay. Like, we must be. Like, really? Really?
Yeah, no wonder they were handing out frontal lobotomies left, right, and center.
They should have gave one to Newton and Einstein, the only two that needed one. Damn. Or at least the freaks who, say that Newton said some stuff that really wasn't, comport to him. Like, yeah. It's like, and all the other people that just lie. I think they all need lobotomies if they can't go with reality. What's the drawback for lying in science every day of your life and getting paid millions of dollars a year? Oh, I guess I was wrong. Sorry. Your whole conjecture of being can be screwed up by one of these liars. And that's okay. That's weird. The whole premise of your reality being brought to you by a bunch of wackos you couldn't even meet. And if you met them, they still couldn't do the thing they're telling you that they're the specialist on. This is weird. How come back in the day the scientists were more builders than they were scientists? Because the scientists can't even figure out how stuff was built. So the builders back in the day were smarter than all the scientists? That's weird. That's just so like the local laborers. Hey, Bobby, go hand me the brick. Okay. That dude's way smarter than any scientist. Hey, all right. I'm gonna play with this concrete mud castle, and I'm gonna sculpt it into nice square bricks, and I'm gonna baffle everyone for eternity on cement bricks shaped into a pyramid with no top. The top is the star that the pyramid creates above itself. You didn't hear it from me.
At least a bricklayer knows what level is.
Correct. They know what a stationary brick is too. They know the brick's not moving unless they throw it at you.
Yeah, now go ahead and lay these 12 bricks in a level line. Okay, the bricklayer says, okay, how do I calculate for spin and curvature? Like, isn't that changing the function of the brick, like, because we're spinning? No, we don't even calculate that in, not in any way.
And why doesn't massive amounts of stuff pull other stuff to it from the other stuff? Like if a mountain is going to pull plumb bobs to it, why aren't there like little bricks and pebbles just sticking to the other material where there's 8 tons of it sitting there at the rock quarry, or 100 tons, or 80,000 tons of marble sitting there, and nothing smacking, sticking to it?
Yeah.
Weird. So weird. But Cavendish in a shed. Those little things are affecting each other so hard. So hard.
Exactly. They should have a graph.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say before I have to go, I was going to say they should have some kind of gravity operated machinery by now, like some kind of vehicle that has mass that could be pulled towards something else just from that function.
Well, before you go, Sonny, I want to take a quick poll. How many of you flat earthers recognize that the Earth has a wraparound effect? That it must have wraparound?
Wraparound? What do you mean?
Wraparound, like think like the Pac-Man Earth type thing, or like Nokia Snake game where the ends are connected.
No, I think if you can run your finger around a dinner plate, that's the same effect that we have on Earth.
It's not, though, because what we have is if you go from the center of the dinner plate to the edge of it, and you keep on going, it pops out the other opposite end.
There's no proof of that.
There is. The proof is like when they were in Antarctica and they were going south, the sun's path when it was on like the Tropic of Capricorn. Yeah, so the sun's path as they're going south, it was equalizing, to the point where if they're at the if they're at the southern ring, or like the South Pole or whatever you want to phrase it, the sun's path would have been straight in the sky. It wouldn't have dipped or rose or anything. It would have just stayed 24-hour sun straight. And what they observed is as they were going south, it was straightening out. Does that make sense?
No.
I mean, it does. I should add that multiple groups, like from different parts of Antarctica, as they were going south, they were observing this. So the deduction is that as they all reached, the southern ring, their respective southern rings, their edges of the dinner plate, if you will, they would have all met at the same location and all seen the sun going in a straight line in the sky.
Yeah, I recently come across this on a clip yesterday. I'll post it in chat soon. But towards the end of the clip, like the rest of it, is all obvious stuff. But towards the end, it got quite interesting because they started talking about this with, how the stars act in the hemisphere. And, how we see them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but
what the key takeaway?
I'll post. Yeah, I don't know.
I'll be interested.
Good theory,
but my point is though, it's not just limited to the stars. It's also the ground, and the people themselves, their movement. They would all kind of like wrapped around this dinner plate and met, at the same point.
You'd have to be making a claim about having absolute knowledge of the nature of the sky.
Why?
Because it could be just that it appears that way.
No, but I'm saying literally as they were moving south, they were observing the sun.
I know what you're saying. Percentage, I know what you're fucking saying. I've heard it fucking a million times. It could appear that way, and we still be able to use it relatively to navigate the surface of the Earth, right? But that relationship is just apparent.
It's speculation still, isn't it?
So you wouldn't believe it until they actually met face to face as they were going, like their respective souths. Is that what you're saying? Like as they would go to their respective edge of the dinner plate, and then they meet all these people in different parts of Antarctica meet at the same place. That's the only time you would believe it.
Believe it if it was provable. I wouldn't have to believe it, right? Can you prove it?
Yeah, I mean it's a logical deduction. It is.
Is it
like logical?
Undoubtable? Is it undoubtable? It has to be the way you're saying. It has to be the way you're saying. Because you know the exact actual location of all the heavenly bodies and how that relates to the Earth's surface.
No, that's non sequitur. It's relevant.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's not. It's non sequitur. It's not relevant. Okay.
It is. It is because we know that when the sun is on the Tropic of Cancer or the Tropic of Capricorn, like depending on what hemisphere, what celestial pole you want to refer to, we know that at this celestial pole, where underneath
those tropics are in the sky. They're not on the Earth.
I know, but they're dictated at the equinox by the sun's path, right? So if on that day,
path.
On the solstice, I should say on the solstice.
Apparent path. Are you saying that you know exactly what the sun is and does?
No, but I know that the sun takes this path on the solstice.
Appears to from us. From our vantage point, it appears to do
sure, but that path still has a zenith.
Can you say it's directly overhead? Can you say it's definitely doing that thing?
It's definitely directly overhead a particular piece of land as it's going on its path. The sun
appears to be.
Bro, of course, this is all apparent, bro. We're talking about something you see.
Right. So it's not provable then.
We judge by what's apparent.
What you're talking about. Not actual?
We judge by what's apparent. So the sun, for instance, it appears to be a bright, warm thing, right? That's what it is, actually. I'm not going to say, it only appears to that, but it could be cold and neon. No. The sun is a warm light, even though it just appears to be, it feels like it's warm and it appears to be bright, a light. That's what it is. It's a warm light. More than that, we can't say for sure. Everything is dependent on our perception.
Yeah, but we can measure its temperature with a thermometer. We can see its appearance.
Absolutely. And what you're doing is taking our qualitative, my qualitative claim, and you're quantifying. So you could measure the exact luminosity of it, but qualitatively we see that it's a bright light. You can't discount it just because it's an apparent thing. Of course, like everything that we observe is apparent. So it doesn't make sense to just say, oh no, you only see. Anyways, then the two premises are, number one, there's no measured no measured curvature, so Earth is flat. And number two, we have people screaming in the back. But yeah, number two, we have like these real world observations that break any single flat Earth map that we use. So, like each one of them are respectively broken unless we apply
There's no
wraparound.
such thing as like. Hold on, the flat map projections that flat earthers never made. There are no flat Earth maps. What are you talking about? Those are all globe projections.
I know they're globe projections, but people use them as a flat Earth map.
No, you shouldn't
Doesn't
do
matter.
that. Why
The
would
point
you
is
do that?
the point is they're broken. That there's no
So why would you
and
use
there's no
globe-
conceivable
the globe's
there's no
broken.
conceivable
So the globe's
projection
broken.
or map that would work.
The globe is broke.
Isn't there? You've tried every single one.
Yeah, every single one would not work unless we have wraparound effect.
What, all the globe projections?
Any flat Earth map, forget the globe projection. Any map, even if we mapped out everything, it wouldn't work without wraparound effect.
Show that.
I've explained to you. I mean, if you're not picking up on the logical deduction,
Show
that's
it.
fine.
Show it then. Show
It
an
literally
example.
is impossible because we
Show an
have
example.
these, like the eastern and western ends are connected in a way that's
an example.
unbeknownst to us. The creator
Show it.
chose to do it like that.
Hey, you're saying any way we configure the land masses. Show it.
Yeah, I'm
show
telling
show
you.
us how you've done that.
Okay, so
Or have
for
you-
instance, let's
or are you
say
just
we
going
have
off
a
globe
dipole.
projections. Are you just?
I mean,
going off
the globe projections are used for a reason. It's because any like the flat Earth map that we use will kind of like recognize the
Who's
like,
presented
that
one?
kind of-
Who's presented a flat Earth map that isn't a globe projection? Show me that.
No one, bro, because it's kind of like
okay. So you can't
they're
say
almost the
that
same
then,
thing.
can you? So you can't say that then, can you?
I mean, I don't know how to explain it to you more than the fact that if we measure certain land masses and we map them out and stuff like that, and they're
So
accurate,
go do it, and then you can say that.
then it
go
will
do
look
that, and
similar
you can
to a
say,
globe projection.
Go do that, and then you can say that with certainty. Go and do that then.
I am saying it with certainty. I don't need to do it, man.
No, you're not.
Go make a map.
No. You're making a bare assertion.
I am.
So you're trying to say if we go to the edge, you appear on the other side. So would this be the same case if you go up? Where would you come? Okay. Would you hit a barrier, or is it the same as the edge? What's the difference?
When I mean, if we go up, I believe that there's that the heavens are vaulted, they're the ceilings of the earth. So I don't think we can go up high enough to hit.
So if matter can go off the edge and appear in a different area, then gases would be able to. What's stopping them from escaping? Like,
No,
Yeah,
you
it's just
misunderstand. I'm not saying we're going off the edge. I'm not saying. Hold on. Let me kind of clarify something, okay? Yeah, I mean, we did mention the edge of the dinner plate and stuff like that just for simplicity's sake, but I'm not saying we're going off the edge. I'm saying this wraparound effect happens before we reach the edge. There is an edge to the Earth because the Earth isn't infinite, but before we reach the edge, we have this wraparound effect, which basically seamlessly ties these ends of the observable world together. Understand?
Back to what I was saying, how high does this effect go?
How high? I would say that the height. I mean, the distance between the Earth and the first heaven is 500 years.
No, if you get to this area where there's this anomaly, then how high does it affect? Does it take into effect?
That's a very good question. I don't know.
And this is what you got to question and verify.
Yeah, and if the Earth is contained as we know it must be, then how could you possibly exit the container to pop in back at the other side?
You don't exit the container.
That's exactly the point I was trying to
So
make. Like,
how-
you know, trying to
how would you-
falsify them escaping with these shuttles and that. Wouldn't they just go straight up and appear somewhere else to go, yeah, we're going up? But they don't. They curve. They fly away. And I was going to make another point, but yeah, lost it.
Yeah, so to address what you said, Sonny, they don't escape the container because the wraparound effect it's a phenomenon that is before the edge of the Earth,
Yeah,
before the container.
he's saying-
Understand? It's
saying
the containers.
there's a roof.
Sorry.
There's a roof and a floor, no walls.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
There are walls, but before you reach the walls, there's this imperceivable, like, portal, basically. I mean, it's not a portal in so much that you can, because most portals are perceivable, right? But this is just like this wraparound kind of phenomenon. That's it's indescribable. And just
think that would
teleport you basically to the other.
You sound crazy right now, bro.
Yeah, but that's what's necessary, bro. That's the only way it can work.
Bro, that won't work on the inside of this environment. No way. Maybe possibility on the outside, why it affects the stars and the sun and that. You know, it's on the outside of our containment, but nothing like that. What you're saying, it's just too far fetched.
The stars and sun and stuff like that are. I don't know about the sun, but the stars are part of the container. They're part of the firmament, bro.
We don't know.
I know it.
We don't know where they are. We don't know where.
You know.
Stars are the adornment of the firmament.
Yeah, we don't know where they are or what they are or if they're shining through something and that's why we see their light. We don't know any of that, but that's besides the point. There's no place that we know of where you could go before the container and then pop back out. You would have to pop out and back in at the other side. Like, how does this wraparound thing work?
Exactly.
How would that work with the geometry of the Earth being flat with the water? Like, that's not any kind of physics that is known to man. Where are you getting this information from?
It's not any physics known to man, but it's
exactly
the necessity. It's the necessity to explain the observations that we have on a flat Earth.
No, it's a necessity you're making up that works only on a map.
There is no necessity.
I'm saying any conceivable map. Any conceivable map would be broken without it.
No, the necessity to explain this is in your head. It does not exist.
Yeah. Map. You're only trying to like place your Pac-Man Earth on a known map. Maps aren't reality.
I hear you. But reality can be mapped, right? And regardless of what type of map you want to use, whether it's monopole or dipole or tripole or quadrupole or whatever, in order to explain the real world, that, like, again, reality, the observations that we have on reality on this map, you would require wraparound effect. Otherwise, every single conceivable map is broken. I'm telling you, man, that's how it is.
No. You said we could map reality. When has that?
Bro.
When has we?
It's not
when have we ever mapped reality? It's never been done.
I mean, we try to, but it doesn't. But even though when we're mapping reality, we have architecture.
Shut the fuck up, man. You have not analyzed and evaluated every conceivable map of reality, bro. That's what I keep trying to tell you. You're making knowledge claims. You're making claims to knowledge you could not possibly have, and you're reifying things. You're giving absolute concreteness to things in the sky and what they do and don't do. You don't have that knowledge. Nobody has that knowledge. You cannot make these claims.
Yeah, and you cannot figure out these maps on paper. You cannot do that with the information you've got without getting out there, without testing that, just like the flat Earth. You need to get out there, but we need to test that environment. You can't do that in your office, mate.
I mean, we'll just have to agree to disagree because the level of the knowledge that I have, T-Dub, is absolutely achievable, and it's I have absolute certainty in it. I'm not saying more than, like anything that I don't know. Okay, I'm only saying what I know, and this is the way it has to be with Earth being flat.
Yeah, you don't
and
know. No, it's not the only way it has to be. It's not the way it has to be.
Way. I promise you, it is, and in time, you guys will realize it, or you won't.
So, how is it the only way?
Because regardless of like, okay, so we have reality, right? If you want to record it, jot it down on a paper, i.e., make a map. There are certain limitations to your map making. You have to choose a starting point, an origin point. You have to have a coordinate system. It has to be to scale. All of these things, right? Whether you make it centered on your position or centered on the North Pole or centered on whatever, and do it azimuthal equidistant, or whether you want to do a dipole one based off of the celestial sky, or whatever one you choose, each one of them singularly will be broken without wraparound effect.
No, they won't be. So we know that the Earth is flat, stationary, contained. So all the water is horizontal on the top. So we know that if you keep going south as far as we know, using a compass, you end up hitting ice. So how far past the ice does this effect occur?
You understand? Okay, so you keep on going south, you hit the ice. But if you keep on going south from different locations, you all meet up to the same point. Explain that.
How far past the ice does this occur?
Where around where the South Celestial Pole is.
There is no South Celestial Pole. Oh, the South Celestial Pole.
There is no. That's what I'm saying. The South Celestial ring, the ring, is the pole. It's wraparound. If you're using the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is what you were kind of referring to.
I'm talking about
you're referring to going south and hitting the wall.
I'm talking about you're on the surface, though, not in the sky. So if you're on the surface and you reach the ice or icy lands, how far past the ice does this occur?
About as far as it is from the shore to the south, South Pole, in terms of the globe model. It's accurate.
There is no South Pole on the Earth.
Tell me something.
I mean, there is. There is.
Tell me something percentage. Tell me something percentage. Did the sun teleport?
No, the sun does not teleport.
How do you know?
There you go. There you go, bro. It didn't pack.
It doesn't teleport, bro, but it's still.
It did.
It wraps around. But it doesn't teleport.
Didn't need to pack, man. So why would you think you need to? You're gonna.
No, it does. It does wrap around.
You're gonna go ahead and reify this.
T-Dub, you misunderstand
what you think the sun is doing, right?
Nothing teleports, bro. Teleportation means you.
Yeah, whatever you want to fucking call it. Pedantic fucking bullshit. Teleport, loop back around, Pac-Man. The sun didn't Pac-Man. Or did it? Or what did they see it do? Did they see it Pac-Man when they went to Antarctica, percentage?
Forgive me,
Did they see the sun Pac-Man in Antarctica?
Yeah, everything's Pac-Maning now. I don't think the word Pac-Man because Pac-Man. Pac-Man, what happens is
you can't be so confident. This isn't for this server, man. You can't be so confident. The reason why it's been this long and the why it doesn't.
Don't let him off this. Don't let him off this, bro.
Go ahead.
When they went to Antarctica, did they see the sun Pac-Man?
No.
No.
It's imperceivable. And it's not It's not like the sun's the only thing that's Pac-Maning. Everything is wrapping around.
You sound like a glober, bro. You sound like a glober. Oh, the curve's there, but it's imperceivable. Fuck off, percentage.
That's not the case, actually. The globers say that it is perceivable. They say that it's measurable 8 inches per mile or whatever. And number two, how can I sound like a glober when I'm saying Earth is flat?
Gravity exists, but you can't detect it. Can't see it. You can't see the curve. Can't feel the motion.
That's not what globers say, bro.
Yes,
Glober
it
says you can't
is.
detect
We
gravity
had
by
one
Cavendish's
in. We
experiments or
had
whatever.
one in here saying it earlier.
Well, he's a dumb Glober then. Like a Glober that actually knows his model will say that Cavendish's experiment is proof
You
of the
sound
flow.
like him. You sound like a dumb Glober, saying,
No,
"Well, it
that's
does
not a
this,
chance.
but you can't. I can't
Don't
see it
insult me like
happen.
that, too, Dub.
I
That's
can't
not even
prove
nice,
it.
man.
I can't see it happen. It's imperceivable."
Yeah, absolutely.
You're saying the sun
is a
does
logical
something that
necessity.
nobody perceives.
Not just the sun; it's everything. So the ground, the scenery, the
Listen
clouds,
to yourself, bro.
yourself,
Listen to yourself.
everything. Yeah, I know. I'm hearing. It sounds like implausible. It sounds crazy at first, but if you actually understand,
Reality is this thing that we can't observe. You sound like a fucking Glober.
But the change is
so you do.
imperceivable.
So they did. So they did see the Sun Pac-Man in Antarctica.
No, it's part of your observation.
No, they didn't.
I guarantee you, but it's imperceivable.
Right. It's imperceivable, but we do perceive it.
Again, it's part.
Listen
it's part
to yourself.
Of what is it's not individually perceivable.
I don't
but it
even
still
know.
blends
I don't
into
even know you
everything.
need to go
Everything
any
that you
further,
sense.
bro. You are fucking in dreamland.
Bro, like I don't know what to tell you, man. In time you'll come to it, or you won't. When there's more and more data, like in reality, like showing certain things, and you'll realize that the only way that any map can work, even if it's the most accurate map in the world, the only way it can work is if there's wraparound effect.
You're also going wrong by taking in some Globers and a few, troll flat earthers going somewhere, saying something is, and taking that in as true. Unless we go there, someone that you trust and know, or yourself goes there, then you can't take in that information.
No, I mean I'm not solely relying on that, because if you were in the north and you're moving, traveling north, on the solstice, the summer solstice of the north, then you would see that the sun's doing the same thing. The path of it is equaling out as you travel north, to the point where you reach the pole, where it's absolutely constant, like the height doesn't change in the night sky, in the day sky, right? So the same thing applies to the south. Anyways, think about it, guys. Think about it. Is he roboting, or is it just me?
He's roboting.
is absolutely no different to what globers do. Well, I observe this thing happening, but I'm going to interpret it as X. It has no fucking grounds. Can't observe it, can't experience it, can't perceive it. Just imagine. Just imagine with me for a minute, flat earthers. This is the only way it's possible. This is the only explanation for this thing I see occurring.
Yeah, because one of those 100 million maps from the projected map from one thing that it's not to another thing that it's not, from the thing that it's not, that's really help us out. Yeah, just keep looking at those more.
Right? He said, there is no conceivable map that explains this.
Well, that's why the globe's out the window. that, that's why the globe doesn't work. Because none of the globe's maps work.
Why is he relying on maps to fucking
I don't know.
base his what the fuck?
I'm going to draw him a treasure map and see if that works.
I get your information from Google. It's no different.
Yeah, I'd like him to show me the exact point of Pac-Manning. Where do I go to Pac-Man? Across to the other side. At what point does it transition? Show me the exact fucking spot.
Yeah, make sure you're not, too high up. If you're too tall, you have to duck under this area.
I mean, as a speculation, like, I'm happy to entertain it. I am. I'm actually happy to entertain it as a speculation. But when someone comes in as if it's a knowledge claim and fucking claiming to know shit that they couldn't possibly fucking know, nah, man, I'm not fucking going with that. Fucking prove it to me right fucking now.
Exactly. You can, change your words around to make it look like you don't believe it as fact. But yeah, you can't come here thinking that it's fact and try and get your information across. That it's not been proven. It's ridiculous. If deep down in your head you think that's fact, yeah, prove it or shut up.
I mean, like the Globers, and your theoretical
Pretty sure the
physicists,
military just has
astrophysicists.
coordinates fucked up so you wouldn't know it anyway. That's pretty much what's going on.
Yeah, that could be the case too. But I mean, like, these astrophysicists and theoretical physicists entertain such ideas within space and time, right? What he's talking about. They do. Rosen bridges, Einstein Rosen bridges. Bending the piece of paper, folding it over. You're putting two holes in it and then folding it over so they meet. All that shit. Yes, that's it. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I just say that the North and the South are not what you thought they were, and they're not orientated the way or where you thought they were. So that's pretty much it. So if that doesn't help you be unconfused, still. But I would never say I know. I'd be like, I know this does this or this has to do this. Like, no, it could. Something could do something, but it also has the possibility to not be doing that, but to seem like that's the action or attribute that's like happening to you. So, like, even when they look through their telescopes and they say, well, this thing's orbiting another thing, you couldn't tell orbit from a ping pong ball going left and right, literally. So, like, I don't even know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah. You can pretend that you believe, that it's speculation, but your demeanor, your attitude, even your voice would tell just about everyone in this server that you're full of shit.
Yeah, and another thing he's going to do is like if you say, "All right, show me that prove that this is the case, prove that this like this is the only explanation." He's gonna reverse the burden and say, "Well, you show me a map, just like a fucking Glover." It's fucking pathetic.
He's lucky Curie wasn't here. So I posted this thing on Facebook the other day. Hang on, I'll chuck it in voice chat. And, there it is. Did that send? I don't know. I'm in voice chat. Can I help? Did I post anything to send?
What is it?
Yes, yes, you did. I see two images of the thing.
Oh, yeah, come through twice. Yep. Stuttering it. Phone stuttering. Yeah, and none of them could give me a straight answer. It was quite entertaining. Because all they could say was, oh, it's not to scale, it's not to scale. Like, they can't even think rationally or picture that those vast distances, you can't put those to scale on paper. Like, they're just, your thoughts are impaired.
You can't put them to scale in the lab. You should tell them it takes 57 miles to prove the sun, and your distance would be in millimeters. That's 57 miles. You'd have to have a lab 57 miles long just to show the distance, and a scaled down version in millimeters of the sun and the earth. And it'd be 24,000 millimeters around for the earth, and 1,800,000 earths have to fit into that sun.
Yeah.
That you can't even make. What the fuck?
Yeah. That's why the numbers are so big. So people can't really fathom it. They can't put it into their head, so they can't really, falsify it because it's impossible to picture those vast distances. No one on this earth can picture 94 million miles.
Well, how they would have to make a really huge sun too, super huge, like bigger than the building, bigger than the building they have that's rounded already. And then for the moon, right? It would have to be like 88 feet away.
Yeah.
From the Earth.
Yeah.
In the lab.
And then all your measuring instruments would have to be pretty high tech as well, wouldn't they?
Well, your eyeballs would be what you're using. Your eyeballs and 3 balls. Just rotate them and see what comes out of it. See what kind of ellipses, versions of the sun, the moon, whatever, the phases, all that. Yeah. Just if you can match
it. They come back at me, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but they keep saying, "Oh, but the sun's way bigger. The sun's way bigger." But it's also
same size as the moon.
Yeah, it's the same size as the moon. So why don't you just make that sun the same size as the moon and the same distance? Would that be the same effect or not? I don't know.
Yeah, they could also show you from the moon and look back at the Earth and see that the Earth would be 4 times bigger than the sun. Since the sun and moon are the same size, and the Earth's 4 times bigger than the moon in our view, to our relevance. And if we're on the moon looking back at the Earth from that distance, the Earth would be 4 times bigger than the sun.
Yep, that would be massive.
No. But pay attention to this. It would have to be exactly 4 times bigger than the sun. Couldn't be any less. Couldn't be any more by their math. And if they showed any differential of that, like if they showed big ass Earth and little bitty dot sun, something wrong. Something wrong.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and when they look back at the Earth supposedly during that 1972 shot, did that look like the Earth was 4 times bigger than the sun and the moon? Hell no, it looked like a little piece of a half of a portion.
Yeah. Yeah, they can't get it right.
What about when it scares everybody when you tell them there's nothing in space? And then they want to bet you money there's stars up there, and then you show them how altitude footage, and then they get sad and almost start crying because it's all black. What about that?
Yeah. Yeah. No one knows what they are. Even the nursery rhymes question what they are. What's that tell you?
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Yeah, brother.
I told him Dr. Seuss said it best. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Snorlax, Thorlax.
Yeah.
That's the best scientist I've ever heard. Literally, Dr. Seuss. It's the best doctor I've known. He's got the best doctorate I've ever heard.
Yeah, I'm going into bad service area in the hills and that. So, you know.
Yeah, I know. I like your diagram. Like, because I've been wondering too. Like, yeah, how would it? Like, even if it was positioned at a point where, like, as it's rising, right? So you can sort of visualize that it's not it's off center to the equatorial plane and all that blah blah blah, and it's way out there, and you can you're seeing it fully illuminated. How does it remain that way throughout the course of an evening? I mean, I don't, and how, like, when it's when it's rising in the north, right? For me, like, it's like northeast, and it goes and it has this apparent arc across the sky towards the northwest, right? How the fuck does it, like, maintain, like, does that facing to? How is it just facing you all the fucking time? No matter where it fucking rises and sets, it's always fucking facing you the same fucking direction. I mean, how does that work? For everyone. For everyone that can see it. From no matter what angle, what location, you're in the fucking northern hemisphere, you're in the fucking southern hemisphere, you're fucking this way, you're that way, every way, fucking, and just everyone fucking sees it the same way. I mean, the same side.
Yeah, it throws what we know about perspective right out the door.
When does elevation follow an arc or drop one microscopic dot below itself and stay the same height? When does that happen? When does elevation not change when you drop it down, the object? Where does the object not experience a decrease or increase in elevation as you drop or rise with it above a microscopic focal point? Put a corner, a square, just put the corner of the square, touch it to any sphere. Both parts go away from the sphere the same rate. into space towards the wall and the ceiling at the same rate. So on a real sphere, the object, the square, every little dot that you can imagine or actually physically put along that material will be the same. It will increase in distance and elevation on a real sphere. Now, on this globe that we live on, it doesn't increase in elevation going horizontally to the horizon. That's a problem. Bow droppers. I dropped the bow. So if you're running from the military, just go hide behind Earth Curve. They'll never find you, boys. Or will they see you refract everywhere? Oh, look, it's the Great Refractor. Dr. Seuss, how does the sun work? One move, two move, three move, four. Back to where it came from the night, the day before. That way, that way. I don't know. Which way does the sun like to go? What are the what are the stars when they all disappear? Whenever you or I try to get near. Every time we try to see them so clear. I think I see something. Coriolis will appear. The bird, it's a plane. It's Coriolis. It's got to be this. It's got to be that.
The twinkly lights. I think I see. Become Tootsie Globes to me. Why would we have ever went past elevation? Why would we have ever said, hey, we can believe you that the ocean's 7 miles deep, but there's a curve of 7 miles or 20 miles. The boat just dropped 20 miles down. If the boat dropped 20 miles down and there's 20 miles of water from the bottom of my feet to the boat, from point A to B, up and down, I'm going to say there's 20 miles of water between me and that boat, or deep, below my feet. So the water is 20 miles deep below my feet, but 7 miles out that way? How do we prove that? I think we need to get that 7-mile pole out, boys, and make sure it sticks out the water from the horizon, make it about 8 miles. Just make sure the pole sticks out of the water 1 mile that way, the horizon. Then we're definitely going to see the earth curve, right? That's all we need is a 7-mile pole to see the earth curve. 3 mile? 3-mile pole? We got a 7-mile one, boys. Let's say we jab that son of a bitch into this ball. Sticks out the side. Does that not make sense? I mean, 3 miles, we look out. Boat's curving down. Boat's supposed to be curving down at our feet. Let's get that right there. So 3 miles away from us, the boat's only dropping down how much? Supposed to be dropping down 3 miles. Last time I checked. Not 8 inches, not 2 inches, not 3 inches. If you drop from my point to your point 8 miles or 20 miles or 12,000 miles, that's exactly what that number is. It can't be another number. How can it be 2 numbers? Bobby, drop this 8 inches. Well, due to earth curve, we only got to drop it 2 millimeters, Tom. Not the whole 8 inches. I don't think so, Billy Bob. Get your ass over there and drop it 8 inches. How do we know to cut our lawns at 10 inches? How can you tell how deep your lawn is or how big your lawn is to the rest of the lawn if you can't tell how deep water is to the rest of the water? Something not adding up here. Isn't that a sea of grass? Shouldn't the sea of grass be curving with the earth too?
Yeah, the highest point in a swimming pool, full of water, if it's at rest, the highest point is directly in the middle, right?
Yes, and on a globe. Well, but listen to this one. This one's gonna make you scratch your head if you're a glober. Globe water. If you want to make a pool on a globe, you don't need any walls. You just need 2 walls so your water doesn't go to your neighbor's house. Right? Wrong. If water holds itself in a curve at one point higher than another point, that means water can stack itself in a curved format into a curved shape in your yard. That means you can sit water on top of water and it's not going to go nowhere because of earth gravity. Gravity's going to hold that water there. The water is just as dense as the gold, isn't it? How is water held to the earth but not held to the earth? Why would you need pools? Why would you need walls? 4 square walls to hold water if gravity is supposed to be doing that? I'm lost here. Why do you need physical walls when gravity is supposed to be holding water? What the fuck's the point of mud? What's the point of the outside mud or shore or any of that if gravity's holding that water?
Well, it'd continue to spread out. I mean, like, if you had enough water, it would just continue to spread out. And if it overflowed, like any
barriers, it would just continue to spread out and just cover the whole ball with water.
Correct. Correct. But what I'm saying is, for you and I to go swimming, in a portion of dirt, if we just said, okay, we blocked off the water from this side of our property and we blocked off the wall, we put a wall to block the water, right? And then we pour our own little water in between, just a little portion. It should just sit there and stack on itself. Like somehow a meniscus should be forming, like we should. If we're microscopic, micro little dots on this ball, and water stacks up as a meniscus, that's 125 to 200, 225, 250 miles high.
The world's a cylinder. You've all been misled. Flat earthers and globe earthers alike. It's a cylinder.
Did Tree Man come with any proof of anything he believes this time?
Oh, the earth is cylindrical. You're not listening.
I'll take that as a no.
It's somewhere between a cylinder and a cube. I'm trying to figure it out, bro. Help me out.
Definitely a no.
It might be shaped like like butt cheeks, kind of, where it's like a sphere and then another sphere and a divot in between.
That's even
possible.
more now.
It's possible.
That's like all the now.
Could just be a fucking pyramid.
Standing on a mountain the other day, I'm pretty sure it was a skyscraper.
You know that a cylinder has two flat sides?
Yeah, dude. We're like, it's like a cylinder that's hollow on the inside, and we're on the inside of it. Yeah, that's based, right? Makes about as much sense as flat Earth, honestly. Anyways,
You know that flat
never
isn't a
change.
shape, right?
Never
Flat isn't a
change,
shape,
guys.
right?
Never
Flat
never
is not a
change,
shape.
guys. Never change, guys. Stay the same. Stay little children.
Okay, bro.
That's good.
Off you go.
Stay grown
Off
up
you go.
believer, Dr.
Never
Seuss.
change.
Hey, look around. I saw other skyscrapers. Got to be on a skyscraper.
I saw a bird. It must have been going 17,000 miles an hour. It's got to be at least 250 miles away. Got to be. I can calculate how fast that fly's going. 37,000 miles an hour. They're like, hey, you're in a hallway and the hallway's 50 foot long. Like, there's a bird down at the end of the hallway. Do you believe me, buddy? And you look, you see some kind of hologram bird in the middle of the hallway, and you're like, I don't really think that bird's all the way at the end of the hallway. No, don't get closer. Whatever you do, stay right here and look out this special tool. It'll tell you how far it is. You can't get any closer. Don't do that. For goodness sake, don't get high altitude footage of that bird or the ISS. How come JW Tolan Media doesn't have any high altitude footage of the ISS? The little pussy. Kind of artard is he? Calling him out. McToon too. All of them. FTFE, Professor Dave, Cyman Dan, Neil deGrasse fucking Tardedson. None of you boys can get high altitude footage of an ISS? What a bunch of losers.
I've got some from NASA. Verify that.
No, I want them from your balloon or from an airplane. From
Yeah,
you
NASA
on an
doesn't
airplane.
lie.
Well, that's cool. You're not going to lie either. I'll just take a look at your video. We don't care about whether you lie or tell the truth. We just want to take a look at your video, you getting on the plane, the whole video going up, like seeing it, zoom in, zoom out. Take a baby observatory up there with you if you need. Shit, I don't care. Use a hot air balloon. Just stay posted right up there till it goes over and zoom in. Just in the highest you can get away from the ground.
What's the maximum height a hot air balloon goes?
I don't know, but a helicopter goes 12,000 for safe range and 29 for the ultimate when you hear the beep 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 beep. So that's a helicopter. I'm pretty sure a helium balloon or a high altitude balloon go pretty fucking high. Just depending, you know what I mean?
Is it a certain height where the balloon pops, or does that deviate?
I don't think a hot air balloon's going to get. I don't think you're going to take your hot air balloon to that portion. But your hot air balloon has a hole in the top. Your hot air balloon might be some type of idea that they'd want to use because you add the pressure as you go, and there's a hole. Yeah, I'm just saying
Oh,
because if
here
the
we go.
things,
Here
yeah,
we go.
they
They're
pop.
back from their fucking secret society meeting. Yeah.
There will be blood.
Thanks for the fucking invite.
I came over here. Oh man,
Yeah,
I
sorry, I
saw
didn't hear it.
NDO's
what are
invite
you taking
for
a nap,
everyone.
man?
NDO's invite said everyone.
I missed it. What?
Just
Where did you? I didn't know
I
it was
made an
going on.
announcement, and I came in here and said, "Yo, there's a dude broadcasting on Rumble. Come, if you want to come listen."
Oh shit! Sorry,
Well,
man. I missed it.
you guys were talking about some esoteric shit or something. Oh,
just
what
a
you talking?
question for
What
Demo.
was Kev's-
Demo. Is there a certain height that weather balloons pop at? Like, is that, does that deviate, or is it just one set height? Do you know?
I think it deviates depending on the material and what you're using. There's Kevlar. There's another material they use that's like metallic, and then yeah. So I think it just depends. You can never be really 100% unless like you're getting the reading yourself. You know what I mean? Unless you're the one sending up the reading, like you just have to accept whatever reading you get from whoever else, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can go with it, but
Well, that makes sense.
yeah, and they have different types of helium that they'll probably mix something in there with too. I probably misspoke. Different types of stuff they can mix, right? With the helium or besides helium, they probably do some hydrogen. You never know. You never know what the government should. Might not just be the helium. So it's hard to say exactly.
Yeah, I was just curious whether it was the actual expansion of the gases that makes it, explode, or whether, it was some other variable. If it was a certain height, a set height, then it, that could be taken into consideration, I guess.
Right, but a certain height from where? How do you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was thinking that too, like, it have to be exact same spot, yeah.
It's a Chinese balloon, and a Sidewinder missile takes it down.
I mean, I'm sure you could probably Google the height of a normal high altitude balloon versus a high profile weather Kevlar balloon. See how high they go. But they might be regulated not even to pop, just to go to a certain height before they pop and situate themselves there in a way until they come back down. I mean, they might have a canister underneath that releases something. Who knows?
Yeah, well, that's something I can look into. Yeah, keep it busy. Here's a good one. Not long after, I discovered the truth about the Earth, I started thinking about ways I could, observe, what's going on around me without any measuring tools, just with my own eyes. And I was on a road trip on a flat, straight highway. And I thought, that's watch these clouds and see what they do, and, see how long it takes for a cloud to go from the horizon there, eye level, to straight above me. So I checked to see how much wind was out. Wasn't much wind, so it was a good situation. So I tested it, and 30 to an hour, like, depending on how strong the wind is up there, you can't really know that. These clouds are straight above you. So you're saying we're on a globe, and those clouds on the horizon there are basically at eye level because you're seeing the clouds are at a different angle. Then in that 30 to 40 minutes, or 30 to an hour, whatever, you're saying that I've gone from the height of that cloud to the ground, down around a curve, when it feels like I'm on a flat road. It looks flat. It is flat. It'll be measured flat. That's a vast distance, but that's a lot of height. There's clouds up there.
You can't drop down around the curve.
No, you don't need any instruments, to test this Earth. You can do it with knowledge and the right guidance, like critical thinking.
Yeah, 100%. I'm with you there.
Yeah, capability to actually picture and imagine things, not stories, that is.
Well, I think it's weird that Globers can't imagine the sphere they live on, but they say they know all about it, but they can't imagine how every time I describe elevation, it will work in every direction.
Yeah, I keep thinking that I don't think they've got that ability. The indoctrination has canned that out of them. They taught to take in information, regurgitate it, when I'm there still pondering about the first sentence that teacher said, trying to figure out what she meant by it. And, while she's carrying on with all this other information that all these other children are taking in, and I failed a test because I was stuck on that thing that I was confused about. I wanted to figure it out a bit better. Don't want to ask questions because, you get ridiculed. Oh, you didn't know? You're an idiot. Oh, you didn't know? Oh, I'll help you with that. No, that doesn't happen. Yeah, and the way they test a whole class of children, the same method when everyone takes in information in a different way, at different speeds. It doesn't add up. It just doesn't make sense. That your parents should know this information and be able to teach it to you one-on-one before, the harder information, the more detailed stuff. Then you start going to school, learn all the basics of your parents. That way you don't get influenced by other children, to get into drugs, to swear. Parents can bring you up the way the parents think is correct. And that's impossible nowadays. It's impossible.
Yeah, because today electronics, tablets, phones, televisions are getting to the kids before the parent. Kids are allowed to watch those animations, those songs, just to stop the kid from crying. They will just put those songs for kid in front of their face all the time, all the day.
Yeah, I refuse to, let my boy watch TV. He's not allowed any screen time for as long as I can do it for. And my mum's like, oh, but the TV was the best babysitter. Yeah, that's where you went wrong, Mum. She didn't like that.
I don't want to stop my kid. Just take away the tablet or the phone. I'm not even controlling what he is watching on YouTube. He's playing just YouTube Kids, but I'm not interested. So that little kid will just have to be like me. He will go to school like a normal kid. He will just have have those stories and that indoctrination system like I had when I was a kid. But I will teach him to look at the reality, question everything.
Yeah.
That when he will just have his he will start to reason. Now he's just a little boy. He's 5-year-old. So when he will start to reason, at that moment, I will teach him to think about anything.
Yeah, that's a good point, Negros. Just because, I mean, in my experience with my kids, man, like, yeah, it's true. Anything you turn on YouTube, especially kids stuff, is all space, all Mickey Mouse, all these hand gestures, all these weird, like, I don't know. Have you guys ever watched Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? Like, that thing is, there's a lot of like weird spells and weird words, just being said. But I also think, like, I don't know, because I have a 10-year-old and a 3-year-old. And with my 10-year-old, like, I got her a computer, but I also encourage her to, like, be creative, like in Blender. I've been teaching her like 3-dimensional like modeling software and how to make music. And so, I mean, it can be like a really awesome tool that they can, because they're gonna get into that stuff anyway. And instead of being like, oh no, you can't watch any of this stuff or use it, to use it critically and use it safely.
So, while you're on the topic, that's exactly what I was going to say before with imagination. Like, they're watching the other children, do things on YouTube. I'm not talking about play games, but do things outside, and they're getting entertained by that. So that child making that video may have an imagination, but the child watching that video, the multiple children watching that video, is not going to gain any imagination when they're watching that screen. They're like a zombie. That's why when they go outside, they get bored because they're not able to have, to view things in a different way, to have that ability to imagine, something else happen, and it's quite sad because it's something that you grow up and you remember. You don't remember watching TV and that. You remember all the stuff you used to do as a child that was innocent.
Just like Flat
I used to go on road trips, and I used to go on road trips and picture myself in my go-kart smashing it beside the road on the footpaths and that. Like, that was me. I was actually in that go-kart. My brain was able to picture that. And I don't think children can do that so much these days. And it's really, really sad,
Yeah, like Flat Lloyd said, and he's doing a great thing. He's teaching his kid to use that technology. So, that kid, she will watch. I don't know if it is a girl or boy, but his kid will watch YouTube at a certain moment. So you can't just stop him, but you can just teach him also to use that technology. For my kid, he's just too young to teach him to use those tools, but I let him play games. So he watch videos, but most of the time he's on games also. So games are great to develop problem solving, reflexes. It's not stopping helping the kid. It's not stopping the kid from growing its intelligence or developing his intelligence.
Yeah. The games, I don't see any harm in that. I'll be worried about the effects on the eyes with the screen and that. We haven't really.
Oh, of course.
been around screens for long enough to see the effects on our eyes. But yeah, games and that. But yeah, I prefer books, and like puzzles and that, like physical games.
Oh yeah, dude. We play board
not
games like all the
Monopoly.
time, like as a family. It's hilarious.
So what was that?
Well, we play like board games together. Also, like just kind of like team, family, fun time, I guess.
Yeah,
But they can be
memories
hilarious.
that you
Playing
cherish.
Candyland.
Yeah, my name's Dylan. Anyway, but yeah, whenever they used to land on Piccadilly, they used to all pick me. Oh, I got bloody hurt. There was pinches and kicks, until I wet my pants.
I remember playing Mario Bros with my mom. Was really a young kid.
I don't know. I think it's a really cool topic for me just because I didn't really want children until like I realized the truth about the earth and everything that was going on. I mean, it happened really early for me. Like 2014 and 13 is when I was going like
that's
geocentric. Like,
mad.
what is going on in this place? But like being completely 180 and just being like, oh man, kids are like the greatest opportunity to actually like, do good and just like it self motivates you. And,
Yeah,
I don't know, it's great.
I think
You
that's
could
why
protect them
we're
at the
here
same
is
time.
the way we treat our children. If we put them first and stop being so selfish and make sure we put them in the correct environment, then you got a good soul. But as soon as you start going, oh, I want to have a child because I want someone to support me as I grow older, I want the company, all of those kind of ideas for having a child is selfish. And you're not even thinking about the world you're bringing them into, whether they're going to be okay. People don't consider that. People with diseases and stuff, there's a high chance they're going to have it, but I want a child so much. No, you do not have a child if there's a chance of your child suffering. Come on. It's disgusting. And I just thought, take her off to birth control. Let's let fate take its course. I was starting to get a bit more spiritual. And I was like, I want fate to, run its course. None of his, fake stuff. Birth control, it's not natural. So I did that, and what do you know? She was conceived in the original place my ancestors landed in Australia, and I did not know that this was the place my ancestors landed. We were on holiday until after he was born. Dad was like, oh, that's where your ancestors originated. I was like, no way. And it's just all these things adding up. It's just incredible. And he's made me go, I'm studying this environment that we live in, to make sure he's okay. And that's when I discovered the flat earth and everything, mate. And it's just, it hits you hard, but at least I'm aware. That's the main thing.
It's a pretty good side effect of truth, man. Change. But yeah, I mean, I think that's what's pretty rich about this topic. Just because it really does kind of have a different meaning in a weird way, even though it's all objective and kind of just realizing objective reality. It's so simple and yet so revealing, just how far we've, just all of it, just everybody individually. I don't know. Some people have like lost family members. Some people have it breezy, but the truth's the truth. And
yeah, the loved ones around you bring out, who you truly are.
I mean, the generations that it's creating today, like everybody, all the truth seekers, flat earthers, the guys that are in here, the families that they've enriched, the people they've changed. Like, I don't know. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I think the same thing.
To like try to change this around. I don't know. Some of these Globers, it's ridiculous. They're never going to change. You know, they can barely listen to a word, let alone define one. But I don't know. It's definitely the target market for entertainment. You know, some of these Globies. Some of them, it's just like absolute insanity. The anti-flat earthers, you know, those.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. You see, they think they know what's going on, and they don't give a rat's ass about anyone else around them. Therefore, they're not going to go any deeper and go, I'm going to verify this just to make sure that person that I love is okay. Therefore,
They're just mad. They were so late to the party.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, they're vicious for sure.
Yeah. It's like when it's yourself, you know, you're not too concerned. You're like, oh, it's just me. I did the damage to myself. I'm to blame. And it's my body, so it's my choice. You know, you can get away with that. You can have some subtle thoughts and think in that way. But if you weren't selfish and you were truly concerned about, you know, your mum, your dad, anyone, any of the loved ones around you, then you would go, hang on, I cannot risk not knowing that as fact, whether that is okay, whether that is dangerous. I cannot risk that because I cherish that person so much. I cannot risk that. But these people cherish themselves only. Therefore, they're not going, oh, they're not going, I'm going to verify that because they're not thinking so deeply about, you know, their child or whoever that they're going to go to that extremity. And that stuff is poison. And oh yeah. Yeah, and anyway, it
How
can
do you
get pretty
stop?
deep, but
How do you stop fake science? How do you stop scientists from telling everybody something that's supposed to be happening or that will happen or that they can create or that they can do, but nobody else can nowhere? And no one can see it happen and it doesn't exist to anyone in reality as we know it. How do you get rid of those scientists? And how do you get rid of those projects that nobody can be a part of, that none of the public can see?
Did you ask how you got rid of the scientists? Is that what you said?
Yeah, yeah. The
What
ones that,
scientists?
well, exactly. Exactly. How do you get rid of the people that say they're scientists and they bring you stuff that makes no sense and it has no part in reality and you couldn't demonstrate it? Like, even with the scientist next to you, the very person that says, I'm a scientist, whatever that means, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm with you. What scientist? But like, how do we get rid of the fake stuff? Like, how do we eliminate it? Like,
You
how do we
don't.
say
You can't.
sucks?
Yep. You can't do it. You can just expose them. That's about all you can do, but you're going to get drowned out by the hordes of friggin' heliocentric ball tart spinning space monkeys. The best you could do in front of many people, expose them, and maybe you get one or two people to say, oh, wait a second. There's some bullshit going on here. That's the best you can hope for.
I guess I've done that, so I guess I'm good.
You know why?
Oh yeah.
Because they're dug in like an Alabama tick.
On the back of a dog's ass.
Mm.
Hello, Quantum Racer.
What do you want, mother?
I only want you. That's why I come here.
That's
Just
why
for
you come here.
That's right.
Another stalker. All right. Do you guys work out while you muted my star prodigy today?
Oh yeah, that kind of worked itself out.
Did it work itself out on its own, or did it take a meeting?
It was actually in real time. It didn't really need a meeting, but I mean, Nathan was actually what's the word? Apologetic.
Conciliatory?
Yeah, that's the word.
That's a good fucking word. I like that word.
That is a good word.
Doesn't beat
Yeah, it
acquiesce.
resolved
though.
itself.
It doesn't fucking beat acquiesce.
Acquiesce.
Acquiesce. That's one of my favorite words. That's good for that Fargan bastard. He needed to be put in his place. You
No,
want me to
overall, it was a pretty good show.
You want me to give you some guys' advice? Since I've been modding for years before you guys were mods in here. You want to make it? Write these down. You ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah, right. Yeah. See what the problem is now, and well, it's been a problem more or less the whole time, but it's more prevalent now. I would say in 99. We're going 100% of the time. You guys all know this. I'm just going to tell you. You're going to say, "Oh yeah, this is how it goes." You see, when we interloculate with ballers, you know, the typical ones around here, they have projectile diarrhea of the mouth. They don't shut up. Right? So when they start talking, you want to have a conversation. But when they start talking and they get they compromise themselves, like within the first breath, like level doesn't mean curved, and then they go on to their next point. I'm just going to use me. I stop them right there, right? Because that premise that they just stated is false. But they want to continue talking. They'll say, "Oh, I wasn't done talking." Well, you fucked up right there. So let's square that away first before you move on. But it's unsaid, right? So they get all flustered because they can't finish their fuckwit thought, and then they can't stop talking. Yeah?
Definitely.
So something has to be put out to these crayon munchers that to have a conversation, we all know that it's all over anyway, but still, to have a cordial conversation, you have to be calm, take your time and be prepared to stop if you're wrong on that premise point. Because there's no sense in me listening to that everything after that fuckwittery that's based on that premise point. You guys follow that? Yeah.
Yep.
You understand that? So, and when they start over talking, the mods got to be engaged and mute them immediately. And then explain to them why their point was fucking halted, why it was wrong, and then they can continue after they understand why it was wrong. You follow that? If you do that, if the mods adopt that strategy, then things will go a lot better. But what do I know?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, just because I would say Matrix kind of does that for you pretty well, especially when, there's just an absolute fuckwittery going on. In this case today with Nathan, the guy just kept saying, yeah, but.
Yeah,
which is,
I know.
Yeah,
I heard
it's just a contradiction, right?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, but. Yeah, no. Yeah, but that's your ass.
And so I get it. But yeah, if somebody had stepped in, muted him, and go, yeah, but is not an acceptable answer. Would you like to try again, sir?
Exactly. You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So that's going to. Now, when you first start doing it, it's going to take a high level of engagement with the mods to be actively listening. Look, and interloculate. That's too funny. Thanks, AI. The sesquipedalian. Yeah, that's a good one right there. I like that. I don't like acquiesce. Still beats that. But if you mods are following what I'm saying, you have to be active, right, and be engaged and listen to the conversation. And as soon as you hear, because you have to be just as educated as or even more educated than the people that are talking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not just talking to you, Flat Lloyd. I'm talking to all the mods. You need to write this shit down. And you need to take it to the Queen Mod Heretic who's on Deafin right now. Because he'll understand what I'm talking about. And if you start doing that in here and the mods take control, I think you could clean up the amount of horseshit in here. It's going to take a little bit. Now, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not what I'm saying. But it'll clean up a lot of horseshit, and people they know that they'll be held to a standard. Follow? Because this is continuous. It never stops now. And I'll just start over talking them because I fixed my compression, so I'll just fucking over talk them until they're done. But that's not helpful, right? That's just audio chaos. AJ, you hear that? That somebody tape that? That's on the live stream. Make sure you tape that, transcribe it, have a mod meeting. That's going to take care of 95% of any issues in here. I'm going to tell you that right now. But don't do it. Just keep on letting things go on like they've been going on. If you
Sorry,
keep on
Chewie, I missed all of that. I missed that. I was chasing goats.
That's a new one.
Too funny. You want me to say it over again?
Yeah, what was it about?
Yeah, you guys should have a mod meeting, right? Now write this.
Yep.
I'll tell you what. You could don't write this down. You could go back in the live stream. Hold on, somebody send me a message. All right. So the biggest problems that you have, not only in this server, it's probably everywhere. The ballers have this fucking disease of projectile diarrhea, vomit of the mouth, right? What they're thinking, and now I can never say what they're thinking because I'm not that retarded. I can only see the results. So what happens is they start talking, and usually within the first sentence or the second sentence, they have a premise that's flawed. And what I do and what most people do, we don't want to listen to all the horse shit after their premises are flawed, right? Because it's all bullshit. So what we try to do is I try to stop them right there, fix that first, and then move on with the discussion. But they ain't going to have any of it. They're going to say, oh, you're interrupting me, that shit. What the mods got to do is be active and be engaged. And then when they hear that, or they hear somebody object, like I'll object, well, that premise is fucked up. They need to mute the other person, even if it's me. If there's a flaw in my premise, even if it's me, you need to stop me. It doesn't have to be them all the time, but it is them all the time. But stop them and explain to them that their premise is flawed, and they have to rectify that before they can move on. Follow?
Yeah, I 100% agree that that's what should happen, and I definitely try to do it when I'm around if I'm active. Like a lot of the times, like just now, I was listening and working, but yeah, it's very frustrating sometimes to hear them just keep rambling and then coming back and going in circles, somehow repeating seems to make it true for them. But no, I agree 100%. Needs to be stopped, and everything needs to be taken step by step, each claim at a time, each thing that they say. Otherwise, it's just a big gish gallop that you can't address.
Yes. Yes, and it'll fix the room. It'll fix the now. Like I said, it's not going to happen overnight, but people will become acutely aware of the standard, and I think the discussions and conversations will be much more productive.
But you're gonna need sharp. You're gonna need sharp mods.
Yeah, you're gonna need exactly. The mods got to be fucking sharp. And
where are you gonna get that? Just.
I'm right here, but I'm not a
I
mod.
put a goat selfie in there for you.
I liked it.
I put a goat selfie in there for you, Kiwi.
I know I did. I liked it. It's nice, man. I like it a lot.
Little bastard got out, and I pulled up on the road, opened the door and called it, and it just jumped in the car. So we went for a road trip.
Yeah, that's really cool. So, like I said, Jemsy, you need to write that shit down. And then when you have your mod meetings that I know you have weekly, you need to bring that up and have all the mods on board. I'm just saying, right? It'll be a lot more productive. And it's not, like I said, it's not going to happen overnight, but they'll get the picture. Now, it doesn't have to be ballers. It could be flat earthers. It can even be me. If you catch me with a wrong premise out the gate, then whoa, you need to stop there, QE. And mute me, even if necessary, right? And say, hey, you need to validate that before you move on. Isn't that fair?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with that. I really don't, because it establishes the facts and the foundation of your argument. If your foundation of your argument is filled with fallacy and flawed, then why do I need to listen to your dumbass drone on for a minute or two about all your bullshit? I'm not going to do it.
That means there won't be a conversation with Globe Thurston.
Yeah, one of us might be able to tell QE to shut the fuck up one day.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, QE. Go on mute. And put him on mute and say, wait a second, you got to establish that premise first there, Sunshine. Yeah. I would not mind that at all. I really wouldn't. Because it sets the standard.
We should do it like one day of a week, like Speculation Sunday, but shut the fuck up day of the week.
Shut the fuck up day of the week.
Shut the fuck up Monday.
You guys aren't taking this seriously. I'm telling you, it'll fix a lot of problems. But what do I know? I've just been moderator 24/7 for like fucking 6 years.
I was taking notes, but I did get stuck on how to spell acquiesce.
Acquiesce, that's fucking hard. ACQUIESCE. SCE. Acquiesce.
Thank you.
I think that's right. Check. Oh, there's Flatsy. Shit. I spelled that shit right, Price of Adam. Look at that shit. I was
Hey,
all
you
over
call
that.
me out as soon as I get in here.
Yeah, I did. I was spelling acquiesce for them.
It is a good point, though, because I think just being a little bit more active in a conversation, too, would have put a stop to it pretty immediately.
It'll engage the mods even more to take control. Listen, I'm just telling you what'll fix most of the ills. And it's not just this. It's not this server or this VC. It's all of them. Why don't you belly to fuck up, cowboy to fuck up, and lead the way? Follow?
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
So that means when I'm talking to these guys and I say, shut up, you guys should mute them right away.
See, yeah, AI overlords on it. Because this is one of the attributes of the arena. You got that right. He's a sharp cookie. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. This is one of the attributes of the arena. Yep. It cleans shit up.
Whatever happened to the arena format?
It just faded away. I really can't remember. It was so
It's
long.
not a bad thing.
No, but it was more official because each discussion had its own moderator. So a moderator was chosen before the discussion began. And if there was a flaw in the premise, the other person had so many objections. So I could objection. Right? That became sort of a meme in that time period.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would just say objection, and then the mod would come in and say, okay, what's the objection? Evaluate the legitimacy of the objection. And if it was legitimate, then put towards the other person to explain that premise. You follow?
Yep.
Or drop
it. Quantum, can you still, man, a Globestar premise that is not going to be objective?
Yeah, I can't right now. It would be based, each on the merits of the individual topic, because there's so many topics, right? That you would have to evaluate it based on the merits of that topic. So I can't think of one right now, but you know what I mean.
There'll be no globe acquiescence here.
So who was asking about the arena? What happened to it?
I did.
Yeah, somebody was asking about it.
So what happened to it is that there was a concerted and intentional effort to thwart the success of the arena. So what happened was we had the live stream, right? And that had a certain way of conversing. And then the arena was made to have a more pointed debate style with certain restrictions and rules, and you had to provide evidence immediately and all this other kinds of strictures, right?
Sure.
And it was a little more spirited. So in the live stream, we tried to do a lot less name calling and swears, but in the arena, you were allowed to do that. And then some of the people from the live stream were thinking that the arena was taking away the glory from the live stream, because a lot of times when there was a debate called, because you were allowed to pull somebody from the live stream and say, hey, I want a one-on-one. Let's go to the arena. So you would go down there, but a lot of people would want to go and watch. And so they would leave the live stream. So people thought that the arena was an attack against the live stream. And so they in turn attacked the people who were curating the arena, namely Miggy, myself, and other people, even Climber Racer. And so in the background, they tried to tell other people that the people who were running the arena were attacking the server, trying to take over, all this kind of drama. They were gossiping, lying about people. And eventually it caused people to lose friends. It caused people to lose their lovers. And it caused people to leave Flat Earth and never to return to the community. Now, it doesn't mean, I didn't say leave the Flat Earth proposition like they're saying the Earth's not flat. They just are I'm not in this community anymore.
Yeah.
And And in regards to some of those people having those criticisms, they decided that the arena was too mean and too strict, and so they wanted to do it better, and so they, began their little I don't know, disgruntlement, I guess you could call it, and then they went on to start their own venue. So, for example, one such one was the Asylum. The Asylum was actually almost a one-for-one direct spawn off from the arena to try to have debates in a way that was more nice, so to speak. And so at that point in time, there were a lot of different venues that opened up in direct response to the arena. But yeah, there was all kinds of personal drama, and that's ultimately why it faded out.
All right.
And then, of course, don't forget. Hold on, before we go on. Don't forget also too that some of the members who came, because they were forced to have certain ways of arguing, they weren't just allowed to flap at the gums or not substantiate their claims in order to continue. Like they very quickly gave up. But we had a good run where a lot of people were participating. Like we had Gem Panda there, a whole bunch of people from his server. And Masto used to be there a lot. Obviously, QE, me, Miggy. There's a whole bunch of other names that came in there. Fight the Flat Earth was there. He had that famous one with Bev where he accused Bev of being a child abuser, and then that forced Bev to become a Bevtard and think that the Earth's not flat because of mountains. So it's a very interesting time.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, like I was saying, it sounds a lot like some butthurt and boohooing.
Yeah, that's weird that it was even used for that format. That doesn't even make any sense. I thought it was an arena for discussion of physics, attributes, Earth, stuff like
No, it was primarily a debate. So what it was is you had one person was a referee and they had special powers in the room. And what we would do is we would have people going back, point, counterpoint, evidence, claim, evidence. And then if the other person noticed that their opponent was messing up, they would call an objection. And at that time, then the referee would mute everyone, hear the guy's objection, and if it was valid, there would be like a minute cooldown for the other guy to speak. So the other guy would basically be losing the ability to interject for a minute. And so if you played it correctly, each person had a minute of uninterrupted time, as long as they were making valid critiques of the other person that the referee, agreed with. It would basically be like you either had a free flow back and forth, or you had a minute, a minute, a minute, a minute, or you were penalized, and so the other guy would get like 2 minutes of uninterrupted time. But then if he didn't substantiate anything he said, when the other guy would come back on, he could say, "Oh, objection! He never substantiated, the claim about the axis of the gyroscope when it falls below 300 RPMs. Like he just claimed it. He never substantiated that's true." And then the referee would have to compel the guy to be like, "Look, you need to substantiate that or withdraw it." And if the guy said, "No, I'm not going to substantiate it," then they would get penalized. People liked it, and like I said, it was a little more spicy. It was allowed to be more spicy, and that's another reason why people liked it as well. So it was strict in the sense of the debate style, but also it was a little more free in the sense of, you could call you could chew out your opponent, You may speak.
It's just a suggestion, man. But fucking do it. And what else it did was keep everyone else quiet. That means you only had 1v1 and no one could chirp in. No one could guide the discussion away to another topic. No one would add their little fucking agenda to it. It was just 1v1.
Yeah, the purpose of the referee role was to exclude any ranked member except for the admin. Only the admin could actually supersede the referee role. So all mods and everything, like they were automatically on mute. No one could interrupt.
Yeah, that's what I liked about it, and it's just weird that it went to the format of like personal stuff like that. I can understand being funny or saying okay, or you know how I say Snoopy or something weird that like doesn't really hurt anybody, but like to go to like, hey, well, you kick your dog, like what the hell, like what's that guy like? No, that's not what it should have been for.
Oh yeah, that kind of stuff wasn't really allowed. I would like down talking your opponent is like like you're an idiot, retard because you just said such and such. Not like you beat your dogs and don't feed them. Not like that.
I mean, either one.
Well, if we ban calling people names, QE will have to retire.
That's not name calling, dude. Those are strict assessments.
It's not too bad doing the mute controls when you're at a PC, but when you're on if you're on a certain mobile devices, like to see all the people that are speaking, you have to, thumb up and down, and then you don't really know who just spoke unless you had previously known. Sometimes it's hard. Like by the time you track down and execute the mute function, like the time to do it has already passed. Not that it still can't be done and reined back in. But yeah, the people on PC have to step up their game if they're engaged like that. Funny enough, I was just trying to tell them that the other day. A couple of the mods were what they were doing, and I was like, "Look, you just got to start muting them from the start of the combo, and just set the expectation that they're going to be muted, but that they're going to be unmuted." Because if you just mute them and they never get unmuted, they're not going to, respect it. But if you mute them, unmute them, then the other person mute him, unmute him, then they'll start to respect that they're going to get their chance to speak, and they won't be so afraid of it. Excuse me. Oh, and so one other tragedy about the arena is not too many people recorded the episodes, and the main recordings were on a channel that belonged to Miggy, which was nuked for I can't remember if somebody complained or if it was just when they were all doing that YouTube purging, but he lost his main channel that had all of his episodes. Because at that time, like I said, we were doing the live stream, which was recording, and then the arena was recording on a separate channel.
Yeah, I would have had it to where it has to be a legitimate like thing that they're debating, first of all, and then I would have said that they could do it right on this, like right this very set. I mean, it's you can if they want, but let them know that nothing but the debate of debating. You know what I mean? And like no personal stuff and no calling each other names and then like let's get it on 1v1, whatever else is allowed, debate wise. And then you could have said, well, in like an hour, these two people are going to debate. You guys go get ready or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, it was more impromptu. Like there would be an argument going on in the live stream about something, then the other person would challenge because there's like in the live stream there's like 20 people talking over each other. People interrupting, mods muting this person or that person, and the two people just wanted to engage and get to the merits of that point. That's usually what would happen. Now there were scheduled ones.
A lot of people used to try to have me debate people I didn't want to debate, and I was like, that's not. I mean, I want to debate this person, that person, and they're like, no, we want you to debate this person. I was like, that's not what I want to do. I want to debate this person. A lot of the times, for some weird reason, the one that was happening in the format of where I was at, they were like trying to get like you or me to debate each other over something, and it would be like, well, we kind of agree over a lot of stuff, so that'd be kind of weird. I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? Unless there was a topic you and I were like, heck no, Democ, you're wrong. Yeah, I know you're wrong.
Oh my goodness, we could debate that you only need to breathe to pump your electrical engine. You don't need oxygen. It's just for electricity.
Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness.
My computer doesn't need to breathe. Not with lungs, anyway. Let me just say that. I mean, my point with that is if other things can, like insects and flies, fish, bugs, spiders can breathe through their butt, we like all the others, like why is the only way the way that, doctors say for us? That's that can't be.
Hey, what are you talking about, man? You can get drunk through your butt.
No, I'm talking about other ways things like have a different type of blood source than us or a different chemical makeup on the inner structure of their self, or like turtles' insides don't break down but ours do. Like different things are going on in different things. So it's not to say that I could be far off from saying what I'm saying, because we can like make mechanical things without two lung bags and they can fly around and do great and act like a bird. It's not to say it is a bird, but it's a mechanical model or attribute of a bird. Best we can do.
Objection.
Overruled. Sustained.
But it's not actually hard to institute that objection 1 minute cooldown thing. That could be done. The hardest thing about it though is that if you're actually muting the people that are presently talking and then they're actually muted, then other people who you haven't yet muted might interject. Now we couldn't really set up that powers in this room where the perms are that everyone else is muted. They'd have to be manually muted. But if we did it enough times, people would start to learn that that's what's expected.
Yeah.
There's usually like 3 to 5 mods in here, so a couple of mods could be handling the people that are speaking, and the rest could be handling the people that shouldn't be speaking.
Well, Isn't there a isn't there like a little thing or a way you guys could be like everybody gets muted and then you unmute the ones that agreed to do whatever or whatever you know what I mean?
There's nothing really integrated in the platform that I know that does that.
Oh, okay. Well, your way then.
You have to do it by perm for the room.
Okay.
But wouldn't this filter like, I don't know, 80% of the conversations? Maybe more?
What, you mean it would get rid of 80% of the conversation?
Not get rid, like it will, like, you know, most people that join and start asking fallacious questions like, you guys don't believe in black holes, stuff, you know, like stuff like that. That person will be just not talking in the VC.
Yeah, I mean, well, you'd have to get the convo started at least.
Because during the day, you hear people just, you know, making fallacies and people in the room calling out the fallacies. That happens daily.
Hell yeah. I'll go 1v2 or 3 in the arena. I don't even care if it's somebody that I care to debate against. You know what I mean? I don't like debating the good guys. I like debating the bad guys, the Globers, the ones that are either idiots or the know-it-alls, the professors, the McToons, the goofballs.
I'm just saying that a bunch of people are going to join the VC and not be able to speak because all they say is just fallacies, and they're going to be objection for everything they say, basically.
Yeah. Well, if that's the format of the Discord discussion, yeah. But if you guys just use that for like the bot, like have another rung underneath that says 24/7 verses, you could just do it like that, and you go down there, and a couple people that are versing, you just pop it live. Everybody can just watch from the other one and talk about it in the other one while they're watching it.
That's the way it was, dude. They had the Coliseum seating and then the actual arena. And so most people weren't allowed in the arena room. They had to be in a separate room.
Yeah, you had a different role, like a spectator. It was seating, Coliseum seating.
Yeah, Gladiator, whatever. Yeah, I was in the Asylum format. It just, yeah. I just never
But
used it.
No, not the Asylum, dude. The Asylum was a cheap knockoff.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It was different. Yeah, that's what I'm letting you know.
I think it should be done like Speculation Sunday, like once a day to see how it goes. I mean, once a week, and actually be very. I don't know. I mean, it will have to be rolled out to see how it goes. Because you're talking about this VC, doing it in this VC. Is that what Quantum is saying?
How about another Discord room? Gladiator Discord or Versus?
No, we can't.
No,
we're not going to do 2 rooms. No, we're not going to do 2 rooms in this server, dude.
Coliseum Arena Day, Monday or whatever, Saturday. Saturdays will be kind of good, or Friday.
Saturday battle. Friday night fight.
Yeah, like you know, like Saturdays is most of the like boxing fights, and people are like amped up for fighting Saturdays. Boxing, UFC, Coliseum Arena. Shut the fuck up. Eat fallacy. Saturday.
And I don't usually have citations per se. I don't see how I've made it this long without somebody like kicking me out of the whole program of Flat Earth. I've never really had a citation per se, but in the aspect of like, Democ, what are you talking about? I could always point him to the article, the thing, the animal, I could just tell him all about it, and then we could all read it together. And if I don't repeat it word for word what that thing says, something's wrong. That's all I'm saying. But I don't have like a citation ready out of book number 5, chapter 2 from Dr. Tom. You know what I mean? I don't have that. I just have my memory of where I saw it and like the title, you know. Yeah.
You see, you already gave your Achilles heel, so you're gonna be a strong contender, but people's gonna say citation, and you're gonna say, I don't have it. You're done.
No, I'll just tell them. No. If I'm talking about something and the thing I'm talking about can be demonstrated, and you guys can go to the reference that I'm speaking of, that would pretty much be. It's just not like a citation. It's just the reference that I, send you to. So, like, if I said a pistol shrimp does this, and somebody's like, "What the hell are you talking about? It doesn't do that." And I'd say, "Okay, well, look up the pistol shrimp, and it'll tell you all about it." And that would basically be my citation in a way. I don't have it handy to like put in the thing. It won't even go from my phone to. You see what I'm saying? I can't put anything in the thing personally, but I can tell you with my mouth how to find out what I'm talking about, and you'll see what I'm saying is 100% correct. Now, if that's not good, then I don't know.
Just say you are the citation.
No, that doesn't work. I heard somebody say that already. That doesn't work too good.
Is it bad? Miguel is asking me if I have a new mic. Is it that bad?
Check. Yeah, it sounds different.
Yeah, it's a cheap one. It was $5. I heard someone talking yesterday about 2025. Everybody got mics, and I can't find. I think I left my wired headset at my brother's, and this one was in a place really cheap. So yeah, is it bad?
No,
it's just it's loud. It's got a lot of grit with it. It's like it's like a slight crackly, just.
Oh, I know what it is. It's because it's on a cable, and the cable is just hitting like my shirt and that kind of stuff. That's what it is.
Oh, okay, because it's slightly clearer.
Moving when I move.
Right. I can hear it clear up a little bit as you yeah. But as McToon or any of the ever came in here, any of the certain people, have they ever dropped in here?
Cartoon.
Yeah. Because I mean, Brenda or whoever and all the other people. Why don't you debate these people? Why don't you? Have they ever popped in?
No.
Go ahead, and we have Matthew Learns. Go ahead, Democ, and do the Arena Coliseum. You are the Spartan. Matthew is the Spartan versus Gladiator. Go ahead. Go ahead, Matthew.
What am I supposed to do?
You just were thrown. You were thrown. I'm sorry. You're in the Coliseum, in the arena, and people. You're in Rome.
Okay.
You have to fight to death.
I will say what that one monk said. In the name of Christ, forbear, and he repeated it over and over again until the animals ate him. People were so traumatized that they decided that was the end of the Colosseum. At least that's how the story goes, anyway.
Matthew wins by technicality.
I'm not hungry right now, Matthew. I'm not going to eat you.
No.
No, but I would like to talk about water depth of the ocean. Where is it 7 miles deep at? when the curve drops down more than 7 miles? How do you get a 7 mile deep ocean on a sphere?
I think that happens at the Challenger Deep is the location, if I got the name right, and that's the distance from the surface straight down towards the seafloor.
Straight down. How do you have straight down on a seafloor for a globe?
Well, down is a fairly simple concept. It's just if you're at the surface, down is straight down, and then you go 7 miles underwater, and there's the seafloor.
So from my point of view, where would that down be? Would that be diagonal or horizontal? It wouldn't be an actual down, would it?
If you're at that location above that, if you're at that spot on sea, it would just be straight down.
So if I'm on top of the sphere and that spot's at like 3 o'clock, then that's not down, is it? That's diagonal.
Like if you're at the North Pole or something. Yeah, on the globe model, the direction of down changes whenever you change location.
How do you prove that?
Oh, I wasn't proving anything. I'm just explaining how it works on the globe model. Like,
so
different locations are different directions of down.
So there's no curve so there's no curve anywhere underneath the portion of the ocean that's 7 miles.
I don't know what you mean by that question.
I think it's more fundamental than that, Dimok. I think this is different waters. There is the real water, and then there is water on a globe. There's a difference.
Right, but what I'm saying, no, I understand that. There's straight down deep water on a sandbox of flat Earth. I got you. We got that part. There's different depths. Now, on the sphere, the part that curves, how deep is the curving water? That's what I'm asking you, Matt.
It's going to be super deep, right?
Well, about 12,000 miles.
So at any point on the ocean, the depth of the water varies. I think the average depth is something more than a mile for the Pacific Ocean, for example.
How is that when the Earth curves supposedly underneath the water and the water is supposed to pour over and curve with itself around that dirt down past that point? If the water in the boat are sailing down past that point, how are they doing that if the dirt's stopping it?
You're terrible.
C-Sep, are you trying to say something or you're hot micing?
I said bad Damok. He's being disingenuous.
Now you tell me then, how do you know how deep the ocean is at the curve of Earth?
You measure. What you do is you go out and you measure how deep the water is underneath the boat. That's how you measure it.
Underneath the boat where? There's only water going down. There's no dirt to measure to. It's only a whole bunch of water, like 12,000 miles worth.
Sure. I mean, prove it.
So what are you measuring again?
You're asking for water depth.
How deep the water is past the curve of Earth. The dirt stops.
What do you mean past the curve?
Stops.
You're not making any sense.
The dirt stops. The water keeps going. The water curves down. The boat's on top of the water. The dirt's supposed to curve. The water's supposed to curve down and keep going down below that boat. Below my feet. Down, 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 down. Oh, he left? Damn, Matt,
Yep.
You see how easy that is?
Dimok, when
Yes.
you asking about water, is
Yes.
the water in the realist level the same as the water that is depicted on a globe? Like when you paint it with crayons or when you see an image, when you see a globe, when you go to the store and it's painted on the globe.
Nothing. Nothing. Hold on. Nothing about the globe is the same as flat Earth. There is nothing. They are the they are the opposite of each other in every single fashion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you ask Matthew about water on a globe, and it's not. I mean, he's gonna talk about fantasy water, like water in a cartoon. That's the water that he's talking about.
No, he can only describe water on flat Earth, where there's 7 miles deep over here, but not anywhere else. And then there's no curve. There's no curve anywhere for the water depth to drop down. So how is there a curve for the water depth to drop down? That's my question to you.
Yeah, and the answer is that the direction of down changes with location on a globe Earth. So that's how it works.
How have you proven
No, it doesn't.
No, I haven't proven it.
No, it doesn't.
I'm just describing it.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't change direction of down. Down is in relation to sea level, mean sea level. Elevation isn't measured from down on Earth.
Well, yeah, I wasn't talking about elevation. I was talking about the direction of down, the vector that down is.
Yeah? Go ahead, demonstrate that.
You know, I end up getting muted when the Huey's here, so I'm leaving. Goodbye.
What a bitch.
What? He wasn't muted.
Man, I didn't even have a chance to mute him if he said something off topic.
Objection. He's gone.
Objection.
I love water.
He went down.
Dude, that's like a totalitarian state where they say, please show up for your muting in 5 minutes. Get in the mute booth so you can be muted. Good citizen.
Wait, Quantum. The only thing Quantum said it was water level, and it's like he was using holy water against a vampire or something, and Matthew got allergies for
No,
water
he got
level.
allergic. No, he got allergic to when I asked. I said, demonstrate it. That's all I asked.
That's what it was.
He told me he couldn't. I said that right before, and then he said, I can't. I can't. I didn't say I was going to demonstrate it. And then we went on about water again because I don't think he understood what I was saying because they never understand anything about their own model.
Well, you can't. They don't have a model, number one. And number two, Globers can't have a down. There is no up and down on a globe because it's all in relation to mean sea level. So there is no up and down on a globe, dudes. So as soon as they say up or down, you say, stop using our flat earth terminology. You can't use our terminology to defeat our fucking premise. Right? Shit.
Left.
That's all right. It's all going to be delineated in the book. I'm telling you what, man. You need to purchase the book when it comes out. It is bad ass, man.
Can I get an employee discount?
I'll work on that. Let me work on that. Let me see if I can get a discount. Let me. I'll check on that. It's not coming out anytime soon because we're going through it with a fine-tooth comb now. So that was right after the rough draft. So we're going through it with a fine-tooth comb. It's going to take us a while. There's no doubt about that. But let me check on that, Gemsy. That's a possibility.
It was kind of like joking, but that would be cool if we can get an employee discount.
Yeah. I'll bring it up.
The Earth's going to turn to a ball by the time you guys get that thing published.
Hey, you're fucking on here. How are you on here, dude? You got some serious shit. Or did it bypass you?
Nah, there's a weird thing about where I live. It all seems to just skate around it. So it's all north and south of us.
Oh, that's cool, man. I was concerned because I don't know exactly where you live.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Good.
For now.
You better be.
I'll tell you what, there's going to be it's going to kick some serious ass tonight, and there's going to be some ass kicking tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's real bad.
I seen on the they call it satellite, right? You could see the dust storm in it had all of northern Texas and almost all or halfway through Oklahoma. A fucking dust storm.
I believe it.
It was fucking real, dude. And then
what do you mean a dust storm?
Today I had to pull my wind chimes down. It was blowing it so fucking hard. I said, "Oh, I got to pull these things down, dude."
Yeah, all my furniture from the deck is blown up against our fence, so I'll get that stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly, man. It was fucking bad, man.
I had to run out on the road and grab my trampoline, man. Pick it up, carry it, put it back over the fence. I'm like, what the hell? People looking at you like, how the hell?
It was it's bad, dude. For the next couple days, you're going to be hearing about some nasty fucking stuff. Telling you.
You're saying there is an actual dust storm going across the U.S. right now?
No, it was going across northern Texas, a big part of northern Texas, by the way, and half of Oklahoma. And then the fires started to break out. And then you could see the smoke from all the fires on that quote unquote satellite. And then the storms come racing through. I was friggin' hunkered down, dude.
Wait, isn't dust soil?
Say again?
Isn't dust like soil?
Dirt.
Dry
Yeah,
soil?
dirt. Picks
Dirt.
up all the dust. Yeah.
Well, how can you have dirt in the air if you live on a globe? It's supposed to be going down.
Can't go down, dude. Not on a globe.
Oh, you're right.
Can't go up either.
Premise.
Yeah, cool. Flatsy's in the fucking. She's in the what do they call in the breach tomorrow. Look out, Alabama.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pray for Flatsy.
I warned her already. I'm looking at my weather chops are starting to get pretty impressive over the past 2 or 3 years. I'm starting to get on to it. It's going to be bad there tomorrow. I'm just saying. Tonight might be a fucking. You might have to try to navigate the crucible tonight for folks, Louisiana and Mississippi and Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana. It's a bad son of a bitch, man.
Bro, it's showing people having accidents in the storm. People like car piles accidents.
Yeah. Yep. I heard about some of them.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
Man, did I ever tell you about the dust storm in Iraq and then it started to rain while we were getting attacked? And it was dropping mud right out of the sky everywhere. That's how thick it was. It looked like an apocalypse movie. It's crazy. And then, of course, some tanks were on fire. We had to rescue the tankers because they had to abandon the tank. It was like straight up like apocalypse movie, man. It's the only way I can describe it.
You know, it'd be funny. It'd be funny if they actually put ball math into an actual drone with no people in it, just to be safe. Not in the real, with someone in it. So you sit or airplane, whatever, with nobody in it, and you put the coordinates of a ball in it, like where it has to actually follow whatever a ball would be, and then you watch and mark where it crashes at, because you know damn well it's not gonna go down around any ball. So, like, why haven't they done that?
How is that connected to mud pies?
It's not. I used to make little mud pies outside my window when I was a little kid, and I'd go inside and watch and be like, "Come on, baby, come on!" And little birds would land in them. I'd be like, "Yes, I caught one." I didn't really catch them like physically, but I thought I was catching them by they landed in my mud pie. I made fake mud pie bird nests on the ground, and they actually caught birds. They'd come and sit in them.
Yep, that's how they got us. It was mud everywhere, dropping from the sky, low visibility. They could get up close and personal. Shot the RPGs. It really didn't damage the thing except for it lit the clothes on fire that are in the bustle rack in the back of the tank, which is right near the NBC air conditioner, which brings the air into the tank. So basically just sucked all the fire right into the tank, and they had to abandon ship.
Ooh.
There's also a bunch of fires happening within the storm.
Yes.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
I know, but you said it like a minute after QE said it. Each thing, each time. That's funny. I love it.
Bro, I'm just being updated on this. I didn't know this was happening.
Yep.
So when I called my phone company today, they told me that there was a storm coming and I needed to be cautious. And I looked, I'm like, there ain't no storm around me, dudes. You just said it. You just have that on settings. It's like they're telling everyone basically.
I don't know about storms, but I do know about flying stuff in the street.
You know what? If you just put an equator out your backyard, no storms can actually come over.
You twisted shroom. Snorting some bitch you.
Hi.
Storms can't travel around curves or drop down anyway. Tornadoes can't. Tornadoes don't work.
D-Mock, cease and desist. Somebody said hi.
I got you.
Hi.
Hi.
Why isn't Earth a globe?
Why isn't it?
Yeah, why is it not?
Why is it not a globe? Because it decided to be a horizontal plane.
What was that?
It decided to be a horizontal plane, and that's what it is.
Oh.
Next.
Because it can't be.
God made things that make sense for your senses.
Because it physically can't be. Down-wise, elevation-wise, space-wise, vacuum-wise, shape-wise, can't be.
Horizontal wise.
The attribute of elevation, up or down, that's what it's based on. Flatter with that with topography.
So like, what's the proof?
Proof.
Yeah.
Well, we see horizons everywhere. You can't have horizons on a globetard. That's one.
Oh, I get you.
You also have water on the surface. You cannot have water on the surface of a sphere.
It was a very intellectual take.
You also have gas pressure that you're breathing right now. You cannot have gas pressure on a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space.
Will anybody want to give proof?
Proof. I just did. You can't have horizons on a globe.
Okay.
You speaking is proof.
So why can't we have horizon on a globe?
Yeah, why can't? Yeah, you can't have them because according to the slope intercept formula, y equals mx plus b. All horizontal lines, which are derived from horizons, have a rate of change of slope of 0. But according to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how can we walk out in reality and see horizons everywhere, but yet be told by the fairy tale heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion story that there must be a rate of change of slope along a tangent from our feet in every direction? Can't reconcile that.
Oh, I see. What was the highest level math class you took?
Shit, that was a long time ago.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, but that's all right. I'd use the slope-intercept formula. That's junior high school.
Yeah, I know. I remember it.
Yep.
Thank you for sharing.
It's a good damn question, though. What is the highest level? So I took Trig 2.
Oh, Trig 2. Wow.
Trig 2. I can remember that, but I can't remember anything. I don't think I took calculus. I don't think so.
It's a little important.
Yeah, calculus. We don't need calculus for this. This is ground squirrel level reasoning.
You know what quantum means?
Yes.
What is quantum?
Quantum is discrete chunks of energy and matter. Discrete.
I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
No problem. Why does no one else want to defend it? I'm glad you are sharing with me, but no one else is.
Well, they know who the paterfamilias is. That'd be me.
What does paterfamilias mean?
Go look it up. Paterfamilias.
I don't even think I know how to spell that.
It's PATERFAMILIAS.
It means the oldest person in the room.
Yeah, it comes from Latin or something. It sounds Latin.
Sounds French to me. I am the damn paterfamilias. It's in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
So you're using old words to say I'm the alpha.
In other words.
How did you guys, break from these chains of conformity? Everybody around me seems to swear that it's a globe.
Where? Break from conformity through challenge.
Are you talking artificial intelligence?
It's in Oh Glober, Where Art Thou? That is fucking hilarious, Bladder.
We didn't break from conformity. We conformed to the realist level and acknowledge reality, not denying it.
It was. I don't know about conformity. It was an. How can I say this?
Guys, I missed your answers. What did we answer to my question?
What's the question?
My question was, how did we break from these chains of conformity?
I answered it. I said because of challenge. Somebody challenged me. Personally.
I think that's a good thing. Challenges are good for you.
They challenged me. I couldn't answer it. You want to know what the challenge was?
Yes, please.
How can you have gas pressure without a container?
Oh, what exactly does that disprove about globe?
Well, it doesn't disprove a globe directly. It directly puts an ICBM right up the ass of the entire heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
No air balls exist, and then no gradients on a sphere of a vacuum.
Yeah, so the next step was pure flat Earth. Then the next step was measurement. And there are no measurements of a globe. None. All are based on elevation angle measurements to the celestials. That's where it all started. So
Calculations.
at the basis of the I'm not done yet. So at the basis of the globe Earth, there are flat Earth elevation angles. Can't get there without it. Good.
So does that mean something can indirectly support something else?
Well, it depends on that something. That something, my something was a big something because that destroyed the whole heliocentric religion to me. So that directly destroyed it. So indirectly, since I knew they were lying about that shit, because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation, then I said, what else have they lied about? So that leads you indirectly into directly challenging the measurements of the Earth. And how? Go ahead.
And looking at the sky proves something about the Earth?
No, but you're actually, I can see where people can get confused here. You're looking at the sky, you're measuring celestials, but you're measuring that measurement, elevation angle measurement. The prerequisite to measure an elevation angle is to have a flat horizontal baseline. So it's a little bit of a sticky wicket once you say, oh, you're just looking at the sky. No, we're measuring elevation angles.
What about looking at water? Can that
do
prove
that.
something about the Earth?
Yes, you can do that. That would work too. Yep. Water seeks its own level at rest.
Horizontal.
Yep.
I
Can't have a level curve. Water can't curve. Second?
Does every point on a continuous curve have a tangent point?
There is no tangent. That's begging the question fallacy because a tangent is a straight line that touches a curve at a single point. Well, to have a tangent, to have a tangent, then you would have to have a dingleberry begging the question fallacy Earth beneath it. So that's a fallacy.
And there's no continuous curve anywhere.
Yes. Because water
feel like
can't.
you would like calculus a lot.
Nah, calculus wouldn't work here. Geometry, simple geometry.
So when did we decide
You don't calculus
that,
dirt.
math became useless?
Math's not useless. It's geometry. Calculus has no meaning here. Simple geometry.
Okay.
The same simple math you would use to measure your front porch, your window, but just a little bit, bit greater distances. You see, the same tools at the hardware store are going to be all based on a horizontal, with horizontal marking.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You think geometry isn't mutually exclusive from calculus?
Do you think geometry isn't mutually exclusive from calculus? Yeah, it stands on its own.
Oh, okay. So
And
it's
what's
not.
and what's math on?
No, it is because I don't need to solve a right angle triangle. I don't need calculus, so I don't need it. So geometry stands on its own.
I think she's trying to invoke differential geometry right now.
Well, she could do that all she wants. Doesn't matter.
On what? Horizontal water? It's not going to work out.
No idea.
I have questions, please. And can we answer them soon? So how does night and day work?
Night and day work.
Yes.
How does it work? I didn't make any claims for night and day. So
Day and night are unemployed.
hold on. I didn't make any claims for night and day.
No. Can you wait, please? I have
No.
more to.
No. You
Oh.
said how to explain night and day. Well, I don't need to explain something that hasn't been validated by anybody else.
Can you wait, please?
Huh.
Okay. So I asked that because you say that the Earth is flat, which means it's not round nor
No, stop.
Okay.
Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive because I can have a round and flat penny, round and flat LP,
Sorry.
round and
I
flat
meant
CD.
spherical. Sorry.
All right, start your claim over again.
No, I'm not making a claim. I just want to ask questions.
And I've been answering them.
Okay. Well, the question is, how does night and day work if we have a flat surface?
I don't know.
Okay.
Next.
Yeah, you're asking a question that will have to do with maybe you're gonna have to ask the creator of this place. He might have the answers, but that's not quantum.
I would like questions that can be answered by people, not a creator.
All right, let me ask you. How does night and day work on a globe? But with that explanation, I'm going to need experimental validation.
Okay. Okay. So okay. You don't know why it doesn't, or you don't know why night and day work with a flat earth. So what does it benefit for me to explain why it works with a globe?
To validate your
You
position.
don't know how it works with your own.
To validate, that's non sequitur. Because you would already have to have an answer to ask me that question. You would have to have an answer to a globe. The explanation and validation to even ask me the question on how it would work on a flat surface.
Well, I just don't understand this perspective yet, and I want to know.
You don't understand the perspective of being on a globe and explaining,
No.
then validating the night and day cycle?
Well, what I've been thinking is that, so if we suppose that Earth is a globe and it spins on an axis.
Oh, wait, well,
and
too many,
sometimes it's
too many.
toward the
No,
sun.
no. Nope. Too many conjectures with that.
Okay.
You have to validate each premise.
I see. Give me a moment.
That's fine. Take your time.
Might be helpful to first validate that Earth is a sphere first.
Yes.
That would be good.
Quantum, you just brush across the gas pressure thing, and hopefully you can bring that point home eventually, so she can actually get it eventually, whenever you're ready.
Nah, I'm letting her have the floor.
I'm just saying, since you kind of touched it, but I don't think she got that point.
I touched it with vigor.
Yeah, with a you did, you with a stick of vigor.
But I'm trying to get in touch with my feminine side here, man. Because
holy crap, you better not.
Because I've been told I've been a fargan bastard.
You've been what?
You know something. This is actually refreshing because she's kind of like almost acting like a child, and Quantum is kind of like addressing every question the way it's supposed to be. So,
Sonny, it's been claimed that I've been a fargan bastard.
A bargain? What? Wait a minute. My hearing's not working or something. What'd you say?
Fargan bastards, man. You have to watch Johnny Dangerously.
Yeah, I don't know that expression. I'm a freaking...
It's an ameliorated euphemism. If you don't know what that means, good luck with it.
My prize prodigy was muted today in this server. You guys know that?
maybe his premise was fallacious?
No.
All right, seats them, whoever muted him.
There was a lot.
I was here. It was awesome.
There was a lot of clapping from the Baltards. Just want to let you know.
Well, yeah, it was funny.
I'm actually enjoying the conversation with Navi because she sounds like she can get the whole. It's kind of like, I don't know. She can hear the answers and get what you're actually saying, contrary to many Globetards.
Yep, I like it too. But I'm gonna have to take. It's time for my chores. It's usually this time of night anyway. So, just hold on a second, Abby. So, can somebody, one person? I'm gonna nominate one person to take the rest of the till I get back. AI Overlord, are you willing?
You broke my heart, Quantum.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Sure.
just give me about 10 minutes. I need for chores.
I knew he was going to pick AI. I just knew it.
So hold on, Navi. Relax. AI, are you willing, or are we gonna have to pick somebody else?
I'll do the first 5 minutes.
Do the first 5 minutes.
Then Sonny.
Says
and
who?
Then Demo. And
Says
then
who? Don't be guiding my choices.
Yeah.
Says who? Can you take the last 5 minutes?
Okay.
Says who?
All right. So we got AI. So Navi, direct your first 5 minute questions to AI, and then the second 5 minute questions to says who. And then when I get back, I'll rudely interrupt.
Of course.
All right, we good? All right, I'm off right now. Carry on, Nabby.
Yeah, go do your dishes.
Does anybody have music suggestions?
Oh yeah, I got an awesome song that I made myself. If you want to hear it, it's called "Be Free," and it's about the globe getting smacked with flat water. I'll post it right now.
Hey,
Also, I'll
Nani,
answer your question how day and night work. Once I find this.
I DM'd you my music suggestion.
All right. So, do you have any other questions relative to the topic, or do you feel like you're done asking? It seems like you ran out of steam.
I think she has a crush on QE.
Well, do your best QE impression, and you can take the remaining 7 minutes.
Maybe Navi's just really digging that track.
Man, that track does slap, bro. Did you listen to it? You should listen to it and let me know what you think.
I bet she's taking a time out to listen to that track. It's pretty dope.
Someone also made it for me in a 80s power ballad format, Sonny. That one's
Cool,
pretty sick
man.
too. I want to make a whole album that has like the different points. So I'm going to remake that one with each verse is a different. So it's not just all about the radius, basically.
Right. What is that? Is that a website or a particular program they use to make that?
Don't know.
Huh?
So you have to write the lyrics and you have to write your prompts. Then you have to listen to iterations, and then you can work with those iterations until you get it the way you like it. And then, of course, you can make multiple iterations and then pull the audio out with programs like Audacity and other audio editors, and then compile it back together the way you like it, or add different tracks or backgrounds, whatever you want.
Sounds pretty cool.
Oh, well.
Well, you gave her the song and then she dipped. What a trip, man.
You had to get on the groupie bus.
she's getting on the bus now.
Kiwi's going to be so mad.
I like how you come in and you're like, "Are you talking to an AI?"
I like that song. Stand in the place where you live now, face north, think about direction, wonder why you haven't before.
Yeah, that's crazy lyrics, man.
It's a flat earth song, no doubt. If you are confused, check with the sun. Carry a compass to help you along. Your feet are going to be on the ground.
Now, see, when I was growing up, I never literally listened to the lyrics further than just stand in the place where you live. And it always gave me the vibe that it had something to do with like standing for what you believe in or something like that. Like I never even heard the rest of the lyrics in any way that I could comprehend them. It was all just like, tunage to me.
Right.
Until now, where somebody played it and said, "Now just listen to this and think about this topic."
Yeah, I do that. That all the songs make me think about certain things, and I'm like, this mother effer, he's got a secret meaning in there. What a sly dog. Half these dudes are flat earthers. Or ladies. I mean, listen to all Kurt Cobain's music. There's nothing on top but a bucket and a mop and an illustrated book about birds.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then his next song was, I'm on a plane. I can't complain.
What's the next part?
The next one's, where's the curve at? It's outrageous. I can't touch it. Entertainment. Spinning globes are so outrageous. Yeah. And then all science, it fell on its head when new and asked a question was said. Oh no, oh no. What if and how?
Look what they have in the beginning of that video. I'll paste it. I'll put it in the chat right now. That's what they have in the beginning. A globe spinning around with like things hanging from it, like little cars hanging from spinning around, like an amusement park ride.
Where's the curve at? It's on paper, in a computer, on a flat map.
So,
Or did you say that to me?
yeah, welcome.
Yeah, I don't know if it's me or you, but it sounds like a bit of like roboting. And yes, thank you. It's quiet in here tonight.
Well, it's all right.
A moment of silence for the earth, the globe. It's buried and dead.
Demo, what do you mean the Earth, the globe? Globes are not made out of dirt.
I tried. You hear me? I tried.
Speaking of globes, the ones you used to see, I've seen some very high end globes, but normally you see them in like classrooms or libraries or whatever. But I'm talking about the actual little diorama they have. Do any of you recall on that globe that there used to be like a landmass of, say, white land, right at the very north pin, like the very top pin of that globe?
I remember it being depicted as ice, like white color.
Yeah,
on the
but
north.
there was absolutely a landmass like where the pin pretty much goes in the globe, right?
If it was covered in ice, I remember that it was like depicted as ice. If there was land below the ice, sure.
Isn't there a pin and a little like a washer?
Sometimes there's like a plastic, like clear washer with measurements on it. Sometimes it's a little like metal one, but I absolutely recall, like a white landmass.
How
I
much
don't want
land
to say
does that
landmass, but like
cover?
a white chunk of maybe they said ice, but a huge white chunk of land. They don't seem to show that anymore.
Well, they're missing a lot of their Earth anyway. Their globe model piece, whatever the hell that is. Because if you can put all of Earth on a AE map, they're missing a lot. Think about that. You can literally take a piece of paper and draw all the land masses on it. Still have room on your piece of paper, and that's a flat piece of paper. Where's the rest of the ball? Think about it. Wasn't needed.
Where did Navi go? You guys scared her?
Nah, she listened to one of my
Man, I was
music
just
tracks and then she had to rethink her life choices.
All right, I'm back. Where's Navi?
Her and Jemsy ran away together.
All right, cool. How many questions you get?
What music do you
One.
suggest?
One. What the fuck?
Yeah, look, Huey, man, I was just chilling, man. Like, she asked AI a question. He gave her some of his music. She bounced. I was just chilling, man. Don't get mad at me.
All right, fair enough. Where'd everybody go? They go to bed?
Pretty much, it seems.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm like yawning right now.
I hear you. It's 10:04. I still got a couple hours left.
I gotta wake up early to take a whoop out of a roof so that I can put a metal roof on it.
What time you gotta wake up?
7, but it's not too early.
Mm-mm.
Well, it depends if I want to go to Home Depot, if I want to go to the other hardware store. Like Home Depot will open at 6 a.m.
Earth is like a Home Depot.
That's right.
Except that the Globers don't go to the glue section. Because they think they can attach things on globes next to them or under the globes without the glue.
Dude, can you imagine huffing aerosolized super glue?
Gravity glue.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
This guy.
Your sister's ankles.
She must be very tall.
And fat.
Yeah.
But you got the fat from your mom.
Okay.
See, Quantum Navi ran away with me, but once I made it to the horizon, I turned back because I forgot something, and she kept going.
I forgot some. I kind of like Navi. I don't know why.
Because she was sounding like she was trying to sound like very young, but it's almost like she did know what she was asking about, and the replies that you gave, she comprehended. So she was smarter than what she. I don't know, like a smart young cookie or something. It's almost like she was reading the book with you and comprehending everything that was being read. So like she read it already, but hasn't thought about it. Like you were trying to bring the point to her in relation to the topic, Glowbird fly. But it sounded like you gave her some taste of the truth, and she almost lost the faith in the globe, and then she asked about music, just trying to turn her way back into, I don't know, some type of. She wanted to listen to music after she spoke to you for some reason. I don't know. Now they come back. You can blame it all on QE. Go ahead, TV, Nobi. Go ahead.
Oh, right, I'm going to move my fan because it was blowing and activating it, and I'm actually trying to think about what I saw this morning on Facebook, and it was just genius to bring up to you flat earthers, and I've completely forgotten. So I'm just trying to remember.
You're trying to remember what you saw on Facebook this morning.
Yeah. But that's all. And I'm racking my brain. I'll get to it in a moment. I joined here knowing what I was going to say, and then when I got to the channel, just like crickets. You know what I mean? Just crickets.
Yeah, that happens.
But what I was about to say was going to disprove everything. It would have been incredible, but yeah, I was going to remember it.
Disprove everything about the globe tart?
Oh, the Earth is round for sure. Like I had evidence, just riveting stuff, but just once again drew a total blank.
Was that like an intro song?
Yeah, she's happy to be unbanned, I suspect.
That's a song. It's called Song Asad. It's about being sad. Singing about it. Song Asad. Go ahead.
I don't know. It sounded like TV Nobby had some compelling globe evidence. If you can remember.
No, TV Nobby was saying the opposite of that.
Wait, I think I could kind of remember, but I need to do some more research. I will be back. But it was a do. What the basics of is that if you go in a round circular motion, you accelerate. Then in a straight line. If you go in a straight line, you can't accelerate. There's no acceleration. But if you're going in a circular motion, you can actually pick up momentum and acceleration. So therefore, the Earth is round. Ta-tang! I rest my case. You may now deposit $1 million.
Riveting.
Did he just say he went around a circle?
It's got to do with acceleration. To accelerate in a straight line takes too much energy, but to accelerate in a circular line, you pick up momentum of acceleration. There's two different types of acceleration phases, and I think it was on a Facebook thing. It's like this proves that the Earth is not flat; it's actually circular because of a circular momentum and acceleration.
Do you pick up the extra energy like at a corner store or something?
What corner store? What do they get? What?
You said you pick up acceleration. I'm asking, where do you pick it up? At a corner?
Oh, no. You pick up the acceleration when you circling around an object, right? In a circular motion, you accelerate, okay? But if you go on a highway in a straight line, acceleration costs energy. But there is no energy cost to circulating a round circle. There is no energy output, but you will accelerate.
So you're saying that because the globe is spinning, therefore it's a globe?
I don't think that's fair. I don't think he knows what he's saying or asking or proposing. So it's not fair to ask him what is he's actually saying because I don't think he knows.
All right, Dave, look, that's a fair point. I'll give you that. But all I know is I found water in the desert, and I'm telling you where it all is. That much I know.
You said you found water on the desert, and you know where it is. On the desert. Yeah, you found it on the desert.
Yeah, and
So
I'm
it
telling
is
you
on
where
the
it is, so you all don't have to starve. You too can drink the water in the desert.
I'm pretty sure that
But
water's level.
Look, it doesn't matter. Look. Continue being what you're being. Concerned in about 2 weeks, you get about $1.5 billion, and then I want to set up a flat Earth community to say, right, what money do you guys need to conduct your experiments? Here's the money, like 50, 60, 70 million. Here's the money. Go. Now prove to the world that the Earth is flat. That's my way
You're
of
too
proving
late,
to
man.
you that it's round. But we need
It's
to
already
wait
been
another
done.
couple of weeks until I get my Bitcoin.
I mean, I appreciate the donation, but it's already been done, man. Game over. Globe lost.
What do you mean? Like,
The Earth measures flat.
you haven't got a billionaire funding your cause, okay?
But you
I want to
don't
be
need a
that billionaire.
that's a false premise because you said experiment to prove a shape, and that's you don't do experiments for shapes.
Clearly a category error.
Here's the thing, right? If I was to build a spaceship, okay, and put you the top leading flat earthers inside that spaceship and launch them into the stratosphere, and they themselves would go, "Whoa, the Earth is actually round." They could therefore tell their followers that they are worshipped like gods that the Earth is round. Bada boom.
So you think if we go really high up, that we'll see the ball, and that we haven't thought of that?
Well, surely you would, yeah. You have to obviously go to the stratosphere. That's why they stopped
How
the
high up is
Concorde
that?
from flying. Well, that's why the Concorde's not allowed to fly anymore because too many people. Because that's when the birth of video cameras and people started filming outside the window, and it's like, "Oh, the world is round." You know what I mean? So
Well, they wouldn't actually be at the correct height to see the curvature of the globe if it was a globe. Did you know that?
a Concorde, yeah.
No.
Well, what is the correct height? Isn't it like 75,000 feet or 90,000?
Nope. Well, for instance, like the ISS. Do you know how high the ISS is?
I think that's only like 500 kilometers or something above the Earth.
To be fair, I don't know what it is in kilometers. Does anybody know?
400.
The only reason why I know that is because I'm
Did you hear me? It's
on
400.
Starlink. Yeah, because I'm a Starlink freak, and I was one of the first persons in Australia to get Starlink, and I've been following it ever since. And I pre-ordered the round dish, and I've been watching the satellites on the Starlink map, and it actually tells you the distance between each Starlink satellite that orbits the Earth, and I used to watch the ISS actually charter past. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, NORAD has the same thing for Santa Claus. Does that make it true, or?
I'm actually not here to argue with you people. To tell you the truth, I'm here to give you funding.
Type in I'll tell you what you can do. So anyway, you can go on Google and type in NORAD Santa tracker, and you can track Santa on Christmas. Obviously, Santa's in orbit because there's a website that says he's in orbit. Anyway, I'll tell you what we can do with your $1 billion. So we're gonna
70
make
million. 70 million. I wasn't going to give you the whole billion because I want to like build houses for people that can't afford houses to help them get in front in life, like sky rises, like all the way around.
Please come to Boston and do it.
Well, I'm going to build it everywhere, like every major city around the world. I'm going to build sky rises and have people living in them rent free. But one test, they have to do random drug testing is a criteria to maintain a free cost of living in these apartments.
I can pass a drug test. Okay. Yes, please. Anyway, I'm joking. So check this out. This is what we're going to do. We're going to, so the surface of the earth is supposed to curve at 8 inches per mile squared. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a 1 mile long bathtub. In the lip of it, the top edge is going to curve at 8 inches per mile squared, right? We're going to manufacture it so it follows that engineering specification. So the sides are going to be lower than the top. There's going to be a hump in the middle of the top. And we're going to fill it up with water. So if the earth is curved, it'll fill all the way to the top in the middle, and the water won't spill out. But if the earth is flat, the water will spill up the sides before it ever reaches the top. And that will mean that the surface of the water is not curving and that the surface of the water is flat.
Could they achieve something similar to that onto the Suez Canal, where the water is calm and therefore, like, or something on a lake, on a very calm lake? Wouldn't you get the same equivalence? Because water.
I mean, we've done all all those. Yeah, I hear you. We've done all those experiments, and they say it's not good enough because they'll say that level is curved.
But being a builder, water does not. Being a builder, I use water levels, and it's the most accurate form of levels. An old original water level is more accurate than technology because there's no errors. Water does not lie.
I agree with you. And the water's flat, right? Or is the water curved?
Because it self-balances. You know what I mean? You can stand behind a brick wall with a water tube with a water level, and you have the exact same level because it will auto-level.
Yeah, but
it doesn't lie.
Yeah, I agree with you. But the Glovers say that level is curved, so that's what they say. That level is conforming to gravity. That's what we're trying to figure out, right, by this test. If level is curved, the surface level of the water, then it'll conform to the top of this, right? It'll curve. The lip is curved, so it'll go right to the edge of the lip, right? All the way through this curved lip to the other side, and it won't spill out. But if the water level is flat, then it'll never reach the top of it, and it'll spill at the sides way before it reaches the top. So basically, it's basically making arc, right? An arched top bathtub that's higher in the center than the edges, and if level's curved, it'll go all the way up. This is going to be 100% definitive, and we can extrapolate this to the entire world. Do you know why? Because most of the surface of the Earth is ocean, right? So whatever that water's doing, the surface of that's the majority of the surface of the Earth. That's what the Earth is. If the water's not curving, then the Earth can't be a ball.
You know, I thought I was going to come.
You didn't think we had one,
for
did you?
you. And you guys destroy me. Every time I get destroyed by you flat earthers, it's bullshit.
So what's wrong with the experiment?
That's insane.
Okay, what's wrong with the experiment?
There's nothing wrong with the experiment. I'm hearing you. You know what I mean? Like, every time you guys talk, you make me believe. I don't want to believe. I'm not a believer, damn it. I'm not a believer.
I'm not trying to get you to be a believer or believe.
You don't even have to believe, man.
Yeah, well, all we're telling you is like,
measure
right?
Your shoe. Do you believe that, or do you just measure your shoe, and you now know the measurement of your shoe? Sorry, Anu.
No, that's a good point, right? Like, you go to the doctor and they take your height and your weight. Is that like a belief?
They don't show you a formula on the wall and say, this is what we calculated your height to be, based upon, the laws of gravity and, your age. And, like, they don't look at all these other factors. They definitely don't look at the stars to figure out how tall you are. Yeah, we're not trying to get you to believe something. That's what somebody else did. We're trying to get you to unbelieve something. Let me ask you this.
Okay, go.
Let me ask you this real simple question. If you were never told that the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out yourself?
It's impossible to figure out that the Earth is a globe. It's impossible. How would you know? You can't see the Earth is round. Are you crazy?
That's our point, right? And that's why we're here. We're here to say, hey, they told you the Earth is a globe. Have you ever tested that? Have you ever questioned that? Why did you believe it? You experienced the Earth is flat. That's the way it looks. Why would you go against that? Because someone on TV said, or the teacher said, or they had a globe in the classroom, and we're like, that is an optical illusion, and it's actually a big ball. We want people to question that and say, hey, dude, is that actually true? Can I demonstrate that in the world? Can I go out and do tests, experiments, whatever, and find out if that idea has any actual support in reality? And that's what pretty much everybody in here has done, right? It's a common misconception that we don't believe in the globe because we don't understand it. No, we do understand it, and we've gone out and tested, hey, this globe that they say exists, is it actually out there in the real world? And it's not out there. It exists purely in the imagination, only in concepts or on videos on TV or pictures in books, right? It doesn't exist in the experience.
Not to mention, we had to learn in depth about all these different subjects that keep being brought to our table that have nothing to do with just the surface. We have to talk about so many other things.
Gravity.
But then, what? How do we have gravity then if the Earth is flat? Then, if you could just briefly summarize on that.
You don't have
Gravity exists because how else could it be a ball? Right? Gravity was invented to support the idea. The gravity that you know now, gravity's existed as an idea for a long time. But the gravity that mass attracts mass and it forms everything into a ball, and you stick to the surface of a ball, that idea is relatively new. It came with Newton, right? So when you say, how do you have gravity? That idea, you don't need gravity if it's not a ball. You only need gravity if you think it's a ball because you're in Australia, right? You're an upside down person to me, and I'm upside down to you, right? We're all upside down to each other, and we experience, like, when we drop something, it falls. Well, the direction it falls to me is the direction your head is pointed. Why don't you fall up? Right? So they need this thing that, like, gravity to even make a ball plausible. Otherwise, it's completely implausible, right? I have a gift too where there's like a ship on a ball, man, and all the water's falling off. It's pretty dope. And by the way, gravity is like the most incoherent, idiotic scientific theory ever invented by men.
It's not a scientific theory, but I get what you're saying.
Well, whatever. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, dude. It's completely incoherent gibberish. You can test this yourself. Ask someone what the definition of mass is and watch the frickin' fireworks, dude. It's ridiculous. You'll get, like, as many people as you ask is as many answers as you'll get. I go, what's the evidence for gravity? They'll say, drop something. I'm like, well, isn't that the effect? And they'll be like, yeah, happened today in here. And I go, well, what caused that? Then they're like, gravity. Like, But you just said gravity was dropping something, and now you're saying gravity, that gravity's causing the dropping something. It can't be both. It can't be the cause and effect simultaneously. So which one is it? Is it the cause or the effect? And the real high IQ ones say is both.
Is this opposite day, Indio? Are you saying everything the opposite?
No, it's sarcasm. But
I know. I'm just.
you know how they are, man. The worse, the smaller that square they can stand on becomes, the more absurd the things that come out of their mouth is.
The thing is, right? The thing is, I only have another week and a half to find out if I can retrieve my Bitcoin from 2009, which will make me the most earliest Bitcoin wallet holder in the world. And one of my
2009, you serious?
Like, let me finish because I'm actually serious. And when I unlock my wallet in the next week and a half, which we're working on at the moment, okay, because I've been making video blogs about it, which I'm about to go viral in a huge way. Some of my money, apart from spending it on to help people get housing in the world, is to disprove the flat earthers for once and for all. Because, I could easily hop in a rocket ship from Elon Musk and pay for a private ticket to go out in space, but no one's going to believe me. Okay, no one will, because you just won't, because that's just me saying that. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to think of a way to at least spend about $70 million, which is a drop in the ocean, on flat earthers to say, okay, that's what I'm using. Flat earthers are in my budget. What I'm trying to say is there's a budget for the flat earthers with all my billions, and I just want this settled for once and for all.
That's insane, dude.
Yeah, and like
that's insane. Are you insane?
Yeah,
it
you
would
couldn't
take way
afford
less
it.
money. It would take way less money for you to go out and prove that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
that's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. It would take way less money. If you really listen, if you really want to do something special with your money, why don't you go help people like you plan on it? Go help.
I am still. I am. I'm going to buy sky rises in every major city and have people live there rent free. And all they need to do is a drug test in order to maintain a rent-free apartment and get ahead in life. Just random drug testing. So that I know they're not blowing their money on drugs, but it's going towards something greater in their life.
You're not going to even be able to afford two sky rises, dude. First of all,
it'll never fucking
a sky rise in Boston will easily cost you $1 billion straight up. So you better build them in freaking third world countries. But hold on, let's deal with
$40 million would get you maybe a 60 apartment building, like maybe 40-50 million. If I got billions, and that's selling at the current market value. And if I hoard and only sell half my coins and sell the other half when they're at $1 million to bankroll my venture, because once I get the buildings and have equity, I should be able to bankroll it in domino and snowball it. But apart from that venture, I actually do want to get the top leading flat earthers, the top respected ones, and be like, here's some money, go do the experiment, let's publicize it on TV.
Dude, you're totally fucked in the head, dude. That's not how we do. Listen, that's not how we do things. We don't have any top respected flat earthers that people are going to follow. We don't do appeals to authority. I'm not going to just go, oh, this flat earther said that, I'm going to just go along with him. We don't do that shit. That's not how we are. Like, you're confused. Plus, your rocket thing, you can't afford the rocket that you would have to be on, even with your $1 billion, because you would have to go 1,000 miles away from Earth. You know the ISS, from its elevation of like 400 kilometers, it should only see 3% of the Earth. 3%. In no way should it ever see curvature, even though I know it depicts it in pictures.
Yeah, the globe is completely based on belief. You're not even able to go high enough to see the Earth curving. The only people that have ever claimed to do that are the ones who went to the moon.
And I would just preface this. Here would be a good start. Maybe this will give you some perspective. All you need to do to disprove flat Earth, disprove the fundamental nature of water. Have fun.
Yeah, see, this is just insane. Can't believe anybody would spend millions, billions, whatever of dollars or money or whatever on such a trivial thing.
Hey, Flatsy, chill for a second. Bro, I'll take your money and do some tests, alright?
Yeah, okay.
Right. I'm gonna do a GoFundMe.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
serious.
remember that Ugandan rocket agency? Did you guys ever see that video? Like the Ugandan freaking space program?
Is that like the Jamaican bobsled team?
Yeah, it's kind of like that, but worse. They tried to go to, like, I'm not even going to describe it. It's horrible.
I'm going to look it up.
It's Uganda or Nigeria or something.
70 million, I'd fund Demox Microdots. I'd fund my car-based gyro experiment. I'd fund Indio's giant bathtub. We could probably get all those three done.
Yeah, don't forget this. Don't forget this, okay, AI and anybody else. A poor person would give you more than the richest person would ever give you if you were really in need.
That's true.
There's one more proof, dude, that I thought of. The ayahuasca VR headset on the zero-G plane, that would prove it.
But hence why I came into billions of dollars being poor, that I lost my retrieval key since 2009, and I just found it, and I'm sitting on 75,000 Bitcoin plus. Why would a billionaire want to help poor people? Because I don't have the mindset of a billionaire. I have the mindset of a poor person.
I think
that
you're lying.
came into billions. Well, that's beautiful that you think that. That's poetry.
Okay, well, because I was an early Bitcoin miner, and you couldn't encrypt wallets back then. So how did you retrieve?
Yeah, I know. I didn't. I brought it directly off the New State Liberty Exchange, and look, all I need to know. Look,
the New State Liberty, the very first Bitcoin exchange was called Mt. Gox, dude. What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I was an early Bitcoin miner.
I wasn't a miner. I brought it straight off as a wallet. There
was no exchanges back in the day. What are you talking about?
I know, it's just a website. It was a website.
India, we figured it out.
A website. You're full of shit.
Hold on, brother.
I should be filming this for my documentary with Netflix.
Hold on. We found here.
How to be a compulsive liar and not get fucking institutionalized.
No, I don't think so, bro. No, Indio, think about it. If I had a bunch of characters written down on a piece of paper that I could sell some scrub on the internet for $100,000, and then he thinks he's got 75,000 Bitcoin, Bob's your uncle, bro.
Good. Yeah, that's probably more accurately to the truth, then. So you couldn't encrypt wallets back in the day. Now, the data is stored in a Merkle tree with a private key. Now, if you have the private key, you might be able to reconstruct the wallet. So the private key, I guess you could say, is the access key, but good luck decoding the frickin' DAT file. Yeah, I know all about this, dude. You better go bullshit some other people.
I need to turn on look, no one talk about this subject no more. I need to turn on OBS and record this for my Netflix documentary, because this is gold.
Yeah, it's gold. So
hey man, if you're looking for top flurf, I'm the top dog of the flurf. So just send me 1,000 Bitcoins, then I got you, bro.
We can go on. Can
I show you something, guys?
We can go on Blockchain Explorer. What's the wallet?
If I can do this and do that. Oh, I can share my screen. Check this out. This is a video I made in the part of my retrieval. You want to check out my screen? Check this out. This was just filmed not like 3 days ago, and I'm safe. You can't track me or anything. I'm anonymous, right? But watch this. Whatever. I'll shut up. Are you ready for me to press play? Are you ready?
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay.
Dude, if you give us a song and dance, I'm gonna just shut off your fucking camera and kick you out of the chat. So just get to it. Are you playing a video or just blathering on because we can't hear you? Okay, that's enough of that. You're not going to do anything, so bye.
So you actually don't believe me at all?
No, I don't. No. What's the Bitcoin address? We can check on Block Explorer and check how many Bitcoin are in it. What's the Bitcoin address? You're not giving up any secrets. It just show us on the blockchain how many Bitcoin are in the wallet.
Hey, I believe you when you send me the 1,000 BTC. I'll believe you.
Yeah, me too.
You never heard of Block Explorer, but you mined in 2009.
I never mind. I purchased.
In 2009.
At the end of 2009, yes.
Okay.
That's the timestamp that we're looking at, the time frame. Where $1 got me 1,000 coins. And I spent $70 to $100. So
that would be 10 cents. I don't even think they were worth 10 cents in 2009. I think they were worth like freaking 1/100th of a dollar, dude. 1/1000th of a dollar. They weren't worth anything. You could mine Bitcoin with a CPU, man. Nobody knew about it.
Exactly.
Bitcoin started out at 4 cents.
No. It start out at 4 fucking cents, dude. On what exchange? On what exchange?
It's like they don't get it.
I said I think. I'm trying to find out if it's true.
You know, I'm definitely coming back here in 2 weeks when I finally get an answer to this huge rabbit hole that I've been going on.
Yeah, we'll unmute you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, have fun. So it says here, according to the internet, in March 2010, Smoke Too Much auction 10,000 BTC for $50 cumulatively, but no buyer was found. That's in 2010. So he said 2009? You're full of shit.
He just paid a premium, that's all, man. He just paid a higher price on it. I don't know if the frickin' price chart goes back that far. They weren't really keeping track. I don't even think there was an exchange back then, to be honest.
I just found the initial price. It was like a fraction of a penny.
Mt. Gox launched in 2010.
Yeah.
So how did you even? What was the price finding mechanism? There's not even an exchange to find a price. Or price discovery, that's what I should call it. That's because that's what it is. How do you even know what they're worth? If they're not actively traded on an open market, how do you even value them? How did you come to the price?
It was the first recorded price. I don't know.
So some miner guy offered him 75,000 Bitcoins if he bought in Pixa, and he bought the Pixa. So he got the coins. Don't you know that happens in real life? And it was Australian upside down Pixa. So that was definitely worth 75,000 BTC back then. Australian Hawaiian Pixa.
I'm looking at a price chart. It doesn't even go back all the way. It only goes back to like 2012.
Yeah, but if you had a miner that was mining it, and he said, "Hey, I got this Bitcoin that I mined. Can you buy me Pixa?"
and you buy the pizza, and he'll give you the coins back then. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Therefore,
buddy, 2,000 Bitcoin were sent to invalid addresses. What the fuck, dude? That shit's never coming back. Sorry. It's June 13th, 2011. That's when the fucking market crashed. Well, my gox crashed. It went from like Bitcoin exchange reported 25,000 Bitcoin were stolen from 478 accounts. Mine wasn't one of them, thank God. Then on Friday, June 17th, my guys used a database leaks for sale on Facebitten. Theft of the Bitcoins from Mt. Gox continues throughout the day. Stream of fraudulent, blah, 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 blah. Within minutes, the price corrected to its correct user traded value. That was, if I remember right, went from $30 to $4. And while I was watching seconds, happened in fucking seconds, dude. And that's why I don't have any Bitcoin, because I got out at $17.
this Australian guy, he's an OG of OGs.
OG of BS's.
Yeah, they used to have this auto dealer downtown here where I live. They had Lamborghinis, Ferraris, all these high tech automobiles for sale with Bitcoin. And then the lockdowns. Guess what? That place is gone.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is just, it's a fugazi, man. Everybody's going to find out that it's a fugazi.
Yeah, it was probably created by the people that run the fiat currency, too.
That's still, it's very odd. So, like, the NSA has, like, a manual, right? And in this manual is a list of different encryption schemes, how you can encrypt data. So there's lots of different, like, algorithms that'll do this, right? And the one, whoever this dude picked, is very obscure. It's like fucking KJ-1 or some shit out of fucking, like, so the book has probably, like, I don't know if I remember right, something like 4,000 different addiction screens. It's really like he opened to a random page and said that one. Like,
wow.
It's really weird.
Well, who better to set up the scheme than somebody like DARPA, who created the internet in the first place?
Well, we've never, no one's ever figured out, like, who.
Yeah, I was just reading that.
There. Indio, do you know any of those encryption schemes or how they work? Which ones are better?
They use elliptic curve cryptography.
You know how they work?
Do I know how they work? In a very general sense.
I mean, could you implement one of them?
What does that mean?
If I gave you a sentence, could you...
Yeah, if I knew the algorithm, I could just calculate out the freaking characters
that was my
one
question.
by one.
Do you know the algorithm? That was my question.
In my head, no. But here's a fun factoid: is that Matthew Learns actually hashed a block by hand in a video he has on his channel.
Well, that's Matthew Learns, not you.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm not going to do it, okay? I could, but I'm not going to.
Oh, I'm not asking you to. I just so you could.
Can I do basic fucking math? Yes, dude. I can do basic math.
Oh, I see. You think
It's not
that
complex
all
math,
of the
dude.
encryption things are basic math?
They are basic math. They're not complicated
By
mathematics.
basic math, do you mean addition, multiplication,
Yes.
or something else?
In a
They're
long chain,
basic math.
in a long chain of computations with a specific key code, right?
No, I think Indio is more correct than I really wanted him to be. If you're given the algorithm, it really is just multiplications, additions.
I just told you. I watched the video of Matthew
shifts.
Learns calculating it by hand on paper. Okay? I know how it works. I knew about Bitcoin probably way before you. Okay? I know what elliptic curve cryptography is. Okay? Do you know how it works? Do you know what it actually does?
Watching Matthew Learns do one of them is just one of them, right? I mean,
What does that
they're
mean?
All the same.
No, that
All
the
the ways
hashing,
to encrypt.
that hashing.
All the ways
listen,
to encrypt or hash a thing.
the algorithm is the same for every freaking hash of the block, dude. It's the same. They don't change the fucking hash, the hash algorithm. It's all the same. The only difference is the starting characters.
Okay. So using basic math, tell us the difference between MD5 and SHA-256.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, then how do you know that they are for sure the same?
I'm pretty sure they use a Diffie-Hellman elliptic curve cryptography. And the way that works is you sign another freaking letter to each letter, and then you put it on a what do you call it?
Why did you say
a vector space, and then you draw basically a curve through that space, and that curve is not reversible through computation.
Why did you say pretty sure? And I heard
because I'm like, listen, because I'm doing this from memory that's fucking 20 years old.
So what if you're wrong?
So what? Am I going to burst into flame?
Unlikely. Possibly, but unlikely.
What if you picked a wrong day to troll?
Oh, every day is the wrong day to troll. I do troll.
Especially for you. Hey, you heard it from me first. You're a cunt.
Oh, bro, he's gone.
Bye-bye.
I was trolling him about the Earth being a ball.
He is the most useless fucking person in this topic.
He's a glober, right?
Oh yeah, from
I don't even know what the hell. No, he's like, who can even tell? He's just an irritant. That's all he just comes in to irritate.
Oh, all right.
Whoever is talking, right? Whoever is like, leading the conversation, that's who he's gonna target, that person, and try to irritate them.
He can't
Doesn't matter.
He can't stand that I sing so well.
Why does he try? Does he talk shit about your singing?
No, he loves it. He hates that he loves it.
No, he don't. He just says that, dude. He's just fucking trying to irritate you. Rolling My Boulder comes in here to get attention.
Yeah, he's been around.
He should be permabanned, like, honestly.
He's been around here since the arena days. Like, his name is Sisyphus.
And he's been doing the same thing.
That's his new account. He just got server banned and came back with another account because he talked about doing some SA to Queen Mary.
Right up his alley.
Yeah, it was like some...
hold on, hasn't Queen Mary been dead for like 500 years?
Well, no, the original Queen Mary, not the Queen Mary, Jesus' mother.
What the...
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it was some of the most degenerate shit I ever saw, like written.
Oh gosh.
Okay, dude, that's like freaking making me viscerally freaking angry. I wish you never told me that.
So
now
we
every
got
time I hear his
servers.
voice, I'm gonna want to get violent.
Yeah, but that's the reason why he said it, is so that you would get angry, violent, angry.
Yeah,
Don't
he
give him that
blamed,
satisfaction.
he blamed he was drunk as shit. Like he was out of his mind drunk. And then
And that's different from when.
Yeah, I know.
Could I show you guys the rest of that video about me documenting my Bitcoin retrieval? It only goes for a minute and a half.
we'll pass.
Oh, unmute yourself in 2 weeks, man.
Go try to pawn or sell off your bullshit somewhere else. You got the wrong crowd. Why don't you go to the land of misfit
We'll
toys?
unmute you. We'll unmute you when you're in space.
Use your money to help people and stop
Yeah.
worrying about flat
Yeah.
earthers.
Connect to Discord from one of Elon's rockets when you're downlinking from space into his Starlink to your frickin' your servant that you have on the ground. Connect to Discord, and we'll unmute you, and you can live stream frickin' pictures of Earth from your rocket, bro.
Yeah, when you're in space, that's a
So
good
then you
idea.
can just shut up.
Make sure you go at least 2,500 miles above Earth. We'll tune in there. You'd be able to connect then, right? I mean, NASA communicates at the 250,000 miles away, supposedly.
Yeah,
So
I'll take your
2,500 miles?
BTC.
He thinks going to space is going to prove anything. What a numpty. What space? Indio, you're funny, man.
Well, that's what it is, man.
I
That's what
know.
you're like. I'm a fucking secret Bitcoin billionaire. I bought a wallet in 2009 from some fucking mysterious fucking. Shut up, dude. I would have listen. I would have believed he went to space before that. Okay.
Yeah, he should have been a little more creative. All we have to do is Google that shit and find out they weren't even selling it till 2010. And the first purchase with Bitcoin was 2 pizzas or something for whatever,
He
10,000.
went from a 1 in 100 million probability of being an astronaut to 1 in a gazillion of fucking having a Bitcoin wallet from 2009 that he randomly purchased on the internet.
Where do these globers think of all this horse shit? Holy crap.
They believe it.
Hey, dude, you'll have lots of money, dude. You can take your Bitcoin, and I hope you record all this. You take your Bitcoin, right? You can fucking buy airtime on every fucking network in the world. In simulcast, you roasting me how stupid I was not believing you. Please do that.
Yeah. Let's see that.
Roast me, dude. Roast me across the whole world.
What a ridiculous statement. I'm gonna buy skyscrapers and require people to get drug tested. Like, there's been people that have tried that before. It doesn't fucking work, you idiot.
Dude, I'm literally looking out my window. There's a 20-story building. It's brand new. It's built by a biotech company. 5 of the floors have nothing in them. I can see the concrete fucking slab.
Yeah,
There's literally nothing in them. You get fit where I'm looking, like 1,000 fucking homeless people.
I have that
They
too.
ain't doing it, dude.
Right next to me too. There's a 20-story building. I bet 90% of that building is empty. I watch them clear out entire floors from where I live.
I heard the World Trade Center, when they knocked that down, was entirely empty. Nearly entirely empty, dude.
I could believe it.
And that's why it was like
Actually,
an insurance scam.
the they have a pool and jacuzzis and warm bath. That's why the ceiling is high.
Yeah, you're
You know.
still poor. You don't have billions. You don't have anything to show for it. Shut up.
Dude, Hancock Tower cost $930 million when it sold.
30 billion?
No, $930 million, which is almost $1 billion. That's in Boston.
Hancock Tower. Well, they just built this thing called the Millennium Tower. Let's see how much that was. I think I'm almost 100% sure it's over $1 billion.
Yeah, there's one of those in Chicago too, right?
Dude, a Hancock Tower got foreclosed. Oh, man.
Wow.
500 million. So, yeah.
Yeah, in my city, they tear down buildings, like perfectly good buildings that are empty. They tear down they tear it completely down almost to just the frames. And they build another building that looks exactly like the first one with very minor changes. And nobody's in it. This is going on for almost 10 years. Like, nobody's still in it. Who are these people that are building these buildings?
So I did do some work for it. So they built a building called the Millennium Tower. It's in like downtown Crossing, and they had this. They were trying to sell the apartments, and at the Four Seasons in Boston, they had the company had bought a room, and that room had like a panoramic 3D display where you could virtually walk through the apartments as they were going to be because it wasn't built yet. I helped set all that shit up. That isn't the point. The point is that the number one, the most expensive apartment was obviously the penthouse. That was $31 million. And this building is like, fuck, dude. Let me see how tall it is again. 65 floors.
Wow.
This dude thinks he's going to buy that for $1 billion. Like, no, you're not. You ain't buying shit for $1 billion, dude. Like I say, you better stick to third world countries.
Yeah, the reason why, see, people that are made billionaires from, the rags to riches story, the only way they're able to keep their wealth is to be shitty. And if they plan on helping, they'll become poor again, probably very soon.
Well, that's why, like, when Gates, right, when they want to do philanthropy, they start a trust. And that trust, so they take the money, right, $1 billion, and they go start the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That's going to be a nonprofit trust. And then they take that money and they invest it, and the charity is run off the proceeds of the investments, right? The dividends, the interest, the rise in the stock prices, right? Or they'll borrow money against it, right? They'll borrow and use the assets as collateral, plus the donations, right? So they just don't go, here's a bunch of money. They create an investment vehicle from which the money is used to fund the charity.
Yeah, these type of organizations that are nonprofit, they have a way that you can check their financial status or something, but you have to know what you're searching for. George Hobbs from the Fact Hunter, he knows how to check those things for nonprofit organizations. I remember because I don't know why, but something came to me one time, and I looked it up because I don't know why it just came to me because I was thinking about the Bible and the oldest living person being Methuselah. And if you look up Methuselah, there's a nonprofit organization that's called Methuselah, and it's made its main objective is to keep people living longer. They invest in all these different types of studies and on how to stay young and how to live forever. It's so silly. Anyways, he checked their financial status and it was very shady.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he just
Yeah, they hadn't filed for taxes for I think for 2 years.
really.
Yeah, when he had looked
Huh.
into them, they hadn't filed taxes for like 2 years.
Yeah, a lot of nonprofits are shady. They're just like vehicles to like skim money, dude. You just like the thing itself isn't going to be taxed, but you can pay yourself a salary, like administering it, and you only have to do like 99 cents on the dollar. Think about that. For every dollar you take in, you only have to spend 1 penny on the actual cause of the charity. The rest can be administrative costs.
Wow.
That's why there's been an explosion in nonprofits. Like, I'm sure, like when you were, in your 20s to 30s, Sonny, same with me, nonprofits they weren't really a thing. But when they made that 401c law, there was an explosion of nonprofits. Something like, fuck, dude, even Elon Musk talked about this, that there is like a ridiculous amount of nonprofits in the United States.
Yeah, I could believe it. Yeah, when I was growing up, you never even heard of it.
Yeah, it wasn't a thing, dude.
Yeah, I don't remember ever hearing of it either.
Because they were a lot higher regulated. Like they didn't have like the 501c shit, that tax thing. So like they were like the IRS was like on their ass. They weren't like they are now. Now they can just fill out a form and they don't really investigate it. Right? Now they're filling out a form like 2 million nonprofits registered with the Internal Revenue Service. 2 million.
2 million. That's just in the U.S.
That's a lot of charity.
Yeah, what good have they done? That's what I want to know. What good has NASA done? Anybody think of anything they've done for humanity? What?
Either
That
way.
should be one charity for every 150 people in the United States.
Wow. Amazing.
That's
Either
freaking
way, though,
disgusting, man.
Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that's disgusting, dude. When you think about it, one charity per 150 people, that's nuts, dude. And we're talking all men, women, and children, everybody.
Especially one that like this, the one that I was talking about, trying to defy the second law of thermodynamics. They should have found out real quick that that's not possible. I used to speak on an internet radio show a lot before I came to Discord, so there's probably plenty of conversations about that kind of stuff that I've had when I was a baby in this topic. It was so stupid.
Dude, the thought crossed my mind is like, I bet you the rise in nonprofits coincides with the rise of women in the workforce, because women are more, they try to help people more, like socially like that. So I looked it up. 70 to 75% of employees identify as a woman in the nonprofit sector.
Wow. I bet
I'm so glad we got Flatsy. Flatsy be representing right. Like,
I bet that also correlates with the rise of homelessness, with the rise of those nonprofits, instead of the other way around.
Flatsy, man, you keep me in check, because every time I'm about to make some like generalized statement about women, I'm thinking, oh, Flatsy's in the chat, man. I have to make an exception.
Yeah, that's why it's a logical fallacy, a stereotype fallacy.
That's right, dude. And you're a good exception. I mean, hell yeah.
And I'm not the only one either. That's for sure.
Yeah, but you guys are few. Man, you are like the dodo bird, man. You're going extinct.
What about the exceptionary exclusion fallacy, where the presence of an exception disproves the rule that's generally true, which couldn't possibly be true, otherwise you wouldn't categorize it as an exception, meaning that it's exceptional. I rest my case.
Yeah, you shouldn't ever argue
Fucking dizzy.
from exception, or like, you shouldn't ever argue a point just because of the exceptions, but you also shouldn't argue a point with a sweeping generalization. There you go. That's why they're both considered logical fallacies.
All I got to say about that is I wish I knew then what I know now.
So, I don't know what kind of point you were trying to make.
The men will understand.
Not you,
My
AI.
God, dude. So check this out. There's a nonprofit that has examined how much money women make in nonprofits and how much they make less than their male peers. There's a nonprofit for that.
Oh my gosh. Are you serious?
Fucking dead serious. It's called Center for Global Development. Assessing the gender gap at nonprofits in global development.
People are so petty that they think their little petty issues are more important than other things, like bigger things. That's so silly.
Well, the thing is that nonprofits and corporations both are supposed to have a public purpose, right? People get the idea that like just because it's a corporation, all it can do is think about money. It's actually not the case. Their mission statement has to be for a legitimate public purpose because corporations started as the king don't want to do it. Nobody has enough money to do it on their own. So we're all going to band together and do some public good. Like we're going to build a bridge, or we're going to make a toll road, or we're going to do something that has a legitimate public purpose to make the world a better place. And nonprofits are just ones where like there's no profit motive in that, but they still are supposed to have the same foundation. Corporations are supposed to be started just to make money. But that's what it's become in America. That I'm going to start a corporation just so I can make a shitload of money. That was supposed to be like that was supposed to be like an added benefit so that you can get people to invest in those endeavors in the first place. Right. So what you would do, you'd start a corporation and you'd sell stock on the hopes the people that bought the stock would hope that they're going to get some profit out of it at some point in the future. But it was supposed to be a fundraising mechanism, raising capital to do some public project. It wasn't meant to be. That's the only purpose of doing the whole thing was just to make money. Who cares what the public utility of it is, right? That it was supposed to have a public utility. Like My Pet Rock. My Pet Rock should have never existed. Think about
it's supposed to be temporary also. Like it ended as...
Yes, they're also... that's correct, Grit. They're also supposed to be temporary. They're supposed to dissolve once the public purpose is met. But they got around that in the case of bridges because bridges need maintenance. There's actually a whole bunch of shit I know about because there used to be two bridges here that crossed the Charles River. And like both of them were built by like private companies and they like were in court battling of like, how long this corporation, because the state tried to take them over by like eminent domain. And there was like all sorts of legal battles about these bridges. And like, the thing is, when their case evaluates, the legal dispute, they always go through the history of like corporations, what they're for, like all that stuff. So I learned a lot from these cases, just them going through the history of why corporations are formed in the first place. But they so basically the state said, you built the bridge, you're done. You can't charge money to cross the bridge. You formed a corporation, dissolved the corporation, you built the bridge. But the bridge company said, oh, well, if we just fold, then the bridge is going to fall apart. We need to charge a fee to maintain the bridge, right? And then we have to pay ourselves a salary to like administer the maintenance of the bridge, blah, blah, blah. And they ended up winning, right? That the bridge needs maintenance, right? So like the corporation has to continue to keep the bridge as a public structure. And charging a fee for the maintenance of this bridge is justified. Yeah, all this shit, like everything we take for granted now, it has a beginning somewhere. In the beginning, someone fucking, there was a fight about it, and they ended up in court, and they talked about it, and they said, hey, yeah, as much as like courts get the freaking like, court sucks, lawyers are assholes, yeah, that's true to a degree. But like everything you can think of that exists has been fought over, and someone has talked about the issues that surround that fight, and you can get a good idea what the actual history is of what's going on, as opposed to like the newspaper. Because in court you got to have like facts to say shit, right? So there was some evidence from what they wrote down in the paper and said this is the situation, whereas like a newspaper you can just say whatever. No one's checking.
That's a good point. That's a really good point because they have people taking an account of everything going on in real time.
Yeah, the status of the state of the society by the court records, right? So in the old days, like in England, they had rolls. So if you want to look at old court record, you look at the rolls of like King Henry VIII, and in frickin' even before that, like in the Anglo-Saxon France, they had what do they call it? It's like the Code of Ulveron. So that like they call them that it's a court of record. That means, and a court of record means court cases recorded in the rolls of the court, right? So there was court cases which they didn't write the shit down, but that real legitimate court cases they did write it down, and they recorded everything about it in a record, so that anytime in the future a court has a similar issue, they can go through the rolls and they can figure out how that court figured out, like evaluated everything and how they came to their conclusion. And they, instead of reinventing the wheel, and they want to make the law consistent and knowable so people know what to do. They don't want everybody to be guessing.
I have a question. I think it was a troll.
Yeah, I was trying to like fish them out.
He left immediately. I have a question though. So those people who take the transcripts in real time of everything happening, when something is scratched from the record, that doesn't get scratched from that, does it? That like they have to document to scratch it from the record, or do they erase?
I actually don't know the question of that. I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, like I don't know.
It's a good question, I think, because that should even be documented when something is scratched from the record, and then when someone goes through to consolidate everything to give to the judge, that would be something that they would have to scrap.
The stenographer, like stenographers are actually separate from the court in a way. They're court officers, but they're not beholden to the judge or anybody else. Because like they certify the record. The court doesn't certify the record, the stenographer does. So if there's a court case, right, and the stenographer's typing out all the testimony, when that's done, say you want an appeal, and the appeals court's like, we need the testimony, we need the record of the testimony. They don't go to the court, they go to the stenographer and say, give us the fucking record. And the stenographer authenticates, this is the record that I took. They sign it, have a seal, bam, seal basically it's an affidavit, them swearing that this is the record. But they seal it themselves, right? So like when you go to a notary public, you ever dealt with a notary public? They have a seal, right? They put a seal on there. They just don't sign it. They have a seal.
I got married.
So yeah, when you seal something, it's different than just signing something. A lot of people don't realize this, that a sealed document has more authority than a signed document. A signature is just like, signatures only existed in like commercial contracts, whereas a seal is good for like everything. So they used to have the wax seals, like they import more of an obligation, right? and it's more like the punishment for violating whatever documents you sealed is more severe.
I have a funny story. When I had to go to a notary for our marriage license, my one of my friends, she's a really good friend of mine. She was the one who kept the gender of Booger from, like, I trusted her with the gender so that they could throw us a gender reveal party. Um, and she's the one. She's a notary, and she covered the cost of my our marriage license being notarized, so it was free. It's probably illegal, so I don't have to give any more. But anyways, small towns,
Yeah.
and me being someone here that's pretty widely loved by the majority of people that live in this town. A lot of people know me here, and they love me, and I love them. They're all great people that I live in a town with, so I'm grateful. But anyways, yeah, I think that it pays to have a kind of a good reputation, but just being loving and being loved by everyone.
That sounds like a beginning of one of those crime shows. She lit up the room when she came in, like
Maybe.
the whole town attended her gender reveal party.
Held at a brewery.
Dude, nowadays you could have 2 gender reveal parties in your life, dude. That's fucked up.
Oh yeah, no, not Booker. I was
Yeah,
so relieved finding out that I was having a boy, but I already knew that I was. Like deep down, I already knew he was a boy. But I was so relieved to find out he was a boy because I didn't know what I was going to do if I had to raise a girl.
To raise the girls, you do the same thing you do to raise the boys.
That's true. I was freaking out about it. I was pregnant and hormonal, so I just remember being really anxious about whether I was having a girl or a boy. Oh man, everybody went quiet. Sorry if I quietened the room.
No, I just
I kind of wanted to talk about something flat Earth related, since that may be the topic of the room. But actually, I really want to talk about something. We were saying something about arguing from the exceptions. I think that's exactly kind of what Globers do with navigation, because in a roundabout way, you can navigate through the conception of the Earth being a globe. If you move the surface out onto the arc of the protractor type deal, and they argue from that point, saying that since this can happen, then the Earth can't be flat. But in every other instance, you're using the Earth as a flat plane to navigate, especially with a Mariner sextant. So that's another example of arguing from an exception, but not really. It's that's where my mind is going when I think about them arguing from those points. Like they find some sort of roundabout way of doing something, and since it works, that must be true. Like, that's ridiculous.